Good. Hi, everyone. Sorry, that was a little technical difficulty. Welcome to the Beauty and Travel Summit. I am so excited to finally get this out into the world. To you guys who have been with us since day one, not only are we celebrating an amazing experience today where we're going to be traveling around the world, literally, digitally, but it's also to honor 10 years of owning around the world beauty. And what better way than to honor it with having an incredible beauty and travel summit that is bringing together the women that I've met on the journeys that have allowed me to think bigger, dream bigger, and go on an explorative identity search to find out who I was beyond what was on the outside. I want to ask you guys a question, and the topic for today is really, what will you find on this experience of beauty and travel? I wanted to read something to you that is one of my favorite quotes, and it says, "The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes," by Marcel Proust. When I first read this quote, it inspired me to not necessarily have to get up and leave on a plane to escape the reality that I was living, but what it inspired me to do was to create the reality that I was dreaming in the life that I was living every single day. And a lot of people will hear the word beauty and think that it's something on the outside. But for me, beauty is something that's all around us, that allows us to explore and find something deeper in who we are. So before I get any deeper into the Beauty and Travel Summit, I want to share with you our kickoff video for the Beauty and Travel Summit, which we are so excited to finally share here today at the Beauty and Travel Summit. So enjoy. Love that video. By the way, we want to give a shout out to 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅, who has been working with us to bring these ideas to life through creative direction and through video. So I want to give a shout out to her because it truly takes a community of powerful women to bring something like this to life. And I want to invite you to not only a love letter, but much more of an invitation to start taking those sparkles, those things that you feel in your heart very, very seriously. It's those little inklings that you have that point the way towards a more fuller and more beautiful life and more radiance, which is what this whole Beauty and Travel Summit is about. I truly believe that beauty and travel is a pathway, the force that some call that dolce vita, dharma, nirvana, the universe, the goddess. Travel for me and for many of us is a gateway, a space where you drop what you've known and enter into the unknown, into the Tao, a space of lit grace where you can rediscover yourself as if it's the first time you've heard your song. As women, we love so hard. We give so much of ourselves to our families, to our partners, to our sisters, to our brothers, to our careers. But there's one day that we look in the mirror, we no longer understand who we were anymore. And this summit is really to re-spark that inspiration, because that has happened so often for so many of us. And travel is sometimes what we lean into to rediscover that light, to find out and break out of those external pressures to conform. The reclamation begins with us stepping out of the comfort zone, out of our habitual patterns, into the symphony itself. We are broken open and our wings are meant to fly. We take the first leap into the unknown, and the rest is truly history. When we talk about beauty, we're not talking about the surface appearance of a human, but we talk about that first walk alone where you drifted off the beaten path and you decided to go left instead of right. Today is all about bringing women together that are sharing in that conversation, that are inspiring us to think outside of what we think is normal and what we think is possible. I'm coming to you from New York, and I wanted to create this summit because along my journey, there were so many women that allowed me to think and see what else was possible and what could be if I just decided to take a chance bigger than what I believed I could do. So I want to welcome you to the Beauty and Travel Summit. I want to say welcome, beauty travelers. And like many of you, I find travel to be the best part of being alive. I'm also totally beauty obsessed. So you can find me in the Amazon, but most likely I have a red lipstick. Now, I'm not carrying more than a carry-on, but you can find me exploring the world while at the same time wanting to feel and look my best, because that is the world that I'm in, working in the beauty industry, like many of you who are part of our community. I want to say that whether you're looking for unique beauty finds in Southeast Asia or going to Mexico on a trip looking for vibrant patterns and wanting to find people who share their stories, one or two. The reason I wanted to bring the Beauty and Travel Summit was because I wanted to understand what the deeper meaning of beauty was. And that's why I started Around the World Beauty. But I quickly realized that it wasn't about finding anything. It was more about listening. It was more about giving. And so today is really my gift, my giving to my community, to our world, on the concept of these amazing women who have shared their stories with us, who have shared their journeys with us. And I'm so excited to continue to pave the way for Around the World Beauty, to continue on this journey of breaking the norms of what beauty is, right? The reason beauty and Around the World Beauty exists is because we wanted to get out of this idea that beauty is just your 360 view when you're standing in one place. Like I said before, many of us find travel to be that re-spark of who we are. We refine what it is that we're looking for by opening ourselves up to new conversations, to new people. I know many of us have found love interest on an adventure. And that adventure could be right here doing something outside of your box. So when I say the word travel, it doesn't mean traveling just always across the world, even though I have. It's more about traveling outside of what you think is normal. And this is and what you think is possible. And this whole conference is sharing the stories of these women who have shared with me and shared with our community what is their story, what has been their beauty journey. Because we can look from the outside in and say, wow, they have it perfect. How do they own a boutique hotel? How is it that they started a beauty brand that's now in JCPenney's and a $1 million brand on Amazon? How is this movement possible? Well, today we have an amazing group of women that are going to be sharing just that, how they were able to bring these ideas to life. And travel is a part of all of their beauty conversations. Many of them built businesses that weren't necessarily in their homeland. Some of them started beauty brands that honor their culture and their heritage, but they even felt disconnected. So they built this in a way to honor and remind themselves of who they are within the beauty industry. So I'm excited to welcome our first guest speaker, who is going to be leading us in a powerful meditation. I call her not only my soul sister, my travel buddy, because we traveled all around the world as well together. We've met up in Italy, dancing the night away, which was still one of my favorite memories. And then we took the trip to Morocco, where it was so inspiring that it led her to start her own line in those sand dunes while we took photos of each other. And again, living in a moment of creation. Sometimes you do things and you don't know where it's going to lead you. But when you're around beautiful people, somehow magic always happens. And this is an amazing opportunity to introduce my dear friend Kanisha, to have her share a flowing meditation to ground us, to allow us to breathe, for us to release anything that's not serving us, and to reconnect with why we're here, why beauty is so essential to who we are. It's an art form. Why travel makes us feel alive and connected. And why once you do those things, you are forever changed and you can never go back. So many of these women will be sharing their story and how they built their business based on their travel experiences. And Kanisha is one of those beautiful women that I've had the honor of experiencing in this lifetime, and hopefully many more to come. So I'm going to add Kanisha to our conversation.
Hello. Great morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to finally be doing this. It's been so long in the making, and to have you and to have so many women be part of this that I love and have such a strong message, I'm just excited. I'm excited.
Yes. I mean, you always get me every time. I was so emotional watching you. And I just remember the first time I met you and I was just in awe of you. You know, you shared your journeys around the world. And I had only been to one country at that point, and you made me believe that it was possible. And it was, because like you said, Milan was one of our best memories, but we make memories every time we connect. And I'm getting emotional too, because you are so beautiful inside and out. You're doing this for us, and I couldn't be more proud of you. I know that it takes a lot of work, but sister, you're doing it, and I love you so much, and I am just so proud of you in this moment. And when I think about how you've encouraged me to not give up on my dreams, to not doubt myself, and to push forward, you are one of the most hardest working people I have ever met in my entire life. Your work ethic is on Beyonce level, okay? You really put in your heart, soul, blood, sweat, tears, and I'm just so elated to be here, and I can't wait to share how we've bonded in our practices and our rituals that help us keep going and help us shine a little brighter. And meditation has been a lifesaver for me. And I remember seeing you on a live in your room doing a meditation, and it gave me courage to really step out and be able to share my gifts with the world. So thank you so much for having me.
Well, Kanisha, thank you for coming. I couldn't have, as I created the women who I wanted to be part of this, I knew that there was not a question to have you involved, because I think celebrating 10 years for Around the World Beauty isn't just about my achievements. It's really about, holy camoli, like, where has our journey taken us? Like, and that's the thing. We continue to evolve as women and with passions, and who knows what's to come in our lives. But the one thing I do know is that you will definitely be part of it. And I'm so excited to give you the stage for the next half an hour to share your magic with us, to allow us to ground and to be in this space connected, because there is more than just what's on the outside. And that's why I love meditation. So
Absolutely.
I will be back. I'm going to remove myself from the screen, and you go ahead and take this over, sister.
Thank you. Thank you. Grand Rising, everyone. My name is Kanisha Lachey. And as I mentioned before, I am so excited to be here. I just want to let you know that if you're living in New York City, or if you have children or pets, it is okay for the noise to come in. We all have distractions in life, and we just have to work through them. And if you're in New York City like me, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, I just want to begin with, grounding yourself. So if you like, you can put your feet on the floor. If they're already on the floor, you're great. You're a step ahead. And just get comfortable in your body and in your energy, and just get comfortable. It's going to be a short meditation. You'll hear my voice throughout. You'll hear some lovely music that I've selected for you. And I just want you to just feel in your body, just be present in this moment, because we came here to share our stories and our journeys. And we love you and we appreciate you for being here. Okay. So I am feeling that I'm getting very grounded. My feet are on the floor. I'm going to roll my shoulders back, and I just want you to roll them back 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And just wiggle them out a little bit. Wiggle them out a little bit. And your arms are going to come up right near your shoulders. And you're just going to stretch and extend your spine up to the ceiling. And just give yourself a nice sway as if you were a tree. And just sway and lean over to your right and lean over to your left. We're going to do it one more time. Lean over to your right and lean over to your left. And you're just going to fall forward. If you don't have much space, just lower your head. And inhale. Come up. I'm going to have you place your right hand on your navel. That's your sacral. And I'm going to have you put your right hand on your heart. And I want you to take 3 deep breaths with me. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. And just reconnect with yourself. You're grounded. You're safe. You're beautiful. You're present. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. This is just as much for me as it is for you. I am feeling very grounded, even though I'm really excited. I just want to give some clarity to the air by burning sage. If you have your favorite candle, run and get it. You're still on time. And I want you to feel the energy as I cleanse the air from any negativity, any self-doubt, and just clearing the space and asking the universe to provide guidance, peace, wisdom, and get comfortable if you want. You can kick up your legs into a half lotus like I like. Place your palms up, ready to receive abundance, ready to receive blessings, ready to receive all the things that you know you deserve. And just breathe at a gentle pace. And let the energy wash over you. You are present. You are exactly where you're supposed to be. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. And breathe. Know that you are enough. Know that you are in the right place at the right time. And breathe. It's perfectly normal for your mind to drift, thinking about so many things that we want to do, places we want to see. It's very exciting. But take a moment to be present and return to your breath anytime your mind starts to wander. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. You are safe. You are loved. And you matter. And breathe. Let your thoughts flow in and let your thoughts flow out. It's okay to sit with yourself and take a moment to just be. You are enough. And we are here together. And breathe. And breathe. And breathe. Inhale the goodness. And exhale any doubts you have. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Life is so good. Life is beautiful. You are beautiful. There is so much in store for you. There is so much love around you. There is so much abundance just waiting for you. It's already yours. There is so much joy. There is so much peace. There is so much liberation. You are not just alive, you are thriving. And breathe. There is so much in store for you. So many good things just around the corner. And they're already yours. Breathe. 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 Look at how amazing you are.
I am so grounded with this experience that Kanisha just led for us. I feel that I let go of all that energy that I had from this morning of, am I good enough? Will anyone show up? Will I make sense? Will I look good? Do I have time for everything? And I feel incredibly grounded in my being. And I want to say thank you to Kanisha for sharing that magic with us. You know, she's logging back in right now, but what I wanted to say is I remember taking yoga in college and I had no idea what it was. I think I had heard about it only through this woman that was sharing it through one of the college courses that it was mandatory for me to take. And I did it and I was curious about it. I had a friend, Monica, who decided to go further with it. She actually became a yoga teacher. But for me, I was really curious about the culture element of the yoga. The last part of Namaste, where it says, "My light sees your light. I honor the light within me to honor the light within you." And that was so incredibly beautiful to me. And I had never heard of that conversation between people. So it was no surprise that when I started Around the World Beauty, my journey led to India for the first time. And in India is where I learned about Ayurveda, which is the science of life, this idea that we're not just our bodies. I visited Varanasi, where Varanasi is where people go to transcend into a different dimension. Um, in Hinduism, you believe that you keep coming back into this life. But if you go to Varanasi, this place, and you leave your body there, it's said that you won't come back into this life, that you won't come back into this reality of what we live in. You'll be exported into wherever it is that you believe will be the last chapter. And I always found that fascinating. But a place that I also found was Rishikesh. And Rishikesh exists underneath the Himalayan mountains. It's known as the yoga capital of the world. But what I love about it is that when you visit Rishikesh, and we actually went on our beauty tour to Rishikesh because it's one of my favorite places in the world, I highly recommend for you guys to visit and to experience it, is that Rishikesh showed me that yoga just wasn't about the meditation and doing it all day. It was the practice, and it was practicing outside of the everyday. It was more the consistency of who you could show up as in this practice for yourself. It's not for anyone else. It's not I'm a yogi. I mean, I know people take pride in that, and it's really beautiful and powerful. But your practice is your own. And I want to invite Kanisha back up here because what I want to know is her journey has led her to take on wellness and has completely, I believe, taken her on a path of yoga, wellness, beauty, and self-love. And so I'm going to invite Kanisha back up here because I want to hear from her about her journey of discovering yoga and wellness and flowing and her adding her magic twist to it. So I want to add you back. Welcome, Kanisha.
Listen, Mercury in retrograde is not supposed to be until May 10th. So I had to pop back in, but I was with you guys. I was in it. I was in a zone, and it was beautiful. And just to kind of go on to what you're speaking about, yoga has always been a part of my life. My grandmother actually taught me yoga. Born and raised in Fort Worth, Texas, and there's not a whole lot to do. So I was fortunate to have a grandmother that was very active in sharing all the things that she loves, and yoga happened to be one of them. I will admit that through my life, I practiced on and off until one day it just made sense. It just clicked. You know, the partying didn't matter. The staying up late didn't matter. It was really about me connecting with my body, my mind, body, and soul. And I can't be more grateful for the experience. I traveled to Rishikesh, India, and Stephanie had such great things to say about it. But I made the choice to really take this further and travel to India and spend 30 beautiful, challenging, unreal days in Rishikesh, learning yoga practices that just go so far back. And it was a beautiful experience. And I walked through that journey, Stephanie, that you walked, and I met so many people who were just deeply involved into their spiritual practices. And it just really pushed me forward to say, you know what, it's okay for me to be this way. It's okay for me to feel things deeper. It's okay for me to sometimes have strong intuition. And I just incorporated it into my hectic, busy, crazy New York life. And I couldn't be more, I couldn't be a better person, you know, for it. It has really helped me be grounded and present and to push forward to do the things that I have to do. And I feel like the wellness space is something that I really want women of color to really gravitate to. Get into your self-care, get into the self-love, get into the rituals, because it's also there for us too.
Absolutely. And Kanisha, I want to, what we were saying before that, Mercury retrograde and that stuff. It's funny because I actually positioned this so it wouldn't be during that time, because it's fascinating that when you travel, you learn about these concepts. The world was very different when you start traveling. When I started traveling, I still remember not having a cell phone. Like, I had a cell phone, but it was like legit emergency. Like, you could not call. That call was going to cost you $60. So I remember that experience, but I wanted to kind of, share something where it's like, the journey that India has influenced me on is that nothing goes according to plan. It's designed for its own being. And I think having a travel company where we go to India, and also you traveling to India, you quickly realize that these lessons of letting go of what it's supposed to look like, of letting go of what you want it to be, how you want it to be, and just learning how to shift and then flow, like Mama Ganga, the river.
Yeah.
It's so magical to use those things to illustrate your life and how to live. And I just feel like that's what Rishikesh really taught me. It was like, flow like the water,
Yes.
be water.
Yes, absolutely. It was just one of those trips that really changed my life. I can't, sometimes I think about it, waking up in the morning and the mass of the Himalayan mountains just right there. And it's so spiritual, and it's so great to be close to nature. We don't always get to have that in our regular everyday lives. So even that alone, had I not even done any yoga, would have been very powerful and shifting for me. I think a lot of times people are really afraid. India is scary, and some of these things that you want to do in life are scary, but you've got to push through, because victory is actually on the other side of that. And you won't know until you try it. And it's really a beautiful experience. I'm not going to say that it wasn't scary, and I'm not going to say that it wasn't hard. But honestly, Stephanie, with friends like you constantly encouraging, constantly pushing the envelope, constantly going for it, I mean, how could I not? How could I not show up to a place that touched your heart so much? You know? And
Absolutely.
what I did. Yeah.
No, and I wish we could have been there together, because who knows what we would have gotten into. I mean, it's definitely a very sacred place that you go to reconnect with who you are, to find something that maybe you don't even know what you're looking for. But Kanisha, before I let you go, I know that you've traveled the world, and I would love for you to share a little bit about that experience, because you don't come back the same. And I mean, I can see it because I hang out with you and I see the vibrations, but what was that experience like, traveling the world? And tell us a little about how you were able to make that happen.
Yes. Oh, girl. There's so much to say about travel, and I get so excited, and so many things like swirl through my head. But there's so many stories, and I just remember that I had this life in New York City. I was a makeup artist, and I was working for one of the newest coolest brands. And I was making so much money and so many connections and so many things, and I thought, this is why I came to New York. And then I turned around and I just didn't feel good. I just didn't feel present, to be honest. And I felt like I was doing adulting all wrong. So when I made the choice to start out my journey in India, it was meant with the intent of traveling for an entire year. And as I said, I worked my buns off, doing makeup, providing educational tools for upcoming makeup artists, and doing reviews, doing all the things that I felt like I was good at, but I just wasn't there. And I started out the journey in India, and from there traveled all over Asia, and I practiced yoga and meditation all over the world, sometimes in studios, sometimes in random spots, and other people would join me. And it was just beautiful to see how different communities and different cultures dealt with healing and wellness and peace, that we can't get enough of it. We're always asking for it. And so that my journey, that was supposed to be a year, ended up being so much longer. I stopped in Europe, where I was able to connect with you in Milan, and you were working Fashion Week, and you were getting up at the crack of dawn. And people don't know all the time how our lives are beautiful, but we really work hard to maintain that. And traveling through Milan and learning about what they perceive as beauty, and looking at the architecture was just really thrilling. And girl, we made some memories there, y'all. They remember the girls from Manhattan, you know. And I always say I will go anywhere with you, from Manhattan to Milan, like you got it. The trip ensued and it kept growing until I got to Africa, and I just couldn't believe the beauty, and I couldn't believe the pyramids in Egypt. And I could not forget the Maasai, you know, the Maasai tribe and their beauty and how they made handcrafted jewelry and how life just seemed so simple and so beautiful. And it didn't stop there. You know, I went down to South Africa and experienced so many things, and going to Soweto and walking that walk and experiencing what those people there had done to fight for their freedom just in the 80s. And just, it's just a crash course in life. Like I thought I knew, and I didn't. And meeting up with you in Morocco, where walking through the Medina changed my life. You know, you saw the rosebuds and you saw the lavender and the oils. You remember I bought all that stuff. I was the first one like racking up. And it was just so warm and touching. And I loved how you wanted to explore the stories behind the products. Who are these women creating? Who are these families? You know, making these products for us. And I love that about you, because you're all about the culture and you're all about the fun and all about the experience. And so it was so beautiful to see. And I have so many things from there, so many beauty products. And I can tell you, when we were in the desert, in the Sahara Desert, guys, we were meditating. You know, we wanted to connect with spirit. And Stephanie and I and another friend of ours, you know, we thought we were just going to sit there and do some breathing exercises and really just get centered. And the lights flickered. The lights flickered, and there was just an energy. And that it said to me that we're covered and move forward with your ideas. And at that moment of being in the Medina and being in the Sahara Desert, I saw this beautiful jewel soap, and that is how I birthed Venus RX, which is all about the planet of love and beauty and giving you some good plant-based self-care, you know, because we just don't get enough of it. It's still such a new concept, and they're not teaching it in schools. They didn't teach it in schools when I was, maybe I skipped it, yeah, missed the class. But honestly, these are life skills that I feel like you need in every situation, whether you're feeling like you're high or you're low. You always need to be able to get grounded and come back to yourself and be present. I think that's really the biggest lesson that I learned during that journey. And, you know, it didn't stop there. It was Brazil. I went to Carnival. You know, I ate steak in Argentina. I had wine in Chile. And Peru was groundbreaking for me. You know, and I have not shared this much, and there's not enough time, but, you know, I tried plant medicine for the first time. You know, things that come from the earth that are natural and not, you know, from a pharmacy. It was such a different and unique experience, and I was scared. I did it scared. I went through with it. I made it happen, and it just opened up my chakras. It opened up my heart to the possibilities of love, and not just in a romantic way, in a friendship way. I came back a better friend. I came back a better daughter. I came back a better aunt, and it was groundbreaking for me. And travel has really changed my life. And there's literally beauty in every single moment that you experience when you're there, you know?
Yeah. And I'm so happy you shared all that, because that's what around the world beauty is. And that's when I say the word beauty. I mean, yes, we work in the beauty industry. Yes, we love to look beautiful inside out, outside in. But at the end of the day, we're talking about beauty in a different context. You know, beauty is how you flow, how you move. It's before you speak. It's the thing that people feel before you even enter the room. So people think of you when they think of your energy before you're even there. And I just feel like with your travel experiences, with who you are, I mean, I've known you before you went traveling the world as well. And I can say that both of us have evolved into such different, beautiful beings, who are continuing on this journey to whatever is next. So I'm just grateful that you were able to share that grounding meditation. I feel so calm. And like you said, we would need a whole day to hear your story, but when it does come, I'm so excited to be there along with it and within the little sprinkling of the chapters.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. This has been epic. I can't wait to see what everybody else has in store. This is groundbreaking. I am so excited that you're doing this, and I couldn't think of a better person to do this. I mean, this is epic.
Well, I love you. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you later.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. It's so hard for me to do this and not cry because I'm so heart connected. I'm heart driven by around the world beauty. I'm heart driven when I meet people that are people. Like, I love us. I love our community. I love women, men, people who are living, radiating, vibrating, conscious of their surroundings, conscious of the impact that they will have not only in who they are, but in the lineage of what's to come. There's so much healing and searching, and I'm excited because our next guest speaker is my right hand. Most of you guys know her as Julie Candelic, celebrity artist, celebrity manicurist. She's done everyone's nails, from Jessica Chatton to Miley Cyrus. Like, she's done everyone. At this point, I have no idea what she's up to every day. I look up to her as a friend, as a peer, and I actually was able to sit her down for once and have a serious conversation on what our journey has been becoming beauty experts and building a business in travel. How did we travel the world probably for the last 6 years talking about beauty? And it's hysterical because we knew that we wanted to be huge artists in the industry. We didn't know how we were going to get there, but we tried every single way to make and to figure out where we fit best. Travel became an essential part of our stories, and you guys are going to hear it here first, because travel became who we wanted to become, our twist to the magic. And I'm so excited finally to have my best friend, Julie Candelic, share with me that journey to you guys. So stay tuned. We're showing a little Around the World Beauty commercial, and Julie will be up next in a conversation with me talking about how to travel as a beauty expert. Ask your questions. No question will be left unanswered during this summit. We want to support you in doing all the madness that it is that you want to do. So stick around for our next panel discussion.
So I'm so happy to be here and to see everyone.
Well, you look absolutely beautiful per usual, and I'm really honored that you were able to say yes. I know you're super busy between all your cover shoots and Oscars and your atelier, but I knew I wanted to have you on because when people hear the word beauty and travel, I feel like me and you have literally done it all when it comes to building a business that's inspired by travel and beauty and doing what we love, right? You've actually traveled with me on our tours, but I feel like I wanted people to see the inside of what your journey has been like with, building your dream of traveling the world as an expert. But I want you, Julie, if it's okay for you to share a little bit about yourself and your journey, because you have, to me, as your best friend, I've seen it all, from beginning to end. But for those that haven't seen it, I would love for you to share a little bit about who you are and your journey for travel and beauty.
Growing up, I've always loved both beauty and travel. Since I was 12 years old, that's all I ever wanted to do was to do nails. And then, shortly thereafter, I learned about travel and what it's like to go around the world. And I almost took an around the world trip when I was like 18 years old, but I couldn't afford it. But that still inspired me to find ways to combine the two things that I love. And I remember my very first memory of what I wanted to do when I grew up, right? I wanted to do nails for fashion shows and runway shows around the world because that was like the perfect way to combine beauty and travel. So this was many, many years ago, like long before social media. Like, I'm dating myself, but that's okay. And I thought, okay, if I did nails, then I can do Fashion Week around the world. I can do the nails for all these runways, like in Tokyo and Shanghai and Paris and things like that. And, that kind of happened. So lots of other steps along the way. I've been doing nails for over 20 years, and the love of travel and the love of nails never stopped. I know that we'll go more into it, but I have my book. and I have them right here. And there's a lot of travel inspiration in here as well, with the colors and the palettes and the names of the color combos and things like that. So yeah, I started in a salon in Ohio over 20 years ago. I did nails there and hair, believe it or not. And then I decided just to stop and just do nails. And then I moved to New York in 2010, and that's around the time that we met. And I worked in a salon. I just did nails for photo shoots and celebrities. And then I opened Paint Box in Soho about 6 years ago. And I have since stepped down from being the creative director at Paint Box because I've always loved education as well. So I saw a need for more education in specifically the salon and spa salons and spas around the world when I was on a trip to the Maldives in 2017. So after having a conversation with the manager there, he said, "Oh, my girls hate doing nails." I said, "Why?" And it was a lack of proper education. So I said, "Okay, give me an hour. I will teach your nail techs as much as I possibly can in an hour." And my education company, Masterclass Nail Academy, was born.
And it's interesting because I think some people will see that it just kind of happened, right? But I feel like I've been there since the beginning, Julie. I've been there where we've had conversations of like, okay, we want to travel, and there's so many options now. You can be a content creator, you can be, someone who is just traveling, just for fun. But we really sat there, and I remember when you created Master Nail Academy, it was really because there was a need and you saw it, but you also had this passion of like, okay, like I want to travel, but how can I travel where I'm getting paid to do what I love? And that's where this whole idea came from. And to me, it was genius because, at first it was this curiosity. I remember we went to Tokyo for the first time, and that was just one of our Korea. We went to many trips together, but that trip primarily was a big aha moment, I think, for both of us, because we were meeting with experts in Korea. I remember we met Brittany Tokyo, right? We our nail place, and the inspiration is endless when you travel. We then went shopping all throughout Korea, looking for products and what's hot, what's not. And the thing is, this is before everything was here already. Like now we're living in a time where you can really find a lot of things in New York. Yeah. But back then when we were traveling, you really couldn't find those cool things that we were discovering while we were traveling. But, we really made it. So we were like, okay, we don't have a plan on necessarily how we're going to be able to make this our life, but we're just going to do it. And I want to talk to you about that kind of advice or suggestions you have for anyone watching that wants to travel the world and be an expert. Is there a set formula, or would you recommend to do it the way that we did, right? Where it was just like, we know we want to do this. We cannot take no for an answer. We're going to use our own money and we're going to go and we're going to travel. We're going to create our own platform. But tell me, like, what's been your experience building this? Because it hasn't been easy, and what has been some highs and lows?
I think definitely, let's start with highs and lows. So I think that, some of the highs have been, I always am asked about trends from beauty editors all the time. So some of the highs are actually going to these places like Tokyo and Japan, where the beauty trends are months, if not years in advance of what we're doing here, even in New York, but especially ahead of, the Midwest and places like that. So I think some of the highs are actually seeing the trends firsthand, experiencing them. Remember when we went to the nail salons in Tokyo and Korea and actually like seeing the products and seeing how they do it? I think that is so cool. And then I can bring those back. And then editors knew me as the nail professional that, went overseas, saw the trends firsthand, has the content, has the photos. And then I could share that. And that's kind of what set the trend. So that was really cool. Some of the lows, I think we all spend money and spend time that we probably didn't need to, trying to figure out what we were going to do. But this was this was a few years ago. And so I think now, because of, things like this, like the beauty, you can not waste your money and time and just go more direct to what you want to do. And, you know, my thing that I tell my students is always like, find something that you love to do and combine them. For me, it was nails and travel. For example, if you love cats, you know, you can be the cat lady that travels to Jamaica once a month. I don't know. I mean, but you know, when you're so specific about something and you just stick to that, that's what you become known as. And then when people are like, oh my gosh, I need someone that's an expert in Jamaica, they automatically think of you because you're memorable, because you're the cat lady that goes to Jamaica once a month.
I like your example, Julie.
It's so random, but I'm so serious that being really specific about what you do and narrowing down and choosing two things that you love makes you so memorable, and people remember you for stuff like that.
Yeah, and I was going to just add that it kind of makes, you know, what you do here in New York elevated, because like you said, people were going to you as an expert who had the words and the real description on what these things were, because you were actually traveling. And yes, a lot of the time it was an investment on your end to go there, but really it was always 20 times fold when you were here back in the States, because people would hire you for that expertise. And as you evolved as an artist, from what I'm hearing, it, you know, people knew that that's what you knew, and you could be a trendsetter and someone that's evolving with the trends that fashion lines are seeing, because they know what's going on across the world a lot of time, you know?
Yep.
And I just kind of want to add on, you know, I think that we've been really interesting because we've kind of gone traveling together as experts, but we've created two different kind of businesses, right? Like you know, for me, I think I raised money on GoFundMe for my first trip to India. Then I was able to get those images, that content put in magazines. So once I started building my magazine credibility, it was like I could then approach different spas and resorts or different hotels, tourism boards, and ask them to, hey, in exchange for an experience there, can you, you know, would you be willing to have me come and experience your hotel or your destination? And in return, I would do the online blogging, right? I would do the online blogging, but at the same time, I was pitching to different magazine outlets. People were interviewing me. So there's always a return on investment. The hardest part, I thought, was actually being able to convince someone that there is a return on investment, because some things with PR is not instant. It takes some time to talk about that trip that you did to Tokyo 7 years ago. So you're always actually, like, I would say, creating resources for yourself and little buckets of wisdom as you travel the world. So, you know, that's kind of the route that I took. I started writing for a bridal magazine. I had my own column called Journey to Beauty. So I got to go to beauty destinations that were doing weddings and learn about that for that magazine. I then created my own blog and was able to pitch these places myself and be like, hey, if I'm able to come, you will be featured on my blog. And because of what you just said, I was so specific, right? Our blog is about travel. And it's about beauty, but it's also about global beauty, ancient beauty. It wasn't just like, you know, products that are, you know, we tried products in Korea, and that's a whole nother route. There's so many blogs that do that. But for me, I've always been inspired by culture, the deepness of culture. So that's kind of the route that I took. But you know, you start traveling and you start leaning into this need of, okay, these women are working here, but a lot of them are doing hair, makeup, nails, esthetician, facials, and massages. And so how can you rely that they're going to do a good job? And I'll never forget, you told me that you stayed at probably one of the most expensive hotels in Dubai at one time. And here you are paying for a manicure and pedicure. But the issue is what we just said, is that these girls who are doing the best that they can are doing too much. So they need experts like us, like you, to come in, right? So tell me about that experience, because we started seeing it working. We saw what you had envisioned working.
Yeah. I was in Dubai. It was actually after that fateful Maldives trip. We went from Maldives right to Dubai, and I got a pedicure at the 𝒓𝒂𝒅𝒚, which is that gigantic 7-star hotel that looks like a sailboat. And I don't mean to put anyone down at all, but you know, I would gently interview the person doing my pedicure, and they were all doing so many services, but for whatever reason, the nail education was lacking. I don't know if, you know, definitely it's because they don't make as much money, and they're just kind of like to the wayside. But yeah, as soon as I got home, And I, of course, would be traveling. I mean, we went more places between that and the next year when I officially launched the Academy. And I would do research about, was that just in Dubai and Maldives that they were doing every service, or is it everywhere? And it was everywhere. Like I went to Mexico, I went to, a handful of other places, and it's definitely a trend. So I set out to change that. So
I love that because, now when I go to places, these services are really expensive, and they do, as artists ourselves, we deserve to be invested in. So I want to kind of take it back, because I think a lot of people that are watching are wanting to do similar things, right? But I also want to talk about what didn't work, right? Because I remember we created a whole video about you traveling, and it was so beautiful. So Julie Off Duty, right?
Yep.
And tell me about Julie Off Duty, because that was a travel blog, and that's not what you're doing right now. I'm not saying it's never going to happen. We might have our own show. I think it would be great. Me and you traveling the world, doing beauty. But you always inspire me because you're always looking at what's working, what's not working. And if it's not, we're going to shift, right? Mm-hmm. So tell me about that experience of creating Julie Off Duty, because you went in, you really did it. You did it, but you had challenges like all of us do.
Yeah. So in 2016, I created and launched Julie Off Duty, which was my beauty and travel blog. And the reason that I created it was because every time I'm on set with someone, and we work with different people every single day. We're not like in an office where we see the same person. So I was being asked constantly, where are you going next? What are your trends or what are the trends here? Or what are your tips for packing? What's your favorite airline? What's your favorite hotel? And I thought, okay, I'm just going to do a blog and just make it official and whatever. So it was so much fun. We made so much content. I loved doing it. I guess my mistake was never monetizing it. I mean, it was fun, right? It was like something also combining what I love to do. But when I travel, I work so much in the nail space, and then like with opening paint box and with the Academy and things like that. I was working so much on land in New York that when I was traveling, I love taking photos. Like I love doing content and going out and scouting our location and going through our photos and editing and whatever. But it was so much work, and I never monetized it because that's a whole different thing. But I had so much else going on, and I was like, what's the point of doing something that, even though it makes me happy, and I think that we should do what makes us happy, but we also need to prioritize, what makes us happy and that we can make a living on. So for me, I decided to, and then of course the pandemic didn't help Julie Off Duty at all. But I decided this year to officially kind of, step away from Julie Off Duty. Like it's still live, it's still up for people to read about, the Northern Lights and things like that. But it just wasn't my priority anymore.
And that's important. And this whole conversation is really about telling people how it is, the Beauty and Travel Summit. And that's why I wanted to have you on here, because I really feel like we tried it all. We traveled, we spent our own money to travel. Then we started getting paid to travel, and then we started getting exchanges for travel. So I want to talk about that too, because what you said is, yes, you love this. You had so much fun doing all these things, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really adding to the bigger vision of like the time that you had available. So I remember we had a conversation about, well, you can work really hard in New York and then travel and enjoy travel again, because that's the one thing that you need to know as you're looking to do what you love and what your career is when you're traveling, is that travel then becomes a job as well. It becomes
right. And I love to travel so much that I'm like, don't get me wrong, I still want to go and like see what the trends are, but I want to do it on my time. I don't want to have an appointment, at the salon to take 4 photos, 1 video, edit together a 2.7-minute reel or whatever. And you know what I mean? I want to do it like on my time. So I think what I want to say to like wrap it all in one little package is like, do what you want to do, but don't do something that makes you feel obligated, that you're like, oh, I'm here in Bermuda, but I have to, do so many content things when all you want to do is lay on the beach.
Absolutely. And, since this panel is about telling people how to travel the world as an expert, I do want to talk about, okay, try it out, see how you like it, and then ask yourself, like, is this what I want to do when I'm traveling? Because it does quickly become a job and a career where, like you said, you have to grab a certain amount of images, you have to create content. And the most important thing when you are traveling the world as an expert, I think, is that you have a lot of credibility at home. You already built an audience, right, with what you do. Now you want to translate that to travel and beauty, but you have to make sure that you are your word. And I think that's really important when it comes to traveling the world as an expert, as a beauty expert, is that, our credibility doesn't just leave when we leave the resort. We have to make sure we're delivering what we say we are, and to the level that makes sense for who we are in our careers. So I think that if anyone is looking to travel as an expert, they really need to sit down and be, okay, like, I can't just say I'm going to go to this spot and grab content and that will be it. You have to make sure that you're really showing up. And I think that's really what made us stand out, is that we really went so hard on this. And it helped that we had a following when it came to our beauty industry. But at the end of the day, that clarity is everything.
Yep. And it's like a commitment.
You did what a lot of people dream of doing, which is go to a new place and open a business. Open a business that represents what their passion is. For you, it's nails, it's beauty, has a travel spin to it. So tell me about for someone that wants to do what you did, what are the beginning steps, right? Like, I want to build a studio.
Yeah.
What would you tell them? Because I feel like a lot of times we talk to people and it's amazing to see what they've built, but really, we want to know how what was step 1? What was step 2? What was step 3? Because we know it wasn't easy. And I know so you really figured it out all along the way. There is no formula. But for someone who wants to open a nails studio somewhere in the world, what would you say were your top 5 things that you would tell them?
Well, one thing is to recognize the need. Like, for me, after the pandemic, I noticed that people were not comfortable going to a big nail salon. So I did research. I sent out like a survey to as many people as I could to see, like, have they been to a nail salon? Are they comfortable? What services are getting done? How frequently are they going? If they're not going, why not? And I just did it on SurveyMonkey. That's what it's called, right? And then I got all the information. And then because of that, I was able to tweak. I already had this idea in my mind that I wanted to open a space, but I was able to slightly tweak the services and different things to make sure that I did it exactly for what people were asking for. And so that's definitely one. You have to do the research first to see the market. And I also knew that not a lot of people were like me, that had a private space. Most people worked in a bigger salon. So to do something that doesn't exist, but is wanted, that's a really important thing as well. Go ahead, please.
No, I was gonna say, okay, cool. You do the survey, but like the physicalness, right? Like, you painted your own walls, right? Was it saving money? So you had the capital to spend, you know what I mean? Like, those little kind of like details, I feel like sometimes, like, I feel like we've interviewed a lot of people here and they really say it's like, you just have to commit to it. It's like a non-negotiable for your life, right?
Yeah.
But for you, was it finding the space first? So if someone's coming to New York, is it about like looking for the space and then, getting an interior designer? Like, what would you say are really helpful tips for someone that wants to build a beauty, as an expert, build something that is a destination for people who are traveling to New York?
Well, finding the space is number one. I think I did a lot of shopping around at larger spaces. And then this one, I very luckily, someone that also is in this space told me about it by chance. So definitely shopping around for spaces because the price difference is huge. And then once you get the space, then I think you can see the visualization of how many chairs would fit in there. Like for me, 2 fit perfectly, 6 feet apart. So, that I think is important. And then I could visualize with the light, what colors and what kind of theme I wanted to do. So I think getting the space, and then, I started on interior design. I hired my old roommate who was who is in interior design, and we did a trade. So I didn't even pay her, but she was able to use the images for her portfolio. And so I did that, and then I sourced the furniture. I used Canva, which is amazing, to take photos of the space. So this is key, you guys. If you don't take anything else away, this is what I tell people all the time. Canva. So what I would do is take photos of my empty space, one of each wall straight on, and then from an angle, and then the furniture that I was looking at online, I would take it, remove the background, and then I would put it into the space. And I did so many renditions of what would look right, the colors, the shape, and like what lamp looked right with the right chair and table and wall color and wall decor, and move the furniture around. And it saved me so much time and so much money. Like, I can't even tell you. Canva is brilliant for that.
And I love that you shared that, because again, someone looking from the outside, it will be like, oh, she got an interior designer, she, paid for all this stuff, but like, you really were in the nitty gritty building your studio. And so like, if you wanted to build this studio across the world now, let's say, I think one of your places is Maldives, you love Maldives, if you were to do something there, would you take the same kind of approach to building a studio across the world now that you've done it once?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worked well. It's busy. It's great. I would do it all over again.
Amazing. So let's go back to Master Nail Academy a little bit, because I felt like that was a really cool concept that you were working on, and it still exists, and it's so inspiring, because you have a big passion for giving back and educating with what you know as one of the top nail artists in the whole world, I must say. What was the beginning process? You say that you got your nails done. Did you talk to the manager? Did you then go to, the girls? Did you pitch them? Like, what was your trial and error until you got to the right people? Like, so walk me through that, because I think people really want to know, like, okay, I have a great idea. I can teach makeup at spas. Who do I talk to? Do I talk to, you get hit a lot of like dead ends a lot of time. And I want you to talk about those dead ends. And then what worked when it finally was able to happen,
For me, the thing that worked the best, surprisingly, was just going to the location, getting a service done. And this, you would never know, but this is what worked. Going to the location, getting the service done, and then speaking to the manager, like kind of while you're already there in person. The first time that so I've been to Maldives 3 times now. Twice I taught a class. The third time I was like, I'm not working at all, which was lovely. But the first time, I was just waiting for my best friend to get his massage done. And I just struck up a conversation with the manager just about beauty in general. And I said, hey, I do nails too. And that's when he told me his technicians hate doing nails, and that kind of class, took off. But something else that I will mention, I didn't know like how much money to ask for. Should I even ask for money? How does that work with like overseas money? Like, I didn't really know. So the first thing off the top of my head, I said, let's do a trade. So he gave me a facial in exchange for like a 1-hour class. And I was like, this is great. This is fine. It's easy. I get a facial. Everyone learns. It's great. Now, we can't live on facials, and you know how I feel about trading, things like that. But the second time that I went back to the Maldives, and I think this is really important as well, I said, I will teach a class, because I also got a pedicure, and it was, I felt really bad for her because it was not good at all. I really felt bad for her. But I gently spoke to the manager, and I said, I will teach a class in exchange for a testimonial, because I knew that that would take me so much further than a service, or even, a couple $100 that they might pay me, because the testimonial, and she wrote it on their letterhead, and I copied it and pasted it onto my website, nailmasterclass.com. But I'm also, FYI, I'm going to change my education platform to Julie K Nail Academy. You heard it here first. So if someone's watching this after, it might be a different domain. But either way, she wrote me a testimonial which was priceless because then I could use her quote and that testimonial to get me more work moving forward.
I love that. And I think that's important to share. You know, you can hear a lot of people speak on this topic of traveling the world, how they did it. And everyone's a little bit different, right? Like you just really don't know anyone's journey. We can just speak on our journey of traveling the world. And I will say this, building a case study for what it is that you want to do is key. It's kind of like when you're an artist, when you're starting out, you do a portfolio, you test a lot.
Yep.
And then that book is going to get you the work that you want in the world. Same thing with what we're trying to do with traveling is, you know, we built a lot of case studies. When we would go to these places, have something to show. I did a partnership with the Moroccan Tourism Board, which was incredible. They actually paid for Around the World Beauty to come to their country and bring 7 top journalists with them to document what I was doing in Morocco, but also to document Morocco because it just made so much sense to me. And the way that I was able to build that relationship and to build that partnership, you know, it was one thing where I was like, okay, this has to happen. This makes so much sense. We do these tours to Morocco. It has, you know, I know a lot of beauty editors and beauty people because that's my industry, but I can't afford like a big brand to pay for all of them to come, you know. But you know, I said, what about if I approach the Moroccan Tourism Board and really pitch them on the idea that I can get you top beauty editors that trust me already. You know, there's that trust bond that might have been scared to go to Morocco in the first place, but now can trust me because they know me for years.
Yep.
To travel, write about Around the World Beauty, our tour, but also write about Morocco because it takes place in Morocco. So again, I leaned into my expertise in marketing and PR, and we were able to make this partnership happen. And Julie, you were part of it. And what did you kind of learn with doing this, this level of partnership?
It was such a good experience. And like you mentioned, like I had never thought about going to Morocco really. And it was such a good experience. And to be honest, my one of the posts that I wrote about Morocco is my top performing post on Julie Off Duty still to this day.
I love that. Even though you were my friend, there were still things that were needed for you to come.
Yeah.
It wasn't a free trip. And I think I would love for you to talk about that you never really go on a free trip.
Right.
There's always a lot that you have to deliver in order to make it known that this partnership was successful. It's the same thing whether you're working with a brand, a beauty brand, and they're paying you to go travel. I worked with Nomad Cosmetics where I would travel with their beauty products to Italy, to the places where the boxes were from. And I would do my makeup, I would do the videos, but I had to, at the end, give them a report on what worked and what didn't work. Talk to me about some partnerships that you've had that, you know, I want you to share, like, what can someone expect with partnerships with hotels, etc.
You know, they all kind of look a little bit different, but at the same time, they kind of look a little similar as well. You know, definitely content is key, and video is also now, as we know, hopefully, video is going to take us to the next century, I think. And it's also like since the world opened back up, it's all about kind of user generated content, UGC. So it doesn't have to be like these perfect edited photos, lit perfectly and, edited in Lightroom.
estoy.
Hey guys, we're having a little technical difficulty, and as you know, tech is not my thing. But do not worry, because I hope you guys are back on. You haven't left. Somehow the universe, this is the thing. Remember when I said that things will go according to its own plan, according to its own design? I learned that in India, right? It was about how to be calm when everything is literally going a whole different direction. But somehow you have to trust the process. Somehow you have to trust that this is always supposed to be this way. Maybe it's a lesson for you on what you're expecting, or maybe it's a lesson for me to let go of what I want this to look like. And even my team who's behind the scenes right now, making sure that everything's perfect. Who knows what the lesson is? But for now, I want to tell you that obviously me and Julie had a little bit more to say, but do not worry, because that conversation is in our all access pass. So I know many of you guys who are here were able to log in and be part of that community that we're expanding from this summit. So do not worry, that video will be available to you. Now, for our next conversation, we want to give you a little preview of a project that we're working on. If you guys know about Around the World Beauty, we started as an idea that about a documentary about beauty rituals from around the world. And I have been slowly gathering footage about different destinations that we've been to. And I can tell you firsthand, editing and doing video is not my specialty, but I'm excited that before we go on this break, before our next panel at 11:15, which is how to build a beauty brand inspired by culture, guys, this panel is going to be insane. It's going to be so good. But before we get to our break, we're going to have a little bit of a longer break since the video kind of cut off short, but we're going to be back at 11:15. But before we go back, I want to share with you guys a little preview of our recent trip to Guatemala, where we got to meet Zules, an incredible healer that shared with us about a fire ceremony. Now, like I said, this is a very short preview of what a fire ceremony is. It's in Spanish because of the fact that we didn't want to change the wording, but when you see it next, because we're obviously working on this doc or working on these videos, you're going to be able to see it in an English translation. But for you guys that want to practice your Spanish or want to hear something in its authentic voice, be open-minded to hearing it in a different language, because that's the one thing that we want to do at the Beauty and Travel Summit, is to bring that awareness to what it is that we're up to. So remember, whatever comes up for you when you listen to this video, because it's not in English, understand where that's coming from and why you're feeling this way. So, but don't worry, it will be transcribed in the future. But for now, we wanted to share it at the Beauty and Travel Summit as authentic as it was to shoot it. So here is our fire ceremony in Guatemala with Zules.
Estando con ustedes para explicar un poquito qué.
Oh, 1 second.
El fuego sagrado, la cosmovisión maya. El fuego sagrado es un vínculo que todos tenemos derecho. Está abierto, es como no tiene preferencias y es como está para ser usada. Toda esa información ancestral está para todo el que la necesite. Recuérdense que todo es mental, físicamente, espiritual y emocional, y así practicamos una cosmovisión viva con el fuego sagrado, haciendo temazcales, dejando de juzgar, dejando de señalar, dejando de creer que cada uno en su mundo hace siempre lo correcto y los demás no. Entonces, una espiritualidad viva debe ser practicada con acciones, con palabras. Recuérdense que todo lo que decimos es lo que pensamos y lo que sentimos. Está en medio. Todo eso sagrado que hay para el mundo se abre para todas y todos. El fuego sagrado es un abuelo tan especial porque es un portal energético donde nos permite poder trascender, nos permite poder crecer. Problemas, penas, situaciones que no encontramos el camino, y es luz total, ¿verdad? Es algo que nutre, pero el alma, el corazón. Entonces uno se toma el tiempo, el dinero, para poder ir a comprar la ofrendita. y poder caminar al bosque sagrado. Realmente puede ser en su casa, en su altar, pero tiene más sacrificio poder ir al bosque donde se le pide primero permiso al árbol guardián y al espíritu del bosque, que es a cada hoja, cada planta, cada palito. Entonces el respeto a mí misma y el respeto hacia los demás. Esa es una ley divina que no es que no la inventemos, el dar y recibir y dar. Entonces el fuego sagrado, el 𝒓𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅, como nosotros le decimos, baila.
Oh my God. I am so excited to come back to the Beauty and Travel Summit. You guys just saw our opener created by 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒆𝒅, one of my really good friends, creative director. And this panel, I am so excited for. I can't even believe that they said yes with their crazy busy schedules. They're probably like, what in the world? This girl won't leave me alone. But they already know that I am one of their biggest fans. They're coming in to this conversation from India, from Guatemala, from New York, LA, and I am so blown away to get this conversation started. But before we start, I have to say a few words about each one of these powerful women who I've had the honor of meeting on my journey of building around the world beauty. Oh no, I feel the tears crying, but let me not do that. So first, I just want to say we have our amazing moderator, who's a content director over at 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 Latina. We're here in the world global beauty, representation, inclusivity, and diversity. But my friendship with Johanna Ferreira goes back at least 15 years when we were working as interns at Latina magazine, trying to understand what it actually meant to be Latina in a world that always told us that we weren't Latina enough. I'm so proud of this amazing journalist that continues to share the truth of what global beauty is, of what representation is, writing stories about beauty that matters and that makes a difference. I'm honored to have her moderating this panel of amazing women that have showed me what is possible when you don't give up. We have the amazing Aishwarya, who is from India, who has an incredible line called Global Beauty Secrets. We've had many Zoom calls talking about how to make our dreams come true. And I'm so proud of her to hear that her brand is not only in India, but it's also in Singapore and about to sell internationally. We like to think that we're more different than we actually are. I'm Latina living in America. She's Indian living in India, but somehow we still find beauty in culture and experiencing the world. Her brand is called Global Beauty Secrets, and it inspires me every day to continue to have this conversation because we are out there. There are women who are from different parts around the world who are fascinated with different parts of the world and other women and other rituals. We're not just about ourselves. We're so much more multifaceted and diverse. So I'm excited to have her part in the panel. We have Laura, who's an amazing founder in Guatemala. Last year, decided to travel to Guatemala on a beauty tour scouting trip to see if Guatemala would be one of our next beauty destinations. And what I found was so much magic. Now, I'm Central American, so it kind of hits a little bit differently. But to find a woman who is from that, I wanted to start off by saying this. Being American is awesome. But so many times we see our stories being told by someone who doesn't necessarily, I'm not going to say have the right, because we all have the right, but doesn't necessarily understand the path that we've been on. And so to go to Guatemala and meet a woman that is from that country, sharing her story about jade and jewelry, and her place is so beautiful. I kind of took over and did a photo shoot there without her knowing. And and she's really powerful. Like, us beauty girls, we're kind of like, da-da-da, but she's so incredibly radiating. And her magic, I wanted to hear her story, and I wanted her to share her story here. And that's why I invited her to be part of this, because her brand is beautiful and it's honoring her culture, her heritage, her rituals. So I am so excited to add this panel to our conversation for the Beauty and Travel Summit. And I'm just going to add everyone one at a time and welcome. Hi, Joe.
Hey.
And I'm going to go ahead and remove myself and get this conversation started. So excited for it. Welcome, ladies, and thank you for your time. Cannot wait to hear what you guys have to say.
Hey, ladies. Hi. I'm so excited to be here. I'm so honored to be moderating this discussion. Thank you for Steph for always thinking of me. I'd like to begin to introduce myself to everybody watching. My name is Johanna Ferreira. I'm a journalist, culture expert, and content director at 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 Latina. And today we're going to be discussing what goes behind building a brand that's inspired by culture and heritage. We know that honoring who you are begins with understanding where you come from. For some of us, it's our heritage, while others are inspired by the world itself. So today our panelists are going to be sharing how you can stay authentic to your story when building a brand without finding yourself having to sell out. So before we begin, I'd love to just jump in since Steph already did the introduction. And I'm going to address this question to everybody because I'd love to hear like everybody's take on this. And I'll start with Nikeo. How would you describe what global beauty is and what it really means?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm so honored to be here. Hi, Steph. How would I describe global beauty, or what does global beauty mean to me? It means a lot. You know, I'm a first generation American of Kenyan descent. And, you know, I really truly believe that beauty is universal, and it's an amazing way to connect us all. But, you know, I was inspired to create a beauty brand 20 years ago based on my family beauty secrets from Kenya. You know, my grandmother was a coffee farmer. My grandfather was a medicine man. And even in my business today with 13 Loon, I truly see it as a platform that really is dedicated to sharing global beauty secrets. And so, you know, global beauty to me means connectivity. It means the opportunity to carry our heritage and culture through and through, generation to generation. And, you know, I think what's really, really beautiful about global beauty is so many of the ingredients and you know, things that we use in products manufactured everywhere, including here in the United States, are really cultivated from marginalized parts of the world. And I think that beauty also gives us the opportunity to truly celebrate cultures from everywhere, and that I truly believe that we can do an even better job of making sure to give credit to the originators of these incredible stories.
For sure, for sure. Lauda, do you want to say something? Lauda?
Yes, hi everyone. Such an honor to be here sharing with you all. Excited to share a little bit more about our perspective of beauty and how we've incorporated into our businesses. For me, the term global beauty, it immediately took me to thinking of the beauty inside, you know, like the globe inside, and then how from that beauty we irradiate, and not only beauty, but ideas and the strength that sometimes it's needed to create this projects, to make these projects come live. So yeah, global beauty for me, it's really a reminder of going inside and remembering that.
I love that. I love that. 𝒓𝒄𝒅𝒚, how would you describe global beauty and what it means to you?
Thank you so much. Greetings from India. Namaste. I would, to me, you know, this is a very interesting question, actually, because Indians, we love culture, we love rituals. And therefore, you know, it's, to me, it's an amazing opportunity to look beyond India, to look beyond Ayurveda, to look beyond yoga, and things that are coming from our country only, and, you know, celebrate rituals and heritage around the world. Precious rituals that we have lost to time and history. And to me, this is a revival of those, you know, amazing rituals and secrets. So that is what global beauty secrets would mean to me.
I love that. I really appreciate that. So now I want you guys to kind of share a little bit.
Hello?
Hello? Sorry, was somebody trying to speak? I like heard a hello.
That was me. That was due to the lag in the network. You could please continue with your conversation. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, sorry. The sound is a little off for me. So I would love for you guys to each kind of share a little bit about what inspired you to launch a global beauty brand, and share with us a little bit about what the process of expanding into stores, whether it was Amazon or your own shop, was like, and also if you received a lot of support from the community when launching. So I'll just start with Nikeo.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I started as a beauty founder 20 years ago, launching Nikeo Beauty, and I launched it, as a indie brand out of my apartment in my 20s. I was, shipping and receiving, the founder, customer service, and over the years, the brand continued to grow, had many stops and starts, but ultimately now lives at Unilever. But with 13 Lune, which I founded in December of 2020, after the racial reckoning of the summer of 2020, I wanted to create a platform, a retailer, an e-tailer that, really, really celebrated what we're speaking about today, global beauty, and really helped to amplify Black and brown founders from around the globe. 90% of all the products that we carry at 13 Lune, which is truly the first of its kind, truly inclusive beauty e-tail platform, are created by people of color from around the globe who create products for everyone. And 10% of the products that we carry are dedicated to fostering allyship. And, in both of the businesses that I've started, yes, it took a village, and I definitely received support from my direct community. And with 13 Lune, it's been an amazing expansion of allyship, and not only from my own Black community, the Black and brown communities who are truly seeing themselves reflected and honored through 13 Lune. We've received an enormous amount of support, but slowly but surely, the venture community has shown up for this business in a way that I have never experienced before. I have, so many females on our cap table as investors. And I think that all of that just speaks to, it's a true testament that it is time to truly honor those who have really long contributed to, helping the beauty industry become this multi-billion-dollar industry. Black and brown women specifically spend more on beauty than anyone else in the world. And, it's really exciting to, we started as a retail platform. We launched with 13 Black-owned brands in 2020. We now have almost 150 global brands and are opening 600 13 Lune stores within JCPenney.
Wow.
And I think it's just, a testament to the fact that everybody is ready. And it's been far too long since an e-tailer retailer has existed to honor us in this way. So yeah, I definitely feel a tremendous amount of support, especially with 13 Lune.
Lauda, can you tell us a little bit about what inspired your brand and what the process was for building and launching? Oh, I don't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Yes, here we go. So in my case, I think 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅, the brand, started when I found some stones in a property we have, and I have been always passionate from the process of transformation, to be able to see the process of transformation and to understand also native arts through seeing how that material turns into products. So when I found jade in this land, I just, the idea of being able to learn how the transformation of this material could be, but also all the culture behind this particular stone that was for ancestors the most valuable thing on earth.
Right.
And just knowing that I had this material and that I had the opportunity of transforming it into pieces, that's where the whole idea of creating 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 began. We really started by learning how to cut the stones. Here in Guatemala, it's not, you don't have as many or this type of resources where you could go to a store and just buy a stone carving tool, or just go to a school and learn how to make jewelry. So we've all been self-taught, and we started the process by actually understanding what we had to do in order to transform this metal. So building our tools and conforming a team and just trying to understand this process. And from that research and from connecting with other artisans that have been working in the same field, that's how 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 came to life. And I would say the community around 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 has always supported us in so many ways, just by sharing their knowledge. We work with a group of artisans that have been doing jewelry and stone carving from so many years, and it's been incredible to connect with them and to be able to incorporate their knowledge to my idea of design, and then just working together now for 10 years. So it has been a really beautiful process to see how 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒆𝒅 has been growing throughout this time, and also to experience these challenges. Like I mentioned before, we didn't have tools or where to buy the tools, but just making them allowed us to really understand better this part of the process. Right now we created an online store, which has been also a challenge, because again, there are certain tools that you don't have available here in Guatemala. So even though it has been extremely challenging, the community has always been so supportive, and especially the community that we have been building inside 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒆𝒅, the artisans that we work with, the artisans that we partner with, and all the people that comes to this place and gets out of this as well, learning and knowing, appreciating a little bit more of what's behind the products that we make, right? And at the end, we present a product, yes, but we go more, we do from the collecting of the stone. So it's honoring the stone, it's honoring the process, and it's honoring the people behind, and when a brand is based in that, for sure, there's a very strong community that builds in it.
When Stephanie informed me about your brand, I was very, very excited because my favorite color is green. It's like kind of my good luck color. And we were just in Mexico a few weeks ago learning about jade and its like Mayan roots. And I was like, wow, I feel really called to like, incorporate this stone in my life. So I'm really excited to hear about your brand, and I'd love to talk a little bit more on the side.
Yes, I'd love to share. Yeah.
I would love to talk more. 𝒓𝒆💏, can you tell us a little bit about the process of launching your brand and what that was like, and any challenges that you continue to face today?
Right. So when I started Global Beauty Secrets, I was really young. I'm talking like I was around 24, 25. All I knew was I was at the supermarket store. I was browsing through all the beauty products, and I felt like it was overstuffed with naturals was the leading category in the Indian market. Indian women love natural products. And I felt like we were only talking about Ayurveda. And being a I just wanted to talk about beyond India, talk about cultures beyond India. So I started researching on the internet, started, looking up more cultures. I found Turkish hammam, the Japanese onsen. I obviously came across Nekio as well, and a very inspiring work that she has done. And, I also came across Stephanie, the that she was leading, the cases that she was talking about, and I felt like there was a global movement that was starting to take place around global beauty. There was a collective that was forming, and I knew that in India we needed to have something. We needed to have a representation of that voice as well. So I had a very conventional brand building process as well. Of course, we were talking sourcing, labels, bottles, units, ingredients. I ended up researching on all of that, but I was still not satisfied. I wanted to make this more, I did not want to get into cultural appropriation. I wanted it to come from the community. So it was during the pandemic that I had the chance, when we were all locked up in our homes, I had the chance to talk to some women who have been working in their own ways towards cultural restoration. So very recently, we have, created beauty range inspired by Indian royal secrets. It's the first of its kind. We have collaborated with a princess from the Indian state of Orissa to, to bring forth all these unique beauty rituals, like the copper face tool, the hibiscus hair. It's a scalp moisturizer. In India, we have only been using oil as a as a way to moisturize our scalp. So, I felt that there's a scope to also have a serum-based moisturizer for the scalp, sort of, which would be an interesting product. So we have a very beautiful hibiscus hairdo. We also have a mahua-based anti-wrinkle face oil. We also collaborated with a Japanese cultural expert. She's an ex-UNESCO ambassador. And we worked with her to, sort of recycle vintage kimonos.
Oh,
Can you hear me, Joanna?
I do now.
Yeah, and we worked with her to, sort of recycle vintage kimono clothing material and
Oh, I
make this creamy silk puff, which sort of honors the geisha rituals. So so on and so forth. I also ended up, because of the research work that we did, we had extensive research material. So we ended up writing a book together called Tashinami, which we obviously sell on Amazon. It's available across 11 countries. An ebook is available across 11 countries. So if anyone is interested, please do have a look. So a little bit around that. And about the support from community, well, I'm here, I'm speaking, my voice is being heard. I'm allowed to talk about, what I have done. And I think that's a big thing, because I couldn't imagine this 3 years ago. But I'm glad I'm here with Nikio, someone who has been here before me. I'm glad to hear her speak. I'm glad to hear Laura speak. And I'm so thrilled to talk to you, Johanna. And
I
obviously, all
love
the
everything.
who has been empowering us all through. So, yeah, amazing support.
I love everything that you just said, and I kind of want to segue back a little bit because you touched on cultural appropriation, which I think is like a really relevant topic, especially when it comes to global beauty. So there is a distinction, like a clear distinction between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation, right? So Ashwara, what would you say that fine line is? And also, like, hypothetically speaking, I'm Dominican American, and if I started going to Morocco every year and I fell in love with certain ingredients and I felt inspired to launch a beauty brand with Moroccan beauty secrets, would that be considered cultural appropriation? Can we kind of like dive into this?
So, honestly, talking from my own personal experiences and the mistakes that I have made in my own journey, I wouldn't want to comment on anyone else's. Um, Talking about global beauty secrets in itself is a very sensitive topic, because you're obviously approaching on a few cultural lines here and there. So it's a process we all learn. And, initially when I started out, obviously, I was talking. So I have a very interesting product called the Japanese Azuki Bean face wash. So I wanted to have the illustration of women and their culture on our product packages. And what happened is, when I got in touch with Junko, who is a Japanese cultural expert, and she was guiding me on product packaging, she came across this product and she told me, "Hey, Aishwarya, the woman on this product, she's wearing the kimono the wrong way. This is how we wear the kimono during funerals." So, cultural appropriation, not just ethically, but also factually, it's sometimes you could go wrong if you try to, you know, speak
So
for some.
what do you suggest? Is it like, should we go to, like, again, like in your particular case, was it consulting with people of the culture? Like what do we do in those situations?
100%. I mean, that's the difference between us boutique brands and an MNC like the Body Shop. Obviously, they are at such a scale. They are obviously so well networked and connected. So I wouldn't want to comment on how they are, representing these cultures. But us, we being women, we have the power to talk to each other. We have the power to reach out, and we have the power to drive forward this conversation in a more inclusive way. The way Stephanie is obviously, sort of, I love the way she's connecting with women. And I feel like, she invests a lot of time and energy in it. And I think that is the way forward if you want to talk about such a communal issue. like it's a very communal topic. So yeah.
No, thank you, because I feel like that's still a question a lot of people have. Nikeo, Lauda, do you guys want to weigh in on that?
Sure. When in the Nikeo Beauty brand, not only was I really focused on sharing my own family's beauty rituals and sharing, beauty rituals from around Africa, I also too celebrated many other cultures. And for me, obviously, being in the beauty industry, I'd say that we're some of the worst offenders of cultural appropriation. We see it happen every day when we see these, giant exits of these big beauty brands that maybe have, a single ingredient that is truly only sourced from one part of the world, and that continent, that country is never even spoken about in the brand. It's something that I'm very hyper aware of. But to that point, I worked with things like Peruvian quinoa and talked about the mother grain and sweet almonds from Spain. And, for the way that I felt that I could best respect and honor the cultures that I was representing, and I was fortunate to have the ability to do so, was by ethically sourcing from these areas. And by ethically sourcing these ingredients and giving back to the communities and honoring the women who were farming these ingredients in certain parts of the world, I really did look at it as honoring the culture. And anytime I had the opportunity to celebrate these products or these products were awarded, I would tie it back. So I don't, and this is just my personal opinion, I think there's a way to honor culture, to share each other's secrets, to build one another up, to bring awareness to parts of the globe that may not otherwise have that awareness or that ability to give back to the communities and really be change makers and building generational wealth in these communities is categorically okay. It's when we are taking from these cultures and there's no mention of, for instance, where marula oil comes from,
Right.
in giant brands. And, that's to me where I feel personal, just that sort of gut punch, even if it's not my own culture, because, it's not okay to just take, but I do think it's okay to share.
Lauda?
Yes, I actually agree with the whole concept of sharing, and I think it first comes when the community shares with us their techniques, their processes, their ingredients. In my case, it's more a technique. It's an ancient art that has been preserved for many years. And I would say first, like actively listening and actively learning, not only the technique itself, but how it has developed in the community, how people has kept it alive, how design can come and meet this knowledge without trying to change it or without trying to diminish it. I think it's all about being conscious in your business and in life in general, just being conscious of what you're doing it for a place of good intention, helping the people that you work with to actually grow as well in what they do. Many times with artisans, it happens that you start making something and then for the rest of your life, you just do that same thing, right? Because you're trying to sell a product over and over again, especially in countries that are very visited with tourism. So it's also like giving back, giving back this opportunity of being creative as artisans, of being able to explore the technique, of being able to actually connect more and more with what they already know, but in the way sometimes they've lost that connection with the process itself or that connection with the material itself because they have been focused on producing. So in our case, working with native arts, it has been a process of learning, understanding the context, learning about our culture, in this case, jade, for example, what it meant to Mayans. I grew up seeing these majestic pieces that were made by Mayans, and then suddenly next thing you know, I'm looking at beads and heart-shaped pieces in the street, like from the same material. So what happened there? And learning about that, sharing that with everyone that comes to the studio, being able to tell them a little bit more of how this material should be honored, and not only because it's jade, but because it comes from nature, because it's a resource that we have, and part of what we're trying to do is to share that knowledge that we have received from the material, from the people behind. And that way, you know, just to present an interpretation of that technique. And I think that it's something really, really important to always have in mind, that what we're doing, it's an interpretation of, in this case, of an ancient art. And yeah, being respectful with the people that we learn and sharing the information.
I think respect and paying homage plays a huge role in not falling in the cultural appropriation sector. So I really love that you brought that up. I want to talk a little bit about storytelling. I'm a storyteller. That's what I do for a living. But also I've always worked in Latin media, but my niche, like my passion, has always been the intersections of culture and beauty. It's just something that's always amazed me early in my career, when I wasn't allowed to write about things like race or anti-Blackness because they were considered taboo. I used beauty as a way to like raise awareness and have bigger, deeper discussions that pertain to culture and race. So I'm really curious to know how you guys navigate storytelling around your brands. Nikeo, I want to start with you because I know that there's a distinction between the storytelling that you did around Nikeo Beauty and the storytelling that's being played out with 13 Loons. So can you tell us a little bit about the approach you've had with that?
Yes. You know, in both cases, you know, first and foremost, it's about really speaking authentically to everything that we're sharing. You know, obviously in the case of Nikeo Beauty, it was very personal. It's my family, it's my culture. And, you know, still a lot of key learnings that I was, you know, blessed to have with everybody involved. With 13 Loon, you know, to your point, 2020 feels like a million years ago in some ways. And then in other ways, it's fascinating to me that so many conversations that we're having globally weren't being had in a way that was honestly so liberating as it is today. So, you know, through storytelling, through 13 Loon, obviously we represent a lot of different cultures. You know, we are really here as a mission-based business to create generational wealth in Black and Brown communities through the lens of beauty. And so I identify with what you said about, you know, sort of that intersection of beauty and culture and having such an opportunity. And it goes back to what I said in the beginning, that beauty is universal and a way to connect us all. And I think is a safe space and a safe industry to bring up really, really important topics and to really help to solve. And you know, that is sort of the attitude that we take at 13 Loon. I love the term active listening. And, you know, we are active listeners in our community. We are active in our actions based on that listening. And, you know, what I find is probably the most rewarding part of our storytelling is that people who have long been underrepresented, long been, you know, not considered at, whether it be at shelf in the industry with funding as women, now stand taller because they have a space and a platform that's giving them a voice to share all of their beauty. And I think, you know, that is the work that we do every day. That's the work we want to, you know, continue to do every day. As we, you know, grow our team, we want to bring more voices in for true representation of as many corners of the globe as we can. But yeah, I mean, I think for me, when you take the two businesses, the ability to storytell in the way that I can storytell now with 13 Loon, as opposed to, you know, in my early days of Nikeo, to no fault of my investors, but, you know, it's like what you see, you do. And at that time it was, you know, they were taking a risk with a Black woman and a beauty brand and often very white portfolios and constantly having to drive home that, you know, this wasn't just for, which to me is absolutely ridiculous. Of course, things that we make aren't just for us, right? Just in the same way that, you know, my beauty products that I've used my whole life, not everybody looks like me that created them, and they work on my skin and my hair. But, now we get to tell that story from a different lens. And so, yes, it's liberating. I find myself saying that a lot. And also feels a lot less alone, because when you really, really focus on inclusion, the community shows up for one another. And that's what I'm really enjoying in this process.
That's so exciting. 𝒓𝒂𝒅𝒚, can you weigh in a little bit on your thoughts pertaining to this?
I think for me, the storytelling aspect obviously starts from the culture and community we are borrowing the ritual from, the product from, the person who represents that particular community and culture for us. It translates into the products we create, the blend that we use, the purity, where we have sourced it from. All of the information we ensure to make it available to our customers. And then it extends further into the experience. How do we tap into the senses of our customers while they're using those products? For example, the scent that particular product evokes, or how light it feels on your skin, or how it needs to be massaged in. Like, we have a beautiful massage candle. It's called Sandaldar. It's a whiff of mayurbhanj, inspired by the beauty rituals of the Oriya princess that I was talking to you about earlier. So how, to me, I think I have grown up using certain products in India which are very nostalgic to me. Certain brands, when I open them up, to me, they hold certain memories, like when my mother would apply it on my skin, the scent that I would feel. So for me, all of those small aspects count as a part of the product storytelling itself. It's also the story that gets created when you're using that product, aside, everything else. So that is something that I would like to add to this conversation.
I appreciate that. Thanks so much for sharing. 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅, what about you in terms of the storytelling surrounding your brand? What has that been like?
Well, I think mainly it's been about transparency, and I would say transparency in a way that it's not that we're looking to be transparent, but just the way that the brand has developed itself. We have a studio. We founded a studio in Antigua, one of the city that I live in. And you basically see here the stones that I have personally collected in rivers. We don't do any invasive processes to collect them. So we have them here, we honor them, we put them in water every now and then. Then we take it to the workshop, where we have open workshops where you can actually see the whole process of transforming the stone. We have open workshops where you can see the jewelry making, where we recycle previous jewelry in order to create new one. So, it's our storytelling. It's based, I would say, in just showing what we do, and through that showing what we do, sharing why we do it and how we do it. And I think having a studio, having a store definitely helps a lot in terms of having people understand or perceive in a different way what is it that we're presenting. So I think at the end, we're telling the story of where these stones came from, what their value is, the story of the people working behind, the story of how we made our tools, the story of how we've been incorporating other techniques and developing different techniques as well. So that's why I said transparency at the beginning. It's just being true to what you do and sharing that with the people that comes. It's challenging when you try to do it online as well. I started with this business 10 years ago. I opened the studio 10 years ago. So for me, having people here, it's just like, I want to share everything, and I want to show you the process, and I want to take you through the whole journey. So taking that to other platforms has definitely been challenging as well. But I just find it so incredible to be able to share and to see how people changes a little bit their mind for the appreciation they have, not only for what we do, but in general for handmade products then. you know, and they start like being more aware and wanting to learn more about where their things came from. So yeah, for me, storytelling, it's just a beautiful opportunity of sharing what I love to do.
Yeah, I as a journalist, I really appreciate whenever I buy a product and there's a lot of storytelling around it, because it allows me to like engage and connect with the product on another level versus, you know what I mean, versus when that doesn't exist. So I do think that that's something that customers almost look for now in their products, like whether it's beauty or style or whatever. So it's really cool to hear the process of storytelling for you guys and your brands. I want to talk a little bit about the process of starting out and launching a brand. This question is for Nikeo. We know that Black women are the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs in the US. We know that they're often overlooked historically underfunded when it comes to capital. And I know this is something that you've always spoken about since we first met. And I know this is something that you've continued to raise awareness around since launching 13 Loon. So what is your advice for Black and brown women that are interested in launching a brand, but are seeking funding to start their business and don't really know where to begin?
So gosh, my advice, well, first of all, just do it, just go for it. I think one of the beauties of starting Nikeo Beauty when I was so young was my naivete. I had no idea what the statistics were about funding for Black women, for women, period, but especially women of color, and I think not knowing that information allowed it to sort of, not deter me. And it wasn't an obstacle that I even realized I had to face until I was already in it. So, I have deep compassion for all of the negative statistics that that seep into our conscious, because it is sad and it is dismal. And while it's very, very important to know, and for those stats to be shared so we universally can do better, it can deter you. So don't let it deter you would be my first piece of advice. And, while we do have a long way to go, especially from the venture capital world of, increasing those statistics, I do believe that we are in a much better place than we were 20 years ago. And so I do come from a place of hope. You're starting to see more people of color in the investment community. You're starting to see more women in the investment community. There are so many more grants and funds and ways to even contact funders than there were 20 years ago when I started my career. There was no LinkedIn, there was no social media. So don't be afraid to reach out. People are generally good and people generally want others to win. And, be the beacon of your own destiny, and reach out and apply for those grants and do whatever it is in your power that you can do to make sure that your product or your service gets to market, because that means that you are there to serve the collective. Be passionate about what it is that you're doing. I don't think it's possible anymore to create a business, a successful business, without having some sort of authentic mission,
Right.
authentic opportunity to better serve built into your business. So find out where you're being called to change the world and incorporate that into your business. But just do it and believe in yourself enough to know that, this is your idea. This is your calling. And there's only one you, and it's uniquely beautiful. So put your beauty out into the world.
Thank you for that. Lauda, I wanted to redirect this question to you because you have a physical store. And I know that process is different than if it was just essentially online. So can you share a little bit about the process of like getting your product into a store, what funding looked like in terms of doing that, and any advice you would have for folks who are interested in doing something that involves opening a physical shop?
Yeah, I think when I started 10 years ago, when we founded, still right now in Guatemala, it's hard to access to all of the e-commerce platforms. So I didn't even think about going, online when we started. And I've always been passionate, as I said, for the process of transformation. I consider myself a maker, and I just needed to have a physical space, a studio where I could actually go and try and create. So it started like that, really. And then I think part of the beauty also, it's the beauty that you do with the space, right? And how the space represents as well the brand and the essence behind what you're doing. So one of the things that I am so grateful for is that when people comes in here, they are like, I love the aesthetic of this place.
Beauty. Are you in the store right now? Because I was looking at your background and I was blown away. Wow.
Yeah, this is the store.
Oh my gosh.
So it's for me, it's beautiful to be able to have this space to create. It's a second home for me. And I just started, I was like, should I do this at home? Should I, how to be able to start? And so many doors were closed at the beginning, when I wanted to work in other workshops that are mainly, this techniques are mainly done by men. So when I approached them to see if I could learn more, if I can work in their workshops, many doors were closed. So I think that in many ways also empowered me to say, like, I want to do it. And if I want to do it, I have to find my way. And of course, I started in a very, very small space, joining with other friends that also had some products, and just like trying to bring more products together and seeing what could sell. And from that, I would say just actually being very connected to the reason of why you're doing it, to be passionate about what you're doing, to not be afraid of trying, to understanding that no matter what's going to happen, you're already learning a process. You're already having the opportunity of being creative, which in my case, it's something very important. So I would say if you're starting a business, if you're thinking of opening a store, which right now you really think about because you mostly go online, right? But if you're thinking of opening a store, I would say just putting all of your essence there, from the way it looks to the products that you make to the story that you tell, like being really passionate and allowing that essence to spread in the space.
I love that. I love that. I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about giving back, kind of going back to the cultural appropriation versus cultural appreciation discussion. Since all your brands are inspired by culture or cultures, in some cases, your particular heritages, right? What are some ways that you guys are giving back to your communities or these communities? I'll start with Eshwara since she's back.
We are working with vendors from the communities that we borrow from for sourcing of our ingredients. For example, for Japan, for our Kyoto Beauty Secrets range, we have been sourcing from geishas, the vintage kimonos that we make the tsukimi silk puffs from. So we try and upcycle those fabrics because it also helps us, make the product cruelty-free, as less silkworms are harmed in the process. We also, when it comes to sourcing of the subaki oil, when it comes to sourcing of our razul clay, we source from the communities. The razul is sourced from Turkey. The subaki oil is sourced from Japan. So, we try at this stage, which is a very nascent stage for my brand, we try and work on, ensuring authentic sourcing for these ingredients that we borrow from, aside attributing, culture, proper authentic credit to the culture and the community and the expert that we are borrowing the knowledge and the wisdom from.
That's awesome. Nikhil, what about you? What are some ways that your brands are giving back to these communities?
Yeah. So overall, at 13 Loon, mission is obviously at the core of our business. And so, whether it be through mentorship with some of the founders that we care, whose brands we carry, and even the next generation of founders. There's a lot of mentorship. There's a lot of advice when it comes to capital raising and ways like that we also contribute. And then, we are also partnered with various organizations. Speaking of next generation, it's so important for young kids, especially kids that look like us, to see that they can do it too. And so we partner with organizations like Girls Inc. When it comes to any sort of cultural pain points that are happening, we really step in and get behind organizations to, for example, stop Asian hate. Ways that we are, really focused on right now, especially here in the United States, is, a lot of the pain points around the LGBTQI community here in the US, and where at 13 Loon can we really contribute in the trans community, in the Black trans community, any place that we know that we can expand our storytelling to better a community. That is where we thrive and where we know that we can make the greatest contribution. So, mission will forever and always be at the heart of 13 Loon, even though we're selling beauty products. It's just a vehicle to do better in the world.
I love that. Before Steph jumps on, we have like 3 minutes. So Lauda, I know that your brand honors like ancient Mayan tradition. Can you share really quickly some of the ways that your brand gives back to the community?
I agree with Nikea on the importance of mentorship and advice. And I think that's something that even unconsciously, we started doing like a while ago, just being able to share a story and to motivate other people, or to give them our tips of how we've been able to make it. But also, we're very privileged to have this space, this studio in the center of Antigua, one of the most visited cities in my country. And something that we love to share, it's the space itself. The space is a platform for other artisans, for other designers, for other women that are actually making amazing products that are aligned with our philosophy, and just being able to share this space as a place for them to exhibit, as a place for them to be exposed to a more international audience, supporting local. For me, that's like my community around, the list that we give to every people that comes here of the places that we support, it's just growing and growing, so that for me, it's so important, and it forms part of the community that's around, and we're all supporting each other. So that it's something that I'm so grateful for, and that's something that I want to keep on sharing with other people that needs it.
I love that. I love that so much. So I think Stephanie's going to jump in to ask us some questions. Hey. Oh, you're on mute, girl. You're on mute.
I'm shaking. I'm overwhelmed by this beautiful storytelling. You guys know I'm a huge fan of yours, but I really have a few questions before we get into the viewers' questions about your businesses, because building a brand, damn, it's hard. It is hard. It is so hard. For those that don't know, I also have a small beauty brand, and it's sourced from around the world, our destinations. And it's hard making a difference when you are an empty cup. And so as much as I love to hear that you guys are part of organizations and are giving back, what recommendations do you guys have for when you don't necessarily have much to give? Because you need to make profit. You know that your brand is sourced in giving back and making a difference. But, I laugh when I'm on conversations and people talk about giving back, because I pack my suitcases, me and my mom, full of argan oil from Morocco, just so we know that the money is going to people that we literally call family in Morocco, Marrakesh. So it's actually making a difference. But scaling that is kind of not impossible, but it's hard. So what recommendations do you have to me and anyone listening that is a beauty founder and wants to give back, but can't even find the time to mentor because she's worried about sales and marketing when you're a small business? You're doing social media. You're, there's so much that's on our plate. So would love to hear what you guys have to say about that.
I'll go first. I would say, yes, that is very, very true. I remember in my very early days of Nikeo Beauty, wondering how I was going to be able to afford the caps that go on my jars, much less find ways to financially give back. So a couple things. One, making your shopping more meaningful, meaning that whether it's your beauty shopping by shopping a site like 13 Lune and supporting generational wealth, whether it's, purchasing beautiful gems, stones, anything from someone who is doing the work to give money back is actually a way of giving back. We all do shopping every day in our lives, regardless of our business. And so, I think that is one of the more simple ways to give back. Obviously, time is money and precious. And so if you don't, there are 24 hours in a day. I find, especially when mentoring other, founders, that they'll say, I don't have time. I don't have time. Build the time, right? So dedicate that time. I'm going to dedicate 2 hours a month, 3 hours a month. When we as entrepreneurs, we do get very busy, and sometimes it does require a lot of effort to calendar. But when you calendar in you're giving back, it just naturally happens. And so then it becomes a non-negotiable opportunity to mentor, because there's always someone that needs a lift and a hand up. And then as far as, the ultimate goal, which is, financially giving back through your business. Yes, sourcing from communities where you're lifting others and helping to create generational wealth in the communities, that is giving back. Making your dollars count, and then just making sure that it's just an ultimate goal, set goals for yourself. When we hit XYZ number, this percentage, even 1% can make such a huge difference in communities. What are you doing for the planet? How are you being more sustainable? Going and flying and picking up your argan oil is a sustainable option, right? And you're not constantly shipping back and forth and things like that. Honor the efforts that you are making, and go easy on yourself. It is hard building a business, but every little effort that you make is giant effort in the eyes of those that we benefit. So yeah, go easy on yourself, and know that you're doing the very best job you possibly can.
I would like to add that I completely agree with Nikeo. I mean, this is so inspiring for me too, because it is hard. It's definitely hard. And sometimes we even feel we don't have the time. But the moment you book it, the moment that you're conscious and you're aware that you do want to share this time, it's also a double way learning. You learn so much from other people approaching you. It's so satisfying also to know that you can be inspiration for others. And then the more conscious you are of how you are a consumer, also that you can bring to the people that in a way you're mentoring. So yeah, supporting local forever and ever.
Right. Just to add to that, I think holding space for communities, I think, Stephanie, I think you lead by example when you ask this question. You're holding space for communities that often go underrepresented, especially when we are talking about normative beauty standards. So, beauty standards that are led by fair women and fair skin. And it's so refreshing to see more representation coming from communities and more ethnicities. And, these heritage, the rituals and heritage that we otherwise lost to history and time being revived. I think just holding space, recreating narratives, that in itself is a big onus that we have taken upon ourselves in this coming generation, where culture is increasingly being homogenized due to convenience. So I'm sure, for generations to come, I think, maybe the kids of our kids would be very glad we did this, and they have something to see.
I love that. I love that you even mentioned the kids, right? Because like the work doesn't end with us. It like continues, and that's why I love what we do so much. I have a question for you, Johanna, because you are a journalist. You've been trailblazing the conversation of Latina beauty for as long as I know you. And now you're about to lean into probably one of your biggest roles representing all beauty, which is truly what I believe you are the greatest at. My question for you is, we're seeing more than ever brands honor their culture. We see Nikeo had a brand that represented global beauty secrets. 𝒓𝒅𝒂𝒅 has a brand that represents global secrets. I have a brand that represents global beauty secrets. As a journalist, I don't believe in mistakes. I believe everything's meant to be. But was there a point where you as a journalist, is it easier for us to lean into our own culture versus lean into the world? Because I am Hispanic, but I traveled the world and I have fallen in love in every country. India has showed me to take it slow. Africa has shown me to live vicariously through color and dance and be alive. And my own culture taught me about spirituality. But in a world where there's a new brand coming out every day, did we kind of, is it about focusing on who you are? Or how do we tell the story that we're more than just our own culture too? Because we are diverse. Different places make us feel alive. So I'm just curious for you as a journalist, for someone that wants to create a brand, what would you recommend? Because we know what it's like to create a brand that's inspired by the world, but for you reading it, what's easier for you? Should I have just focused on my Latina-ness at the time, even though the world makes me feel alive?
I don't think that solely focusing on your Latinidad is necessarily the only way to be successful. I think from a storytelling perspective, I'll be honest, media is tough, right? Because like wherever you work, there are certain stories that perform well and certain stories that don't. For me in particular, I've been working in Latin media very specifically for like the bulk of my career. And so not that I've been told to like stay in my lane or anything, but it's like if my job is to publish stories that have to do with the Latinx community, just in the roles that I've been in recently, it is easier for me to actually be able to publish your story if it comes back to your culture. Otherwise, the argument can be like, why is this being published on Latina and not like just general media, right? Like what makes this story speak to the community? How I tend to approach it, because I do think that audiences are becoming smarter and understanding the significance of nuance, right? Like I'm a Dominican girl born and raised in Queens. I don't just buy like products from Latinx owned brands, right? Like I love K-beauty. Like people are always like, people know that about me. I love K-beauty. I don't only listen to Latin music. I also really love rock music. And you know what I mean? Like we are nuanced individuals. And so I think because people are more receptive to that now, and also like a lot of people reading this content are also other brown and Black people that are like, yeah, there's more to me than just being Latina. I think it's really just honing in on what is the story, right? So if the story is, hypothetically speaking about you, Steph, and your global beauty brand, you are a Latina woman with a global beauty brand who has had all these unique and remarkable experiences from traveling the world. And to me, that in and of itself is a story. Like your brand doesn't have to just be like, ATW around like Latin America. Like your global experience is true to who you are and true to your story. And it's taking that story and putting it out there for audiences. Does that make sense? Did I answer this correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. And before we go on to Nikeo, because I would love to hear your perspective, because you're very similar to me. We're very influenced by the world. I want to say thank you to 𝒓𝒅𝒂𝒅 for being part of our call and joining in. I know you have to run, but thank you for tuning in from India. It is an honor to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So Nikeo, I just couldn't not ask this question, right? Your brand, like I remember seeing your brand on the gondola at Ulta. Actually, my best friend sent me the picture of your brand. She said, someone stole your idea.
remember this story.
It's amazing.
And I was like, oh my God, but I don't believe in competition because
Yeah.
we are truly unique. So I called you and I said, do you want to be on my podcast? And that was where our friendship truly evolved. We then went to Morocco together. We're now part of this journey of sisters. And, you know, I can't even imagine asking a better person. You are now representing some of the best brands around the world that are represented by women of different cultures. What do you think? Like, do you think it was smart for us to represent the world when the world wasn't just there yet? Should we have focused on our own culture? Because you know, you have Kenyan descent. And I'm just curious, now that you're on another side, you're a platform, you are in stores, looking outside in, you know, what's your advice for brands that are like, you know, we're so diverse as women. We love culture as women. Would love to hear your perspective.
Yeah. You know, I don't believe in the stay in your lane, right? Because I, you know, a big part of also the business of 13 Luna is allyship, right? When it comes to Black and brown communities around the world and any challenges, the many challenges that we face, it's not our fight to fight alone, right? And so I also feel the same way about the expansion of storytelling, of sharing the experiences of our communities. You know, the more worldly and globally connected we are, the less systemic racism that will exist. And so I do think it's important to continue to honor one another. I think it's important to educate ourselves around other cultures, celebrating not only our own, but celebrating those key learnings from around the world. We all have something to learn from one another. And so I think that if we are so solely focused on our own culture and our own experience and our own space in this world, there leaves no room to be more sensitive and compassionate to one another. And so, no, I think it is important to not appropriate others' cultures and to not be afraid. I mean, I think that's also the problem right now. It's like there's so much conversation around cultural appropriation. It's like people are almost scared to honor others' traditions for fear of being accused of culturally appropriating. And so we have to be very, very careful that we're not leaning too far to the side where we are all going to kind of crawl into our own little corners because out of fear, because that doesn't help anything. So, you know, I think it is important that that we don't stay in our own lanes, that we can continue to expand into every lane so that we can better serve each other.
So we're getting some questions now for the live Q&A. And this question comes from Skinergy Beauty, which I actually love this brand. It's Dominican owned. So I'm hyped to see that there's a question coming in from them. This question is for Nikeo. When do you think is the right time for a beauty company to start thinking about entering retail? Do you think there's still space for unknown brands with so many celeb brands out there now?
Absolutely. You know, we've been talking a lot about authenticity, and congrats on your brand. No small feat than putting a brand out in the market. No, there's plenty of room. There's room for all of us. And, you know, it's interesting because you know, when we speak specifically to whether it be celeb brands or brands that are coming into the space that are not steeped in authenticity, we're seeing how quickly that even when you're a celebrity, if the consumer doesn't believe you, the brand isn't going to work. And so to answer that part of the question, yes, I think there's absolutely room for all of us if you're coming well-intentioned with your brand. And really speaking authentically to your passion and to who you want to serve, et cetera. So yes, there's room, keep going. And then as far as when is it the right time to enter retail, that's a great question. While I don't have one specific answer, you know, I'd say across the board, it's when you can afford to. Entering retail, being on shelf in most traditionally large beauty retailers or department stores is a very, very, very expensive endeavor. Sadly, because so many brands funded by people of color are so underfunded, it usually historically has been the demise of many brands, is that they get to shelf. And it's happened to me where, I got to Ulta, oh my gosh, after all of these years and this hard work, and now I'm in all these Ulta doors, and then very quickly realizing within a few months that, gosh, I'm not even sure if I can afford to be here because of the marketing expenses, because of how much it takes to win at shelf. That's another reason that I also created 13 Lunas, to help solve for this issue, especially for people of color with brands, is that it's not fair, for brands to get to shelf, to have that opportunity, and then realize as soon as they get there that they can't afford to be there because they're underfunded and undercapitalized. So at 13 Lune, we try to solve for a lot of those issues so that our founders can sleep at night. So I think beyond when is the right time, it's actually who is the right retail partner for you, and who can really meet you where you're at and help to grow. That's the point of retail partnerships. It's about growing your business in partnership. It's not about watching your business fall apart because you can't afford to be there.
So there's another question that came in. I'm not sure who it's coming from. Actually, it comes from Andrew. When you keep trying and continue failing, what are some key elements to think of in order to push yourself to success? And you guys, either or, could answer, whoever wants to.
I'll say one thing, and then I'm excited to hear from Laura. I think that I say this all the time, if you've ever heard me speak before, that I have a trigger to the word failure, that when my kids learned to ride bikes and they fell down, I didn't say, get up, you failure. I said, the only failure is not getting back up on the bike and trying again. Those fall down moments always propel us to a better, stronger, more confident and focused place. So while it's not fun to fall down and scrape your knees and have to figure out how to get back up and ride again, it 9 times out of 10 ends up guiding you to a better space. So welcome the falls, because when you get back up, A, how empowering to get back up and to show yourself how resilient you are, and B, keep going, because it may take you to a place that you could have never imagined to be that great.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say always to remember that everything is impermanent. Everything will pass, and it will depend on what we do with that moment that we're in that will give us the resolution of the challenge. I am very lucky and very grateful to have a group of women that are always supporting among each other. We're all business owners. We all go through the same struggles. And that's just holding that space and knowing that's there for me has been very, very helpful for every time that I just feel like this can't go, that this is happening again, or that there are things that I don't know how to deal with. Always go back to the why I'm doing it and what I want right now. Because as we are always changing, our businesses are changing too. So sometimes maybe these challenges come from the original idea that we had and what's now happening in our business. So I would always say, go back to remember why you're doing and what you want to do, and asking for help. Whenever you need help, whenever you need advice, if it's something specifically, look for help. There's a lot of people that, including me, that we're more than happy to share our experience and to connect with other people that we know can help us in things that we can't learn everything. We can't know everything. So it's also that supporting yourself with people that can help.
Oh, you're on mute, Steph. Again.
Again. So Laura, I have one question for you. When I went to Guatemala, I didn't know what to expect. I'm Latina, I'm from Central America, and we even have our own energies towards each other's countries, right? I have Guatemalan family, And I had no idea what to expect. But what I found on the other side of this journey was just pure magic. It was a culture rich in traditions. From the minute I got off the airport, I was just invoked with spirit energy. And I just felt like I was home. I was trying to figure out if I had any roots in being Mayan, but then they shut me down because, you know, I'm Costa Rican. But, you know, it's all good. When I entered your place and I saw that it was owned by a fellow Latina that was from that culture, that was honoring her heritage, I knew that I had to do a beauty tour there and that you had to be part of it. So I thank you. Again, this tour is about spotlighting women who have inspired me to continue my business, because I'm just like, people need to know about this. People need to see this, because so even our own people can judge and say that, be careful, you're not going to be safe. And then you go and you're like, there's magic happening here. There's women here that are doing more than women I know back home. And I just want to thank you for inspiring the Guatemala Beauty Tour, because I was like, I can't stop. I need to keep bringing people to experience this kind of greatness that's existing across the world. So I just want to say that, but I want to know, like, how did you build that magic in Antigua? Antigua is known as one of the most beautiful cities in the world. It's a World Heritage Site. Guatemala is just incredible as well. But what's been your experience building your store? Because it is art in itself. Did you have help from Guatemala? You know, did the government say, yes, we need to help this woman, she's one of us, you know? Because I'm tired of going to cities and arts and people selling stuff that doesn't honor the culture, or they're trying to, but it's by someone that's really rich from California. So I just want to know how, I know it wasn't easy, but share with us a little perspective on your journey, because I'm so proud of you. And I just met you last year.
Well, thank you so much. I'm honored, and it's been beautiful to be able to connect with you and with this other inspiring women, and just knowing that we're not alone, you know, no matter how hard it is, no matter how down we can be on times, we're not alone. And I think that feeling has, well, allowed me to start with this project itself. You know, the fact that I knew that there was people supporting me. And when I say people supporting me, I go back to my group of friends, my family, women that believed in what I'm doing and that supported me in every single way they could. As the government or Guatemala as a country helping me to create this, I would say no, not at all. You know, I don't even have a place to go and study to become a jeweler or to buy tools at. So I don't think that has been the support, but I would say just because the lack of those things make you in many ways to have to figure out what to do, you know. And once you started, it's like you don't want to just leave it there. You know, if you're passionate about something and you want to continue on doing it, you have to find the way. So I think that many times finding the way, even though it's not the easiest, it's the best way to be able to assure that something will work, because then you always find the way, you know. And for me, this space has been an opportunity not only of making jewelry, you know, but presenting my culture, being able to say, yes, this is what I do as a Guatemalan. Yes, I grew up in Antigua. I've learned so much about my culture. I want to share it. And this is the space that I have to do that. So I would say it has been a symbiosis, you know, between having the space and being able from this space to share what we do, and also being able to express myself as a maker, as a designer in the studio. So that's how I feel about the space.
I love that. And I am counting the days to go back to Guatemala and see your studio and bring our amazing audience, like our amazing people who are part of Around the World Beauty. I hope Nikea, I know Johanna, you're already on board to come. So I'm so excited to be able to continue the vision, the purpose of bringing people to experience beauty at a whole different level. So ladies, it is time for us to say goodbye, but the Beauty and Travel Summit has to continue. But thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. And thank you for representing something so beautiful. I have so many more questions, but I know that you will always be creating more, and that means that we will have an opportunity to chat again. So thank you for being part of this.
Thank you, Seth.
Oh, so emotional. I don't know. Please let me know in the comments like what you guys are feeling. If something triggered, if something brought something up. I know myself as a small business owner with the beauty brand, with an idea that I can't stop and get out of my head. I was so inspired because these women are truly the ones that are trailblazing these conversations forward. So I am just blown away by the energy. I'm blown away by women. I'm blown away by beauty. I'm blown away by the world. And like I said, during our last panel discussion, we will be going to Guatemala in October. We only have 12 seats. So this is a very small group due to COVID. But I want to invite you guys, if you guys are ready to explore something, go outside, to a place that is inspired by culture, the Mayan traditions. If you want to meet Laura, because she's definitely going to be part of our tour, come experience our around the world beauty journey. And just to kind of get on to our next thing, I'm going to show you a little commercial that I've been working on with 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅, creative director, that is going to honor our tours and give you a little peek into what it is that we do with around the world beauty. After that, we're going to be going to lunch, and we will be back at 1:15 with Melissa Hago, another inspiring woman that has the best job ever. She's a trend forecaster that writes about beauty and wellness from around the world, but she is who people go to when you work for a big brand or a small brand to understand trends. So I can't wait to share more of how we met. But first, here is our Around the World Beauty commercial. I hope to see you signed up to go to Guatemala. Remember, we only have 12 spots left. Wow, I always get so emotional watching that. It reminds me of all our trips. But guys, before we actually break to lunch, I wanted to announce what we're going to be doing during lunch. So it's going to be a 45-minute break. We'll be back at 1:15, but I couldn't just leave a blank screen. One thing that I love about our girl is that she loves to feel alive. And music, the vibrations of music are so important. So I had during lunch a friend of mine, Gio Israel, who is a producer and produces beats from the Middle East and world beats. He's probably one of the most inspiring people that I've ever met when it comes to music. I met him during a landmark course. For you guys who have done landmark, you already know self-help is where it's at. And he decided to say yes to sponsoring our lunch. So enjoy his music, put it in the background as you're eating, as you're drinking water, and come back at 1:15 because we have an amazing panel to share with you. Enjoy the music. Welcome back to the Beauty and Travel Summit. I had to get used to this unmute button, my bad. As you guys saw, I hope you guys got some nourishment during the break. I hope you guys love the tunes as much as I love them, because Geo Israel as a producer honors cultures, the music, the vibrations, and especially in the Middle East, music isn't just something you listen to. It's something that connects you to a spiritual realm. It's part of your practice. And for many of us, music is part of our healing practice and about our practice of returning to source. It reminds us that there's so much more happening that is so sacred. And music truly brings us back to memories. It brings us back to who we are if we listen to music that has to do with cultures from around the world. And it truly brings us to life. Music is what truly unites us, even more than beauty at times. So I wanted to have a very powerful lunch break where we could listen to incredible music to be into that vibration. So before I get into my next panel, I just want to share a little bit about this Wonder Woman that is about to present. I mean, you'll see as she shares with you her expertise in beauty and travel that she is an expert when it comes to this. I had the honor of meeting Melissa on our India beauty tour. We were strangers at one point, which I can't truly believe it because we're like identical. I said she was a man, I would marry her tomorrow. I still would. I will say this about Melissa is Melissa to me represents everything that represents why I built Around the World Beauty. She has been such an inspiration on my journey because when I want to build new, when I want to create new stuff, I go to her and I ask her what she thinks, because not only is she an expert in global beauty representation and trends, which you're going to hear all about, she is a friend who is our community and someone that I deeply admire and rely on when it comes to where to go next. So I'm so excited to welcome Melissa to this conversation. I'm going to invite her to the stream, and then I'm going to take myself off the stream because she's presented a beautiful, beautiful a presentation to share with us. So welcome, Melissa.
Hi, Stephanie. Thank you so much for having me. As I told you, unfortunately, I'm not 100% today, but I will do my best. And I'll definitely share my email. So if anyone has any questions after this or is wondering about my background and what I do, then you can definitely reach out when I'm in a better headspace. But I'm happy to be there. I know you worked so hard on this. So I was like, I don't care if I'm on my laying down, half asleep. I'm going to do this for you. So here I am.
Thank you, because I know that you weren't feeling well. And I mean, just seeing you just allows me again, like every time I see you, I just get reminded on Our Lady, our woman who's out there that is a representation around the world beauty. I can see even by your background that we're very similar. And I love that. I think that as any business owner creates, we hope that we get to meet our dream clients and then get to collaborate with them is a whole other gift to the world that I feel I'm so lucky to have. So Melissa, I'm going to take myself off screen because I know you have an amazing presentation for us. So let's give me 1 minute. I'm just going to add that to the screen. Okay.
No worries. Thank you. There we go. So just a little bit about myself. My name is Melissa Hago. I am the VP of Beauty and Wellness at the trend forecasting agency Fashion Snoops. So being at a trend forecasting agency has allowed me to not only report on trends through research, but really explore them. So I've been able to travel to over 50 countries. And it's been a great experience of being able to, again, not just report on these trends, but also live them. So be able to learn about the different ingredients that are coming from Peru, or like the Mediterranean diet in the blue zone in Greece, or even just from, I get really inspired, as you can tell from my background, from textiles and how is that going to impact packaging design. So, been really, really fortunate to be able to travel around the world, be able to experience things. And yes, as Stephanie mentioned, that's how we met. I saw her India tour, and I love that it was specific to the beauty industry because that's the industry that I'm in. So I love the whole idea of being able to connect with women, to be able to explore, and for it to be catered in a more beauty and wellness way. So that's just a little bit about me. And about Fashion Snoops, like I said, we're a global trend forecasting agency. So what we really do is we look at what's happening in culture and lifestyle, things like technology, science, so things like sustainability, spirituality. How do these big movements impact what are the consumers going to want to buy? And if you go to a store, you'll start seeing people being, oh, I want more clean beauty, or I want to use refillables as sustainability. So that's kind of the information that we help companies understand and brands really understand where they should shift and really what language they should be using when speaking to consumers. So, it's really an interesting when it comes to travel, because there's always kind of these it places that stand out every season. Like I said, a lot of what I'm talking about right now is a lot to do with the blue zone, because the Mediterranean diet and people wanting to be more wellness focused and looking at these blue ingredients. So today I'm going to go over one of the trends that I picked that I thought would be perfect for today's seminar. But this is just, again, a little bit of what we do. And we cover, as you can see, so many different categories. So everything from ingredient trends, packaging, fragrance, makeup, hair, nails, wellness, food. I mean, the list goes on. But I try to make sure to give you something catered specifically for today. And this just kind of shows, again, that culture inside of how we look at these huge, big emotional drivers, and then we make them more into these kind of thematic reports that have influencers, opportunity, trend connections. Again, we're kind of like the cheat sheet of understanding there's so much going on in the world, and how can we repackage it in a way that brands, consumers can really understand it and not have to be like on 500 emails checking things. So that's really what we do. It's kind of like the cliff notes of trend forecasting. So the trend that I picked to present today, we called it celebration, because that's what we're here for today. We're celebrating lives. We're celebrating our different cultures. We're celebrating our differences. And the reason that we called this one Celebrate was because we know there's been so much trauma. There's been so much happening in the world. There continues to be so much. And instead of looking at our differences, we really wanted to put together a trend that celebrate us coming together. So I love this. I know orange has been a big color that's been trending because it has that vibrancy, because it's super happy. So, we really wanted to bring things like the marigold flowers, this really bright, we call it spritz for the color orange, and just a trend that felt happy and, again, had that celebration kind of feel. So we always ask ourselves whenever we do a kind of trend presentation, why now? Why are we talking about celebration? Why are we talking about coming together? So here are some of the points. Again, I mentioned this earlier, with so much trauma, we're really looking for meaningful reconnections and forms of expression. There's been a growing interest in ancient rituals and heritage beauty. We're really looking for authentic representation of beauty and wellness traditions. So we know that for years, brands have been called out for being inauthentic, and that's definitely something that's changing. There's also an increased look at diversity, equity, and inclusion across industries. There's a desire to learn from time-honored methods in indigenous cultures there's also a need, again, as I mentioned, to celebrate life. So how do we heal? How do we come together through these vibrant colors, through these joyful ingredients, and these mood-boosting products? So here are just some of the influencers on our radar. And again, there's so many out there. So we really try to kind of pinpoint the ones that we kind of see, shifting and changing things in the industry. So the first one, and apologies if I say the names wrong, but is Prakti Beauty. So this was inspired by the founder, 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅, and she grew up in the Western culture with Indian roots, and she really wanted to have that dual identity, which I think so much of us can really relate to, is that, we have these backgrounds, but we also grow up somewhere else. And she wanted something that kind of utilized her history and traditions of India while still having, convention and shattering any stereotypes, to create products that really just celebrated women's strength, independence, and individuality. So we love that about her and about the founder and about the brand. So this is why we thought she was super important. I think, we're continuing to see women helping women. I mean, all of us here today are, panelists. We all know each other. We're always rooting for each other. So I think, we're seeing a lot more. The brand in the middle is Rosuri by Maya. And she's just really working to impact, influence, shape a better future for women. The brand really believes that by helping women and empower multiple generations, so they work with local African American who handpick their ingredients while also donating. This third one, Weave, it's all about creating joy. So I love that they're creating this inclusive self-expression through wigs. that are, again, really designed to bring joy back to Black women. So they're prioritizing affordability, which I think is a really big conversation, accessibility, along with quality and style. So this brand, they have their slogan, which is feel good hair, and they really reclaim their agency, beauty, and worth. And again, by creating these high quality wigs in all styles and occasions, and really help Black women express their identities through the hair, celebrating authenticity and identity. And I said we have so many for this one. So another one is this 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 Beauty founder, and they're on the mission to introduce tea beauty, which I know it's something that we haven't actually talked about. So I thought it was really interesting to kind of understand more about tea beauty being introduced into their global audience, you know, the beauty secrets and the culture of the Togan people. So definitely an area to look out to. Ayurveda has been something that's, you know, we've been talked about for years. And that's actually one of the reasons I went on Stephanie's tour, because I knew it was focused on India and Ayurveda. So we're seeing the whole, I love this term that's from Indie Wild. They pioneered this term called Ayurdiversity. And it's really about bringing in that conscious chemistry that is combined with the traditional superfood ingredients of Ayurveda. And this is something that we've been seeing in the industry. You know, even the clean beauty movement has moved from natural to clinical. You know, we want more of that science-backed. So I love that we're seeing kind of this science-backed, but in with Ayurveda rituals and things, you know, from 5,000 years ago. And then the last one, this brand did a whole thing on celebrating festivals of India, which you'll see later in this whole report, is that, you know, we're seeing a lot more of festivals kind of celebrating more than the traditional holidays. You know, there's always Christmas. We're always seeing things around kind of like, yeah, Christmas and New Year's, but seeing more brands looking at celebrating Holi or looking at celebrating Ramadan. I think that's something that's definitely shifting, is like, you know, not just celebrating these typical, I guess we'd call it, holidays, and really expanding that reach. So I'll go over just some of the pages that we have here and some of the things that really stand out. But again, if anyone is interested in learning more about some of these innovations or any brand that I didn't mention, I'll share my email. I'm pretty sure I could share the deck with you as well. So if you wanted to really deep dive into this, then feel free. So when it comes to skincare, you know, we're seeing, again, a lot of inspiration drawn from cultural celebration. So we love the yellow beauty, which talks about Bangladeshi traditions. And that's the thing, is that we're seeing a lot more of other traditions being entered into the scene, which I think is great, because again, like the token beauty, like this one, it's like things that we continue to learn from. So this one was inspired by the colorful Bangladeshi rituals of Holud. We're seeing a lot more heritage recipes. So the brand Mary Louise, which has the turmeric and honey, they use their heritage recipes that are passed down by the founder's grandmother. And they've used natural recipes and homemade remedies inspired for their culturally rooted line. When it comes to, again, there's a lot in skincare. I loved also the one of blending traditions, because like I said, you know, everyone comes from so many different backgrounds, and especially, you know, living in the US, there's so many cross backgrounds. And, you know, so I love this idea of globalization by blending cultures. So we're seeing brands like Liha, which celebrate the melting pot of traditions with their line of skincare. And they combine both the botanical traditions of West Africa with classic English aromatherapy. So I think this is definitely something we're going to continue to see more, is that while we're honoring all these different traditions, it's like, how can we create something new? And how can we blend these traditions to, you know, honor maybe what's both parts of us or different parts of us? So I love this whole blending of the traditions. When it comes to makeup, like we said, you know, it's all about expression. When we're celebrating, we're not just celebrating, you know, it is about celebrating cultures, but it's also about celebrating ourselves, about celebrating our uniqueness, about celebrating, you know, what makes us us. So definitely seeing kind of makeup that is more expressive. We love these kind of beauty stickers that are bold, that are accessible. Even if you're a novice, you're not a, you know, super makeup artist, you'll still be able to kind of like create your face as a canvas and use these different stickers. We're seeing more culturally rooted coal products. So, you know, things that are just kind of inspired by tradition, but still made for now. More shade inclusive. I think, you know, definitely a topic within DEI is like, how do we continue to make things that are inclusive to all kinds of colors? So we're seeing different brands like the Southeast Asian beauty brand Coralette, who strives to be a brand for all races, identities, orientations, with a line of shade-inclusive lipsticks. And that expand the representation thanks to their carefully chosen pigments designed to flatter all ethnicities. When it comes to hair, you know, hibiscus is definitely an ingredient on our radar. I think it was one of the top ingredient choices by Whole Foods. And we're seeing a lot more of, especially in hair care, products that are formulated with hibiscus. So this brand here, Shanique Bounty's Hibiscus Fusion Natural Hair Oil, works with all hair types from 1 to 4C, as well as relaxed, tradition, natural, dreadlocks, and protective styles. I love the whole idea, and I love when trends kind of intersect. So obviously in sustainability, we've had a huge conversation on upcycling. How do we create products without continuing to add waste into the environment? How do we take care of our climate? So I love seeing these upcycled saris that are created into scrunchies. They're into silk scrunchies. They're made of, and 100% of the proceeds are donated to Give India for COVID-19 relief. So this launched a few months ago. But again, I love this idea of like, okay, how can we use what we already have, especially things like saris that are so beautiful and those extra scraps. So I love that they went ahead and created these scrunchies. And then when it comes to bath and body, so again, that whole idea of inclusive holiday care sets, which is the one in the middle. So brands are just becoming more increasingly inclusive to all cultures. So 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅, they had a whole body care set over the holidays, and they celebrate everything from Hanukkah to Christmas to Kwanzaa. And I think it's definitely a trend that we're going to continue to see more of, like, how can we celebrate, you know, other holidays besides, again, the typical like Christmas. Again, when it comes to ingredients, you know, definitely turmeric has been trending for a while, but it has no losing power. We continue to see more and more turmeric being influenced. I love the marigold, not just because of its color, but also just because it's something that we see both in Southeast Asia, Latin America, and India, celebrate it for its herbal scent, for its soothing benefits. So definitely seeing a lot more of marigold. And then also, again, I mentioned the hibiscus is definitely another big one. Yes, and I see it here. It says it here. It was featured in Whole Foods' top food report. When it comes to fragrance, you know, seeing a lot of things that kind of pay a homage. So I love the first one. And anyone who doesn't know the brand, Fable in Maine, please check them out. They're a brother and sister duo. They create these beautiful products. Actually, their newest product is a hair oil with hibiscus. So definitely all about hibiscus. But they created this candle to pay homage to incredible India. And it really captures the spirituality and it has this floral, fresh scent of jasmine and chapaka notes that kind of just give that feeling of a sacred temple. And all of their packaging, all of their branding is so, so beautiful. So I really suggest everyone to check them out. Byredo's new collection. Also, there's a lot of focus on India, and it doesn't have to do just because I went on that trip with Stephanie. It just happens to be what's on the radar. But I love this whole celebration of the Mumbai city energy. So it's like, how can you celebrate this vibrancy, this bustle, you know? And for people who aren't able to go to the city, like, how can you evoke that fragrance that captures that energy where you feel like you're almost transported there? So seeing a lot more of, you know, cities being invoked into fragrance. And then, sorry, every time I click on the slide, it like double clicks. And then, you know, seeing more, again, when it comes to travel. And I know for so long, you know, now maybe people are a little bit more open to travel, but it's been a little bit slow with COVID. So seeing a lot of fragrances really kind of trying to capture that sense of travel, of like open sky, of memories, of, you know, the smell of the ocean when you first like arrive. So seeing a lot more within the travel space. I love this other one by Ideo Perfumes, the London to Mumbai journey. So really focusing on how do you capture that excitement of international travel and the joy of discovery through their London to Mumbai scent. And then just seeing a lot more with ancestral art and global culture. So we love this embellishing here. So they were the brand Manouche was inspired by the four corners of their earth. So they really wanted to have this bohemian inspired range that paid homage to the ancestral art and global culture. And then here again, when it comes to packaging, definitely very vibrant, very, very beautiful. Again, speaking to celebrating other inspirations. So we have things like the 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 celebration. We have culturally rooted packaging, things that speak to specific birds or cities or countries from a place. All the handcrafted embroidery, even celebrating things like Carnival in the packaging. And then these are some of my favorite packagings that we've seen as well, definitely having more representation. So that continues to be an important topic. So seeing things like through diverse community, showcasing different artists through the design. So I know 𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒅𝒚 Beauty, they recruited a Bronx-based Dominican artist, 𝒓𝒐 Vidal, for their new palette illustration. So she drew these beautiful women on the palette. So really just showcasing different artists. The other one, by Burrito, again, they had a series of limited edition holiday boxes on this artisanal wood. And that was inspired by the Ben Gorham's Indian heritage. And it was, again, paying homage to the different art. And the last one is one that we actually met at 𝒓𝒂𝒅𝒚 in Las Vegas last year, this beautiful brand. And it was so hard to pick one packaging because all of their packaging is so beautiful. And what they do is they honor tradition with local artists, cultural history, brand, and they just find ways to incorporate meaningful packaging designs connected to their brands. So they feature hand-painted artwork created in the ancient Indian tradition of Mahubani painting done by local artists. So again, I love that it's tradition, but also using local artists that are found. So it's a great combination of blending. And then here's just more packaging, more on global connections, celebrating cities, wordings that are, inspirational. And then, so, coming to an end, these are just kind of like our takeaways for this trend. So, it's really looking at brands that are culturally rooted. So we're looking at products that are respecting cultural heritage. I think that's the most important part, that you are respecting and honoring origins, as that's becoming more important for consumers who value more authentic representation when supporting brands. We're seeing this whole idea of blending traditions. So how can we embrace all cultures? How can we blend traditions, create a melting pot for a one-of-a-kind product from brands who celebrate and embrace all cultural perspectives? We want to see more representation. Authentic representation remains important. There's a need for honest connection, empowering inclusivity that embraces all communities. We're continuing to see more experiences through global travel. So as we saw, a lot of those fragrances were inspired by transient lifestyles, about the idea of travel, about, learning about cultures and places and people. And lastly, because we called it Celebrate, this is really about coming together. So there's, again, that need for healing connection as we come together to celebrate one another through positive, mood-boosting products and experiences, and also look to support our global community by supporting brands who are giving back. So that was a presentation. And again, if you have any questions, please feel free to email me at mhago@fashionsnoops.com. You can follow me also on LinkedIn or Instagram at Melissa Hago, or you can follow the company I work with as well at Fashion Snoops. We're always, speaking at events and doing presentations. So please feel free to reach out. I always love to chat and network and be able to help in any way I can. So feel free to reach out if you have any questions about this or just about trends in general. And I'll let Stephanie talk about her Guatemala journey coming up. Unmute, please.
Melissa, thank you for this. It was so informative. I think as a beauty brand founder, there's no doubt that we have to look at what's going on in regards to the world to understand where it is that we're going as a brand. And excuse me, you have the best freaking job ever. I know you've been in this role for some time, but seriously, as a beauty lover, I'm like obsessed. Can I have your job? You're like, yes, you can. Like, how do I work next to you, basically? But that was super informative. And Melissa, if you're feeling for it, I do want to just share that you really inspired this next tour for me. Because again, I always go to you for questions. I'm always like, Melissa, like, what's hot? What's not? And for some reason, I do believe that as an artist and as someone who's in this industry, we have to trust ourselves to know that we are the trend creators as well. Like, there's no shining beauty person that's going to come and tell us where to go next. We have to take that responsibility as the leaders and be like, hey, like, India is going to be huge. Why? Because I feel a curiosity coming on, and I know that there's so much there to share with the world. And I'm so glad the world is now open to so many incredible beauty brands. And the Desi community is legitimately taking over the beauty industry, which is so awesome to see, because I feel like it's one of those voices that we didn't see a lot of representation in. So, talking about that, Guatemala, when I asked you where was a place that you loved and that was really beauty inspired and full of ritual and tradition, you said Guatemala. And if you're open to it, like, share with me, like, what is it that you love about Guatemala? Because I want everyone to know, because I had only heard very different things than what I have seen and what you had shared. So tell me, like, what did you love about Guatemala? Because you truly, I can blame you for our next beauty tour there.
Well, it's funny. So because I've been so fortunate to travel to so many places, it almost comes to a point of like, okay, what's going to be that next destination that's going to make me excited? And for me, I always like the combination of like, okay, there's a little bit of city life because I want to see what the city's like. There's obviously going to be nature, retreats. There's obviously going to be textiles that I'm going to want to shop for. So I, honestly, I was just kind of like, it was always on my radar and everyone thought I was crazy. Like even my parents were like, wait, you're going to Guatemala? Like, why? And I was like, my friend were like, no, I'm like, it's like, looks beautiful. There's like, I mean, it's one of the only countries in the world that still has Mayan culture where you could actually go and they speak the language and they create the textile. And like, it's almost like I love journeys that almost take me back without having a time machine. I've been to places like Matera in Italy, which is people used to live in the caves like still 50 years ago. It's like these places that you can enter and learn from without, again, having a crazy time machine. So, and I just like, I don't know, I feel like because I've already been to a lot of the bigger cities, like I like to now explore these like underneath radar. And that's where I find the most beauty. Like the same when I went to Jordan, I was like, oh my God, why is no one talking about Jordan? There's so much here. So those are kind of like the top three ones I always think of, but I fell in love with Guatemala. I think, besides being able to experience the Mayan culture, like see them not only from, yes, I'm textile obsessed, but seeing how they're spiritual, how like they had moments of spirituality, how they do with that, being able to do everything from being in La Antigua and walking the cobblestone streets and, seeing the markets and then going into hiking a volcano that's still active, and like being able to experience the earth and touch the soil. It's just such a different experience. And that's why for me, like I said, as a trend forecaster, like I know a lot of it is computer research. We're constantly reading the news, but it's so different when you get to live it, because you just come at it from a different perspective. Like even if I'm speaking to one of our fragrance companies, I'm like, oh, when I was in Guatemala, like I went to this, what's it called? The macadamia nut farm. Mm-hmm. And that smell of the nut before it's even grounded has such a distinct smell that's different. Things like that really helps me kind of make my job at a different level because I've been able to experience it. So yeah, that's what I love, that Guatemala had this, like, they have their whole own history. They have their own perspective cuisine. They had the things like, even the macadamia nut farm, they have the macadamia oils, which I hadn't really seen anywhere else. So it was like this mix of like learning about, a place that has so much tradition for healing, but like felt modern. Because even in La Antigua, like I found amazing designers. Like we found this designer, he's actually Colombian, but he lives and he creates the most beautiful textile that were, much more maybe like suits and modern, but at the same time going to the markets and getting that. So like, that's what I love, is that it had this fusion of like old and new, of like city and nature, so that you kind of get the best of everything in one trip. So that's why, and again, I had one little duffel bag that came back I think it's one of the, you guys know how much I shop, and I think this is one of the places where like I went crazy. That's
because
it's so beautiful. Yeah,
I went crazy too, and it was hysterical to see. To see me, because I don't quite, like I'm a shopper, but at the end of the day, we're very similar shoppers. We shop for art. Fashion is art. Jewelry is art. Makeup is art. Hair accessories are art. And I feel like Guatemala and like India, and these destinations, like even like Peru, Tanzania, like these places are filled with textiles and things that you're not going to be able to find anywhere else in this raw, authentic way. And so I feel like it makes so much sense that like it's literally a beauty haven, and beauty is everything. It's fashion, it's culture, it's food, it's jewelry, it's hair, it's so many things.
Yeah, and what I love is like, even as you know, you can see behind, like these are all garments that I've gotten from, you know, Japan, India, Guatemala, and it's like looking at them from afar, you can't tell what's from where, and that's that whole blending of cultures of like, you know, all these textiles work together simultaneously, even though they are from different countries. Like at the end of the day, like there is a way to bring them together. So I do love that, you know, it doesn't have to be so siloed. Like, okay, this is a Middle Eastern textile and this is South American. Like, no, there is a beautiful way to like bring them all. You know, even what I'm wearing now, it's kind of like, you know, Mexico, India, like, but you can't really tell unless, you know, you knew the artistry behind it. So that's what I love about these different places, that you just kind of keep adding to this global fusion and learning and just admiring what, you know, Mother Earth has to give us. So
absolutely. And just last question before you go, because I like always want to keep you to myself, is I look at you and I look at myself and I look at many of the people who are here today, like as viewers. I look at women who have traveled not only to India with us, but also to Tanzania, to Morocco. And there's a certain different kind of spirit, right? And since I built my business focus on that energy, us, me as a woman, you as a woman, how do you describe yourself? Because, you know, our tours are geared to exactly what it is that you said. Women who want to travel, but want to get off the beaten path, but still want to honor the beauty of what they feel on the inside through art and culture and clothing and fashion and beauty. You know, how do we describe ourselves? How do you describe you? Because I know that we're out there. I know that we exist, but how do you describe, you're a trend forecaster, how do you describe who you are as an audience?
Well, it's funny. So the word that I love to use, and maybe it's not a description of myself, but I love the idea of global bazaar, because like that's what, you know, when we travel to a lot of these markets, they're called like bazaars, and it's like a mishmash of everything. And that's what I feel like. I'm a mishmash of everything, you know, like I can embrace all these different cultures and I can embrace all these different kinds of travel, and I can just, you know, and that's what I want to do, is like I don't want to be this one thing. So I know, you know, there's been words like nomad and things like that, but I don't use nomad so much because when I think of nomad, I think like tents, and I'm not into that. I still like my glamping. So, but I like to use the word mishmash because that's how I feel, is that how can I, you know, even when people ask me like, oh, where are you from? Like, what are you? Like, it's, even though I do have a background, it's like hard because I feel so in tune with the world, you know? So, and because I've done my ancestry and I'm literally am every part of the world, where it's like, that's what I actually feel as a person, that I just like, I'm just human. Like, I'm not bucketed into something. I'm just a human being wanting to explore, wanting to be able to kind of learn from all these different cultures and, you know, embrace it and find the beauty in it and bring in whatever I can to my own life. So I don't know if it's the best description, but I'm going to go with a mishmash.
I like it. And I feel like I think for me, I'm going to add a neon mishmash. Like, you know, so Melissa, I can't thank you enough for your beautiful presentation. I just want to just take a moment to just say, like, you know, that presentation that you just did is sharing with us what the future of beauty looks like. And I hope that anyone that's watching this sees themselves in there, and how there is room for all of us to share a perspective, to share our mishmash in our own little magical way, and hopefully be able to be presented in such a beautiful way, the way that you did. So Melissa, thank you so much. I already shared your information on the comments in case anybody wants to get in contact with you. I know you presented that beautiful slide with information on how someone can reach you. But again, thank you so much. I literally, like, I don't want to let you go because it's like there's not enough words to describe what it feels like to meet someone that, like, I feel that Around the World Beauty was created for. Because it was created for me, really, but really it was created for women who feel like me, who feel like a mishmash, who want to shop at global bazaars, that want to explore, and necessarily don't need to stay at the Ritz-Carlton. I mean, we love the Ritz-Carlton. I mean, put us for 2 days, we'll love it, but we want to get off the beaten path.
Exactly.
We believe in those experiences and those deeper connections that add to our story. So I thank you for everything, for, you know, just being exactly who you are. It's so magical and beautiful. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And again, you know, I know we've had many interactions, but I am here to help our community. So please don't be shy. Feel free to reach out. I love talking. I love finding ways to be able to help. even if it's just talk about travel. You know, it doesn't have to always be so work related. So please feel free to reach out to me.
All right, Melissa, have a great rest of your day, and I will see you next time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Oh, there's not enough words to describe how much I love that woman. Like, I mean, you guys literally saw we're twins. Like, look at the background, look at her background. Like, you know, I'm like, I walked into her apartment for the first time and was like, wow, like you live my like dream life. Like, it was so like surreal to see that. As she mentioned, our Guatemala beauty tour is happening in October. It is a 7-day tour to Antigua, to Lake Atitlan, to a magical place where Mayan cultures and rituals are still very alive. We curated probably the best experience in the world. So get more information. You guys all got a newsletter in your mailbox. If it's not in your main inbox, check the spam, because I feel like we're sending so much that things are getting lost. But listen, the Guatemala Beauty Tour is only open for 12 people. So I highly recommend, if you want to get on board, you guys are the first ones to know about it before we actually say it to the whole world. So I invite you to come explore Guatemala. I invite you to come join this amazing, you know, group of women who believe in global beauty and adventure and getting off that beaten path and breaking the norms of what beauty is and travel and fashion. You know, join us, explore with us. All the information is on our website at aroundtheworldbeautyjourneys.com. The waiting list has officially lifted just for you guys. And then we will be closing it back up and relaunching it after hopefully we sell out with you guys, because I really believe that our community comes first. You guys have made the time to be here today, to share in the spirit. And I hope you guys are getting so much information from our Beauty and Travel Summit. I want to take a 5-minute break before our next panel. And before I do, I actually want to share again the fire ceremony, because I felt that it was super powerful. And I just really would love to share that energy of magic that I felt when we were working on it. And literally this is what it felt like. So enjoy.
Hoy estoy conectando con ustedes para explicar un poquito qué es el fuego sagrado, la cosmovisión maya. El fuego sagrado es un vínculo que todos tenemos derecho. Está abierto, es como no tiene preferencias y es como está para ser usada. Toda esa información ancestral está para todo el que la necesite. Recuérdense que todo es mental, físicamente, espiritual y emocional, y así practicamos una cosmovisión viva con el fuego sagrado, haciendo temazcales, dejando de juzgar, dejando de señalar, dejando de creer que cada uno en su mundo hace siempre lo correcto y los demás no. Entonces, una espiritualidad viva debe ser practicada con acciones, con palabras. Recuérdense que todo lo que decimos es lo que pensamos y lo que sentimos. Está en medio. Todo eso sagrado que hay para el mundo se abre para todas y todos. El fuego sagrado es un abuelo tan especial porque es un portal energético donde nos permite poder trascender, nos permite poder crecer. Problemas, penas, situaciones que no encontramos el camino, y es luz total, ¿verdad? Es algo que nutre, pero el alma, el corazón. Entonces uno se toma el tiempo, el dinero para poder ir a comprar la ofrendita y poder caminar al bosque sagrado. Realmente puede ser en su casa, en su altar, pero tiene más sacrificio poder ir al bosque donde se le pide primero permiso al árbol guardián y al espíritu del bosque, que es a cada hoja, cada planta, cada palito. Entonces el respeto a mí misma y el respeto hacia los demás. Esa es una ley divina que no es que no la inventemos, el dar y recibir y dar. Entonces el fuego sagrado, el 𝒓𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅, como nosotros le decimos, baila.
Welcome back to the Beauty and Travel Summit. I feel like we all need a little bit of break, especially after we heard such amazingness from Melissa Hago. So our next panel is called How to Build a Dream Retreat with Diane Stavbo. Now, let me tell you something about this woman and this destination that I've had the honor of visiting. I'm going to say 4 years ago, I was documenting my travels around the world on my blog, aroundtheworldbeauty.com, and I became the beauty director of a travel magazine. It was the first of its kind. It was called Unearthed Women. It was made by women for women. You know, I think a lot of times travel magazines aren't speaking to us. They think that we're just looking for wellness retreats or looking to stay on the path and not off the beaten path. And they're so wrong, because what I've been able to experience working in the travel industry is that there are some badass women trailblazing in this space that are creating tour companies that have to do with not only beauty the way that I have, but have to do with adventure and finding their own spirit calling, their spirit energy, their spirit animal all around the world, from climbing mountains in Tanzania like Kilimanjaro to backpacking Peru for Machu Picchu. I've done both, actually. Kilimanjaro only for 1 hour because I called it more of a beauty sweating tour, not all the way up just yet. But as a beauty director of a travel magazine, I had the honor of staying at the best hotels around the world where, to be honest, I most likely wouldn't be able to afford to stay unless I didn't have this job of being a beauty director of a travel magazine. I stayed in the most beautiful hotel in Amalfi Coast to some of the beautiful palaces in India. And when I went to the retreat, which is the woman who's going to be speaking, when I went to this place, I was blown away. I said, oh my God, how is it possible that a place like this exists? And I wanted to know more. And it wasn't until this summit that I actually had the opportunity to ask Diane Stavbo, the founder of the retreat and Truth Bars, how she was able to do it. Now, this retreat is in the mountains. It's on a crystal mountain where there's actually crystals. You go on a walk and you can find crystals along that journey. You wake up in the clouds, legitimately in the clouds, and it is the most beautiful destination for retreating, for healing. On that trip, when I went to cover this hotel for the magazine, I met women who were coming out of a loss of a child. I met women who were coming out of a marriage of 40 years plus. I met women that were healing from a disease. And I said, this isn't any hotel. This is magic on earth. It's literally heaven on earth. That's what it felt like. And for me, like many of you guys, I asked myself, how do I build something like this? How do I get to call this my life? Have a place like this where I can retreat to for healing. And especially with our community at Around the World Beauty, I just believe that we're out there full of color, wanting to explore. And the last thing I'll say about the retreat in Costa Rica is that it was in Costa Rica, my homeland, a place where I felt so disconnected for so long, because when I went, I would go to my families where it was family. And everyone's talked about how beautiful Costa Rica was and how it's the most beautiful place and the beaches and all this stuff. And I was like, I don't know what these people are talking about. And it wasn't until I went to the retreat that I had the opportunity to see exactly what people were talking about. And for our next panel, we have Diane Stavbo, the founder, sharing how she built that. She's going in, and you're going to notice she's absolutely beautiful. And she's going to tell us on how she keeps up her beauty regimen that has more to do than just what's on the outside. So I'm excited to introduce Diane Stavbo. It's moderated by Sable Massengel, who is someone who's traveled with us to Morocco, who's been part of our community for a few years now. She's an incredible journalist, and I'm excited to share with you a little bit more about her journey to beauty. And first, we're going to give you a little commercial on her retreat that I call Heaven on Earth.
𝒓𝒂𝒅𝒚, the founder of 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒆𝒅 and a lifestyle publicist and writer. I am so excited to introduce you all to an amazing woman, Diana Stobo. She is a celebrity chef, award-winning author. She's the founder and owner of The Retreat, an insane wellness destination in Costa Rica and one of our favorite places in the world, as well as the Truth Bar. So we are going to get to hear from her today all about her journey into what has become a magical beauty dream. So joining me now is Diana.
Hi, Sable. How are you?
Diana. Thank you so much for chatting with us today. And we can see you're at your beautiful location now. This room looks like a dream.
It is a dream. I want to sleep here myself.
And so you are currently in Costa Rica at The Retreat.
I'm currently in Costa Rica. Here, check it out. There we go.
Oh my gosh. It looks amazing. I'm in stormy Atlanta and would much rather be there with you. So I want to hear all about your journey with The Retreat, but also I want you to kind of take us back to the beginning, like who you were, a few years ago, because I know that a lot of your journey started when you had some health problems.
Yeah. So when I was about 33, 34 years old, I actually ended up in the hospital with I guess it was gastritis, bleeding ulcers, whatever. But I had 3 little kids at home, and I went to the doctor and they shot me up on morphine and basically sent me home and said, here's a purple pill. And I said, okay, great. Like, how long do I have to take it? And they said, for the rest of your life. And I was like, whoa. And at that time, I wasn't knowledgeable on health and wellness. I really didn't. I was a very healthy person. I'm Iranian, so we had a very Mediterranean diet. I never ate fast food. I wasn't a soda drinker. So I thought, why is this happening to me? And I started to research some of the things. I went through in vitro fertilization to have my children. So my body was jacked up on medicines. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, whenever I had pain, the doctor would prescribe Vioxx, which we found out later, hurt the heart. There's just so many things that I just didn't know and didn't pay any attention to. But this was a wake-up call for me. And I started to study nutrition. And I learned to take away certain items to decrease the inflammation in my body. And within 10 days, I started to heal myself. After about 6 months, people started asking me what I did. I started to lose weight, got rid of the puffiness, looked younger than ever, looked healthier than ever, and people started following me. So then I even took it to the next level and became a raw food chef. I'm a trained French chef and then did raw food. And that was actually inspired by a woman named, never mind. She wrote Raw, Roxanne, who wrote Raw. And she was kind of the first person to put a cookbook out that was beautiful and elegant. And she was also a friend of mine. And she said, just do it for a month and you'll feel great. And I did. And I felt amazing. And it turns out I took all my chefing ability and turned it into raw food and learned how to do substitutions. After about 2 years of doing raw, I completely healed my body of Hashimoto's, every ailment that I had precancerous intestines. I have gut health issues. So, you only become an expert in things that you have issues with.
Right.
Right. It's like most psychologists are working through their own trauma, right? Mm-hmm. I have gut health issues, so I needed to heal the gut. And I wrote my book, Get Naked Fast, taking away the foods that weigh you down: dairy, wheat, sugar, meat, caffeine, and alcohol. And it is the premise of everything that I do. It is about healing the gut, healing from within. Mm-hmm. During this process, I had a spiritual awakening, because once you clean your body out of all the toxins, everything opens up. The meridians open up, the channels open up, and you start getting connected to source, to nature, to God, to whatever you want to call it. And you shift your life. You look at life differently. And I was married. I was married for 27 years. I had 3 beautiful children. I had an amazing husband, but I wanted more. And I went on this journey to Thailand. I was up in the hills of Mae Hong Son. And I have like I said, I'm Iranian. So my father always put women on the lower end of things. Like, you don't need an education. You're just a woman. You just need to get married. You don't need anything. You just need, someone to take care of you. But I've always been kind of a little proactive in life, which annoyed my father. It also annoyed my husband. So I went off to Thailand. I got lost in the hills of Mae Hong Son with this monk, Thai monk. and we got lost. Like we went on a 2-hour hike and we were gone for 10 hours. I mean, leeches all over my legs. We slid down these, you know, the long neck tribe hills, and it was just fighting the river's edge, and it was frightening. We didn't know if we were ever going to find, you know, where we belonged. So we ended up back where we were and got in the tuk-tuk and drove along the river's edge, stopped at this little place, and he says, "Want a beer?" This is the time. "Want a beer?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he just started telling me who I am. He observed me for 10 hours and said, "You're courageous. I've never met a woman like you. You've never once whimpered or winced. You are courageous," and just built me up on all the inner feelings inside me that I knew, but was never recognized by any family member. So you know how that is, right?
Absolutely.
We were looking for validation, and I had none. So this monk told me, I thought I was in love with this monk. For like a year, I thought, I'm in love. Yeah. And what I realized through that year is that I fell in love with myself.
Exactly.
And that was a beautiful experience. It really shook my husband's world, because he liked how things were, and I started to evolve and grow. And then I wrote my book, Get Naked Fast, inspired by this new Diana. I wanted to open a retreat center, thought it was going to be in Thailand because Thailand is the land of nature, right? Similar to Costa Rica, actually. And he just did not sign up for that. He didn't like it. So I put it aside, and over the course of, I think, another 12 years,
wow,
it just ate away at our relationship.
Right.
And finally, I just found myself so unhappy that I thought, oh my gosh, I need to tell him. And he took the easy way out and divorced me, which I didn't expect. I expected him to be on my side, and it shook my world. The day I got divorced was the day my mother's husband died. And it's also, my brother went through some major thing that day, and I fell to the ground. And it took me about a month to pull myself together. And I went to go visit my mom, and I found out that she had a property in Costa Rica. Wow. And she said her finances were shot. She lost everything. And I said, okay, Mom, let's sit down. And I'm no finance whiz. And I sat down and I scribbled, you know, what she had and what she had to pay. And I said, Mom, let's take a look at this and see how you can live. Can you live off of this amount? And she goes, oh, I think I can do it. I mean, she was a shell of a woman. And I thought, this is not my mother. My mother is strong. She's powerful. And I told her that, and she says, but I said, I'll pay it. She goes, you haven't even seen it. I said, sight unseen, Mom, I'll take care of it. You know, I didn't want my mom to suffer. I think she was 70 at the time. And so I bought it, sight unseen. So while I was going through my divorce proceedings, for about 2 years, I had this reoccurring dream that I was sitting on this mountaintop overlooking the Pacific Ocean. And anytime somebody would say, well, what are you going to do next? I was like, I don't know. I keep having this dream, but am I moving to Kauai? Like, I don't know. I've never seen this. So December of 2013, I came to the retreat, which was a house at the time. And I landed in the parking lot, and I looked out, and this was the view in my dreams. So I was like, that's it. I'm going to do it. This is the retreat. And I blindly just started building. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It was ugly. Like I had guys coming after me because there was money owed on the property. There was a car that was rotting in the driveway. My mom was disappeared for a year while her husband was dying. So, you know, in the wintertime, the mold comes in, and, you know, if you don't combat it, it will grow. And apparently the local market, I had a gun to my head. I mean, it was not pretty at all. And I just fought through it. I was so distraught from the divorce and losing my family that I didn't even care. Like, it was like I was numb. And I think knowing now, what I know now, if I knew that then, I would never have taken on this big project. But I just went in blindly, and I'm glad I was that dumb at the time. You know, because ignorance is bliss in a lot of ways.
Just having a spiritual awakening and just going for it. That's the best. That's how every great story starts, though.
Well, and my children were grown. They were going off to college. I had one little one. He was still in high school, but he was such an easy guy that, you know, I could leave him with his dad for 5 days and then come here. And I just, like I said, it was one of those moments where you just keep moving forward. You're on a trajectory and you don't even know where you're going. You're just doing your intention. And my intention was to take my skills as a spirit coach, a life coach, a raw food chef, and a priestess. I'm a licensed priestess in this, you know, and to bring it to a brick and mortar place where people could come.
Definitely.
And that's what I've done, you know, and wellness for me is really all the things that I know in my heart for my own education, from learning how to heal myself.
Yes.
Once you learn how to heal yourself, you're capable of helping others.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah. And so would you say that travel was a big part of your life up until Thailand, up until this moment? And because I'm wondering how your mother, you know, she had this property in Costa Rica. Did you guys travel as a family? Like what? But then I also know that you said that you didn't feel very validated in that way. So what was the connection with you and wanting to seek out travel?
Well, it's fascinating because when I met my husband, I was only 21 years old. And he said, do you want to travel? And I said, no, I mean, I think I was afraid of getting lost. That's why the Thailand experience was such an awakening for me, because I got lost and I found myself. Right. You know, that was the beauty of it. And I was afraid of getting lost. I think I was afraid of the unknown as a younger person. And then I went to Paris for I think it was my 40th birthday. It was my girlfriend's 40th birthday. So it was my 38th birthday. And I went to Paris for the first time, and she ended up sleeping in the hotel all day. And I just wandered around. I had no idea where I was going. I don't even think we had cell phones at that time. I'm not even sure we did, or at least it wasn't something you took with you all the time. Mm-hmm. And I got lost, and I was like, wow, this isn't so scary. And then I got the bug. Right. And then I wanted to travel a lot. And then the more I wanted to travel, the more I shook my husband's world. You know, he was like, whoa, what's going on? I need you to stay home. And again, that separated us. Now I travel all the time. It's like it's what I do. That's my home. I live in United Airlines.
Yeah. And so that's another thing. How do you balance all of, your travel now with, owning this property in Costa Rica and owning the retreat?
Well, I try to travel around work. Okay. So, for example, if I have to go to a summit in Europe, I just pad it. So the summit's 2 days, I stay for 2 weeks. And I experience other places. I also like to go to other spas, other resorts, wellness resorts, so that I can bring something back. In fact, the retreat Costa Rica is based on literally the pick and choose of the things I thought were the most fascinating.
Mm-hmm. And so what have been some of your favorite wellness destinations? Before we get more into the story of the retreat, I'd love to just know what are some of your favorite locations, wellness treatments you've received? Now
that I'm an owner, I'm way pickier. Everything I look at, I'm like, this is not so great. This is so great. I went to Rancho La Puerta while my kids were for like 5 days every year for about 10 years. And I actually twisted my ankle. I was a semi-pro volleyball player and, beach volleyball. And so we were playing volleyball in Rancho La Puerta, and I landed on my right foot and twisted it and thought, this is straight. It happened to be the week that they were having the cancer survival and a shamanic doctor there. So she was Eastern Western medicine. Mm-hmm. And so she kind of came to me and said, come. And she did this whole shamanic ceremony on me. And she told me I'm about to have this huge awakening, and me twisting my foot was me saying, you're going in the wrong direction. The way that the way your life is going, your right foot is your forward movement. And she says, and it's telling you stop. That's not the right way. And so that was a huge twist. So that kind of spirituality that comes with places like Rancho La Puerta are really beautiful. And I admire that a lot. I'm not into the big fancy ones. I honestly like the more boutique places that cater to intimacy. Mm-hmm. And getting to know the culture. I think that's one thing that we're really lacking in the world is the intimate connection. So the smaller, cozier the property, the more authentic it is where I thrive. massages, you get a good one here, you get a good one there. You have eating programs. I used to like WeCare in California, but their system is so, you make your own like powdered drinks. There's no creativity anymore. And I thought, gosh, I mean, it's really just going on a detox away from your own home. Right. So how do you do that, but cater to the elegance and the luxury? So anyway, there's a lot of pieces that I picked up from all over the world. In Kamalaya in Thailand, there's a beautiful cave, and you go in there and there's a monk, and he kind of tells you about his, how he sees you and those details. So each one has its own little special detail. I mean, I can go on, I got a list of 100 places I've been.
Yeah. No, so taking those back to the retreat and building this out, what were some of your biggest inspirations when, take us back to when you're first building the retreat?
Well, I wanted everything to be white, which again is not the smartest thing in Costa Rica, because when you go to Costa Rica, everything's rustic for a reason, because of the weather and because of the insects. Nobody can see them. Mm-hmm. But here everything's white. And the idea was to a blank canvas to paint the world and what you want for yourself. And I believe that whatever you want for yourself, you can achieve if you're given a break and you surrender to it. So that's what the retreat was based on, that and the food. The food, the culture, moving your body in gentle ways. We do yoga twice a day, and then a gentle hike. I don't like to overexert the body. I like it to rest and surrender, to allow, the connection to nature and to see what you really want. We happen to be on a crystal mountain. Bam, how did that happen, right?
Incredible. Yeah.
I had no idea. We started digging the garden and big chunks of quartz were coming out. And we do this tour at a waterfall down the road, and there's these terrariums in a local bar. And I thought, oh, cute, they have iguanas, right? I walked over there, and these big chunks of crystals. So this entire region right here is all crystal quartz. In fact, we had a landslide on one of our hikes, and we were climbing over it. And I don't know how crystals form necessarily, but there was blue and purple, and I don't know if they were I don't know what they were, but place is covered in crystals.
That is magical. That is just not a coincidence. That is so amazing.
Well, and the vibration everybody says the vibration here is palpable. When they step foot, they're like, whoa, where am I? And I believe that's the crystals.
Mm-hmm. And so what were some of the 3 most important things that you learned along your journey with opening the retreat? Just to put a number on it, because I'm sure the lessons have been endless, but what are the main things
I've learned? Well, you only trust yourself, and trust your intuition. I mean, that's huge. I think that when we put our trust in other people, we can get duped pretty quickly. Always believe in magic. I mean, I believe this is a magical place that was created out of magic, because I mean, the day-to-day, the grind was not pretty, but if you stay focused on the end game and believe that it's going to come through, then it'll work. I have this wonderful thing that happened to me. It was a bigger undertaking than I expected. When I thought that when I bought this retreat that I was going to be able to build for a certain amount of money, and this is all self-funded. And so I put a number on it, and I thought, okay, this is what we're going to do. But I bypassed that within 3 months. Like, I bypassed that so fast. And all of a sudden I had somebody staying on the property, and she was kind of managing the building. And she said, send me $20,000, send me $40,000, send me $60,000. And it was this ongoing thing. And I was like, okay, so I'm working. I'm trying to keep the money coming. And one day she said, send me $346,000.
What?
I was like, what? And she goes, well, the furnishings, Diana. And she goes, what do you, and then of course the taxes in Costa Rica are very high. And so I was like, whoa. And instead of panicking, I had this prayer that I do. And it's actually from the Course of Miracles. And it's about releasing your thoughts around things and letting the universe decide. And it was, I am spirit, pure and innocent. All is forgiven, all is released. And it's just about releasing your mind from your own thoughts. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to go on a walk because I can't even respond to her. And I went on my little power walk in the morning, and I'm walking around. I'm like, I'm spirit, pure and innocent. All is forgiven. I was singing it. I was dancing it. I was doing all this stuff. And I came back to my house. Whew, I don't know what that is. And I came back to my house, and an email came in that a fund that I had invested in, $346,000 to the exact number. And I thought, okay. I did something like, I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm supposed to continue, because I thought I was going to go bankrupt. I didn't know how I was going to continue. And it just, the magic of it was you're going the right way.
Absolutely. And I think the funding element can be a struggle for a lot of women. And especially, I know a lot of Around the World Beauty, members, we have these dreams and goals and things that we want to do, but maybe we're working our day job or we're trying to save. And what are some like practical business funding tips or any advice that you would offer to someone that wants to be in the wellness space?
Well, I don't know about the wellness space, but how I live is I don't live with debt. If you can't afford it, don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I because the stress about finances and having your grounding is too much.
Right.
And there's been a lot of that over the course of the last, 7 years, where I thought I panicked. I'm never worried about money, but when you're spending at an, exponentially and you don't have any money coming in, it can be extremely stressful, and you have to be patient. And this is where the trust and the intuition comes in. You have to know that there's going to be magic involved. I don't have an answer to that because there's no practical answer in my book. I didn't have the money. I ended up, spending as it came, I spent. I just continued. I have not derived $1 from this hotel. It has just been a huge endeavor. And anything that it makes is to build and grow and improve.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been able to live off of the other work that I do so that I can do this project.
Mm-hmm. And so what's kind of next? What are you building and expanding on now?
Well, we just built these 6 lofts that I'm in right now, and we finished them December 22nd, and we've been booked out. The fact that I'm even in this room is amazing. We've been booked out since. Everybody wanted this. In fact, the other rooms now we have to redo because nobody wants to stay in them. And so now we have to increase infrastructure because now we're booked. We've doubled our occupancy. So we're going to expand the restaurant and expand the kitchen and expand the laundry room. And, there's a lot of things we have to do. We're going through some growing pains right now, with increasing staff. And then once that's stabilized, then we're going to build 10 more rooms.
Mm-hmm.
And we do have a project to do villas on the property. I've got so much interest, and I'm just not sure I want to share the mountain.
Right.
I'm not sure my guests want to share the mountain with people who live here, residents all year long. So I'm rethinking it. I kind of just fly by the seat of my pants, to be honest.
That's okay. That works.
Yeah.
What would you say is the typical guest that comes and stays with you?
There isn't a typical guest, which is what's really surprising. Like in January, we had a whole slew of 28-year-olds. And I'm thinking, how did 28-year-olds afford to come here? And they were all techies. And they were fascinating. But what I've noticed is they all do something. They're all in transition.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody seems to be here in transition, needing something, but they don't know what they need.
Right.
Like I just was walking down to do this podcast with you. And this woman stopped me and she goes, "Are you Diana?" She was packing up to leave. And she said, "I have just been overwhelmed. I just sold my company. And I'm in transition, and this was the perfect place. I feel like I found myself." So, I don't know. We have more couples than before. We used to have just mostly women in their late 20s to probably early 50s. But now we have a lot of couples, and men are really getting into wellness a lot more. They enjoy it. And I think that women used to say, "My husband will never come if the food is not, meat and potatoes." But we have meat and potatoes. We just have, sustainable, local, organic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Amazing. And so how much, I know that you've really curated everything from the food to the decor to everything being all white. What would you say are like some touches that you're the most proud of or that guests always comment on? Because they are in this transition period. So maybe it is finding some food and finding, you know, comfort in that, but also having it fuel their body in an amazing way. What are some things that you
Well, there's 3 things that I hear over and over again, and I am very proud of it because it was a decision I made that was not popular, which was not to have a menu, to have it all chef's choice. And everybody says people are not going to be happy with that. And I said, they're going to be happy with it because in order to surrender, you cannot be presented with choices. I'll give you an example. When I was in Kamalaya, I went on a detox program, but every time I sat at dinner, they had this detox menu, and then they had this amazing menu of real, like, you know, lamb masaman and Thai food. And every night I grappled with it, and I always ended up ordering the stuff I wanted, not the detox menu. You know, so if you're not given a choice, then people start to go, wow, I didn't even know I liked that. And I think that became, the food is one of our hits. And as a chef and the one who created the menu or created the standardized, you know, anti-inflammatory diet, I'm very proud of that. The other thing is the details. I'm unfortunate. I got like 11 planets in Virgo. So I am a perfectionist. So I walk around and I'm moving things constantly. So the place feels like home and not a hotel. And I'm sure, you know, people who've been here can say that, because they've actually told me. I had the CEO of Toyota from Bogota come here, and he kept coming. He was here every 4 months. And I said, what's going on? I said, you're always here. He goes, I've been to hotels all over the world. He goes, but this feels like home. And when he said that, it was like the sound heard around the world. My brain just went, this is exactly what it is. It's that cozy, homey feeling. We have an open kitchen, you know, and when the kitchen is cooking and you're sitting in the lounge, you can hear the chefs moving, kind of like when you go home to mom, you know, in your mid-20s, early 30s, you go home to mom. Mom's always doing what she did when you were a kid, and it's cozy and comfortable, and it feels like home. You can smell the food. They come out and go, do you want to taste this? And it's really cozy. And the third thing is the staff. Because of our location, we're not in a high traffic tourist location. So instead of hiring staff that were professionals in tourism, I hired staff with heart, and we trained them. So we do have some people in the hotel industry, but a lot of them just are good people that we trained. And I love that.
It's so important to surround yourself and have that right energy and the right mix of people. So having that is amazing.
Yeah.
And I know, because, you know, we all can't do it alone, you know, no matter how Virgo you are, and no matter whatever perfectionist you are, we all need help, and that's okay. But
you know, when I say Virgo, you know what I'm saying, right?
Oh, I know. I'm very critical of myself. I have many Virgos.
Yes.
As well. So
I annoy myself. I'm like, let it go, lady.
Yeah, I know. That's what I have to do. I tell her, like, I was like, okay, my Virgo side is a mean girl. So I'm telling her, like, no, you're not going to, you know, no. So I love that. And in terms of your career as a chef, and I know that you have, you know, watched so many cookbooks, and you're kind of walking us through the your, you know, naked challenge. So a lot of people, it seems that this is the reason why they want to check in, is because of the detox program that you offer. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how you kind of how it's evolved?
Well, I wrote my book, Get Naked Fast, which is about stripping away the foods that weigh you down. And it was super successful. And people would ask me, can you put together a program for me? So I ended up creating this Naked Challenge program, where it's the food for 10 days, and I guide them. So it's not just about the food. It's about releasing not only the foods that weigh you down, but the thoughts that weigh you down, the emotions that we carry, the backpack of negativity or old news. And so it was an online event, and I was booking out, and I couldn't even, it's supposed to be an hour call a day. And we had so many people, it was 3-4 hours, and people over a course of time would lose 85 pounds, heal themselves from cancer. And like, there were so many great testimonials that came out of this program that I created, that when I opened the retreat, it became a vital part of the program, you know, where people could come and not just lose the weight. I don't do the retreats myself anymore because you can't keep track. Everybody has a different schedule. So come August, I'm doing one again. And yeah, August 5th to the 15th. In fact, anybody listening on this, I believe, is going to get a coupon code for this, because I want them to come and I want them to experience the event, not just by the food, but it's a community of people who work together to unleash and release anything that weighs them down. And it's miraculous. And it's like a beginning, it's like starting the race. People don't know how to begin. And there's so much information and so much education, and you just feel so good that you want to continue.
I love that. And yes, very excited for this discount code, because I know I want to join. A lot of other people would want to join. But let's say there's someone that, for whatever reason, they can't travel right now. They are feeling called to transform and work on themselves. What would you recommend someone can do to kind of implement some of these practices at home?
Well, it's there. I'll give you 5 top things that I know can change. First of all, get some sleep. A lot of people don't sleep, and they don't sleep well. And you need 8 hours of sleep for sure. Sleeping is nature's way of saying, calm down, detox. And so while you're sleeping is when you release. And that's what, if you're not sleeping more than 4 hours a night, then you're not releasing the way you should. Never eat past 6. Allow yourself to stop eating so you go to bed a little empty, and that allows the detox process to occur. Drink tons of water, more water than you think you can handle. It's true. And when you drink a lot of water, because sometimes we think that we're hungry, but we're not really hungry. We're just thirsty. So we end up eating something, and usually it's a snack, and it's usually a dry snack. So what it does is it takes from your own body's reserve of fluid to process that cracker or that chip or something, right?
Right.
I'm not even going to say no sodas, because that should be just across the board. Anybody drinking sodas in this time with the knowledge that we have, I'm not even going to say that one. And have one of these every day. You got to have a green juice. The green juices they literally go straight into your liver the second you start drinking them, and they release all the toxins. They start to move everything through the system. So one a day will start the system detoxing. I don't know, breakfast, lunch, mid between breakfast and lunch, and move your body, but don't work out so hard. Don't make it like, these gym rats and stuff, they end up suffering later. Right. And, they push themselves so hard. They look great. They're tight, they're toned, but they all have issues. They all have problems. And then their whole system gets whacked out when they get older.
Absolutely. Yeah. Those are great tips. What are some ways that you recharge yourself?
Quiet time, alone time. Yeah. My mind works probably too faster than most people. I've been told, like, they can't keep up with me. I think I can't keep up with myself. So when I'm alone, I just kind of unwind, and I paint. I paint. In fact, I paint most paintings here at the hotel. It's my way of just decompressing, and hours will go by when I'm painting and cooking. I'm a creative monster, constantly, coming up with something.
Yes, and executing and making those creative outlets for yourself. I think since COVID, so many people, myself included, are very creative, but maybe work, shifted. We couldn't travel as much. We couldn't do things that we love to do. So it almost felt like there's been a lot of people feeling really stagnant. So it's like, what would you say? I know that's how you recharge. What would be some ways that you would recommend someone can re-energize themselves creatively?
Well, I think what you just said is they're stagnant. So you have to create something for yourself. Nobody can tell you what your passion is, whether it's writing, reading, painting, cooking, exercising. You have to make time in the day to do what recharges you. And we all get stagnant. I'm a workaholic. So I find myself stuck in a computer for too long, making sure I like to always be ahead of the game. If there's things I need to order, I don't want it to catch up to me. I want to make sure it's done ahead of time. And I find myself, I'll still be in my pajamas at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, haven't left my computer. We got to snap out of it. And it's a constant practice. It's like anything, right? we talk about yoga being a practice. Well, practice your yoga at home, which means sitting with yourself, laying on the floor. When's the last time anybody just laid on the floor and stretched? Like sometimes I do that when my guy has the TV on and he's like sitting on the couch eating, 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 and some pita chips. It's his favorite thing. I lay on the floor and I go, God, I just never, when you start to lay down, you start to move your body and you're like, wow, that really feels good. So those little changes that we make throughout the day, they build up. It's, I say this with any program you want to start, anytime you want to make change in your life, do little by little by little, and then keep it consistent and it grows on its own. Like even with my cookbook, Get Naked Fast, it's, the dairy, wheat, sugar, meat, caffeine, and alcohol. And everybody says, oh my gosh, I can't take any of that out. And I go, take one out, just take one. And then after maybe 2, 3, 4 months, take another.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you've taken them all out, live with that for a while, and then you can start bringing some in as you want. You see, but you have to do it on a consistent basis so it becomes habitual. Like brushing your teeth, right? We brush our teeth because we have to, because we woke up, we were taught, mommy said, brush your teeth in the morning, brush your teeth at night. We do it.
Mm-hmm. Right. And having those gradual changes that it grows over time. And then you look back and you're in a completely different place than you were 1, 2, 3 to 4 years ago.
It's exactly right. In fact, it's so funny because my brother, he said, you got to help me lose some weight. And I said, okay. So I put him on my program and I walked through it with him. Like we spent a month together just doing what I do. And he lost 25 pounds in that month. And he came to visit me in my new home in Miami. And he said, well, I'm on vacation. I can eat that ice cream. And I was like, that's the wrong thought process. You don't work that hard for a month and then just fall off of it because you're on vacation. You have to integrate those habits into your everyday life. Doesn't mean you can't have ice cream. It just means that your thoughts are going to consume you. Like I did this for a month. I lost 25 pounds and now I'm going to eat ice cream and pizza and all this stuff and gain 10 back so I can go on a month program again.
Right.
And it's like the yo-yo effect. What we're all trying to create is homeostasis. And if we have a little blip, we just go back into our homeostasis. You get another blip, you got a blip, you got a blip, you just go back. We all do it. I do it, especially when I'm traveling. I love to go out. I love to eat ice cream. I love to eat pizza. I love to drink tequila, but I got to get back to homeostasis. Mm-hmm. And that, and where is your homeostasis? If your homeostasis is already pizza, burger, ice cream, then you need to reevaluate to find out where you feel good. And then always go back.
Absolutely. And so we love to kind of close and wrap things up with one question that we ask all of our travelers and every member of our group. How do you define beauty?
Health and happiness. If you don't feel good, you're not beautiful. It shows on your face. If you're not happy, it shows on your face. Mm-hmm. Shows in your body, shows in everything that you do. If you look at somebody and you go, gosh, I mean, how many times have you seen an absolutely gorgeous woman and she's just miserable and not so nice? And suddenly you're like, God, she's really pretty, but I would never even look her way. Her energy field is just off. She's probably unhealthy. She's probably not happy. Mm-hmm. But you can take a woman who's okay looking, right? But she's so in her body. She's so healthy. She feels good about life and she's radiant. And you go, wow, she's really stunning. I can't stop staring at her. Mm-hmm. And it's not about her features. It's not about her hair, her weight. Has nothing to do with that. Has everything to do with how they emit their energy.
Absolutely. And what has been like a lesson for you that you kind of look back on yourself? And I'm sure that, through healing yourself and all of your health issues, when has there been another transitional moment and maybe a little bit more recently where you've looked back and you thought, wow, I've grown in this way.
In the last 2 years. Yeah. Building this retreat, building Truth Bar, I don't know if I should say this, but kicked my butt. Mm-hmm. Really kicked my butt. I mean, it was hard. It was hard traveling so much without having any homeostasis. I gained 30 pounds I couldn't lose it. My hormones were all out of whack. I was looking old and disheveled and not myself at all. I had pain in every part of my body. And then the whole world shut down.
Mhm.
And I got stuck here in Costa Rica, and I started working with our Ayurvedic doctor just to get some balance, just to, in Ayurveda, what they do is they move the meridians and they rebalance them. And then your body starts working for you again. I think I just kind of shut down, so I feel like I can take on the world again.
Mhm.
And in the last 7 years, I just wanted it all to stop.
Right.
So yeah, the last 2 years have been great for me. Great. Bittersweet, right?
Right. Absolutely. This has been just absolutely amazing, Diana. You're so inspiring, and I loved hearing about your story and just your, willingness to share it with us. We really, really appreciate that. And I know it's going to help because you're living our beauty dream. Let's say that, but not without your own struggles and having to balance it all. It's like, we think that, oh, if I do this, or if I open a retreat and then I do this and have my own spa, I'll be happier. This will be great. And it's always evolving. We're always going to have to keep, working on ourselves and getting into the homeostasis, like you mentioned. So
I just had a birthday, and I turned 57, and I thought, God, I'm really close to 60. And I go, is this what 60 was? As a child, right? 60-year-olds were old.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, wow, I'm almost 60. This is amazing. Like, I had no idea. Now, 3 years ago, I felt 60,
Yeah.
But now I feel alive and amazing. So I was like, wow, this is really something. How did I get here? When did this happen? But it's okay. I'm totally okay. It's like, I can't wait for the next 30 years.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's exciting. It's all exciting and inspiring. It's a journey.
Exactly.
So, like I said, we've had such a great time chatting with you. I believe that we can share all of your website information, all of your socials, a discount code with our viewers. Is there anything else that you'd like to share before we close?
Not really, except, there's so much. It's too much for this, but I do want to say that I am doing this naked challenge, which is an amazing thing, in August. And I'm giving a coupon code for any listeners here so that they can come in and enjoy, because, it's not that easy for people to afford to go take care of themselves. That's the number one thing that stops people: time and money. And so we want to make it easier for people so that they can actually take that leap of faith into their own travel and beauty, experience.
Absolutely. Well, you will definitely see me there. I don't know if it will be August. I hope so, but you will see me at some point. I'm very excited to experience this beautiful retreat that you've built. And thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you, Sable. Nice talking to you.
You too. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Wow. Hearing Diana's story is just so enlightening and inspiring because I'm telling you right now, I will own a wellness boutique somewhere around the world. If you guys saw that video of her place, you saw how gorgeous that is. It exists on a crystal mountain. Like, how is that even possible? But I truly believe that I can do it. And if you saw in her conversation, it was like universe meets dreamer, right? It's like everything kind of fell apart and then something so beautiful was created out of that moment. I going to her place, I always wondered what um what it would take to do. Like, I remember sitting there and walking for the first time and like, how do I do this? Like, how do I build this? And to hear it firsthand from the founder, the owner of this destination, to know how it actually manifested is so like inspiring and motivating as well. Trusting the universe and what your story will be, I think, is the one lesson that I'm taking from that. And now I'm really excited for this next panelist. Her name is Corey. She's the founder of 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅. Now, I am on a flight to, I don't even know where. I think it was to Oregon, and I was going for the Women's Travel Festival. And I'm on a JetBlue flight, and I'm, working on this summit because the summit has taken me quite some time to put together. It took a lot of work. But as I'm sitting there planning my things, I'm watching. I'm not that person that like, I always work on a flight. And if I sleep, I know she said sleep is really important, but I just love what I do. I love to work. I love to create. Um, I saw a commercial come on the screen, and the commercial was about a new movement JetBlue was doing called Flying in the Sky. And it was about this woman found business called 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 that was going to be implementing this whole movement about being on a flight and having a wellness gift that's going to allow them to really ground themselves before they get to their destination. The video was so beautiful. It's part of their initiatives to create wellness in the sky. And so our next panel is called Partnering in the Sky, because what Corey's done with 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 is that she's been able to partner with airlines to bring her products. And let me actually clarify that. Not her products from women like myself and many of you guys that are listening that have beauty brands that want to get your products into airports. They've been able to take their brand to the sky, and JetBlue is one of their partners. I mean, that is so incredible. So on that flight, they have like the Go Flight thing where I can be online. And I sent her a message. I said, I know we haven't met, but I'm doing this summit and I want to hear it from you first on how you were able to partner with JetBlue in the sky. I want to know how you built your business. Would you be able to join us? And would you say yes to joining our summit? And again, if we've learned one thing from today is that just by trying, literally, you never know where it can end up. And this is the conversation when she said yes to being part of the Beauty and Travel Summit. So enjoy our next panel called Partnering in the Sky with Corey from 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅. Corey.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Thank you for being here. Like I was saying, I was on a flight. I was watching the TV. I saw a new partnership that was happening. And I said, who is the founder or the visionary behind this? Because many of us travelers understand when we're traveling a lot, how important it is that wellness and self-care is at the forefront, because there's jet lag. Not only that, we don't look our best when we're flying sometimes because we're like all the water is taken out from our body, so now, especially with all the limitations, the stress, the COVID mask, there's so many things that come up for us when we're starting to travel. So when I saw the JetBlue Mint initiative and saw that your brand was part of it, I said, I want to know more about 𝒓𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 because one, I love the name. And two, I love that there was a woman behind it. So Corey, please introduce yourself. And I would love for you to share with us, what is 𝒓𝒓𝒊𝒓𝒅 for us that don't know?
Yeah, so I'm Corey. I'm the founder and CEO of 𝒓𝒓𝒊𝒓𝒅. And you can think of 𝒓𝒓𝒊𝒓𝒅 as your one-stop shop for travel wellness. So we curate wellness-based products with a focus on supplements, skincare, beauty for airlines and hotels. And we also have an online marketplace where you can shop our products regardless of, whether you're flying with JetBlue or staying at one of our partner hotels.
Wow. I mean, I have to say, wow, because there is not one person that is watching this. Because I know our crew, like I know our beauty travelers out there that does not first thing go to the hotel. I'm the kind of person that calls the hotel to make sure that they're going to have shampoo, conditioner, and all those amenities, because who wants to, when you're traveling the world and backpacking, and you're not really, you can't carry that much stuff. And especially now with airlines cutting out so much of what we can bring, we are looking for these amenities, and there's kind of things that are out there, but we also get excited to see, well, what is the hotel sharing? What is different in each place that we go to when it comes to these kind of things? So, I mean, my first question is, how did you, where does the idea come from, and how did you make it happen? Because I know when I walk into a hotel, I see a product and I'm like, oh my God, where did they get this? How do I get my product in here? Because I own my own beauty brand too, but you actually did it. So tell me about the idea and bringing it forward.
Yeah, sure. So prior to launching Wonderfuel, I worked in the advertising space and was at a big agency in London, where British Airways was one of our clients. So being in the ad world, especially in a global role, I was traveling all the time, and firsthand felt the pain of not being able to eat anything, or staying at a hotel and having that really watery conditioner that is not doing anything for your dry ends. And I reached out to British Airways as kind of my test client and said, how are you guys thinking about wellness? Is there an interest in launching this? And there was. So that's really where I started, was just reaching out to brands and asking if they wanted to collaborate, and building a network of, partner brands that, were in the F&B space and beauty space, and presenting that to British Airways. So I ended up moving back to the States to launch the company. As a founder, you need everything that you can get. So when I thought about hiring and fundraising and who would be on my advisory board, I felt like coming back to New York would be the best place to do it. And we actually launched with a partner called Summit, who did an annual voyage around the Caribbean. So my first partnership was launching 4,000 Wonderfuel kits for all the attendees and the summit on board Norwegian Cruise Line. So it was a great way to launch the business and get that experience of, my first production run, but also, getting real-time feedback from customers and designing a wellness-based space where people could come in and sample, our kits, and also some of the wellness experts that I put together. To effectively have, 24 hours of programming over 3 days, where people could come in and, take a turmeric shot at 7 a.m. in the morning, or have a cacao, reishi elixir at 11 p.m. So yeah, that's how we started.
Wow, Corey, it's funny because as you're talking to me, I don't know if you can see it on my face, but I'm listening from a place of, oh my God, because I know that it was, the way that you share it, it seems like it was seamless. It seemed like it all flowed, and as someone who has a brand, who has beauty boxes as well, and I will say that, what I love about women and us in our community is that they're travelers, they travel the world. So when it comes to execution and being a badass, it's easy for them. So, but there are challenges, right? So before I get into that, because I have so many questions, because I'm like, yes, go girl. I'm rooting for you so much, because I know that that must have been the most insane workload, but yet the most purposeful. And that makes me excited to see where you are today, because we're going to get into those details a little bit, because I want to know, okay, yes, that's amazing. You got all these partnerships in the beginning, but the challenge of even shipping and stocking your stuff and then getting rich, there's so much more, right? So we're going to get into that, but I have a question for you about wellness, because your brand is very much fueled in the wellness space. Do you have a wellness story and a wellness journey that you've been on that kind of opened your eyes to this, especially working in advertising, I'm sure?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been not to overuse the phrase, but into wellness. I remember being like the 12-year-old that wouldn't eat French fries, that was like, not eating pizza, that wanted to make a kale salad. So I think food was probably the entry point for me, where I started cooking. I've always been into getting my hands on ingredients and, kind of like the alchemy that comes behind cooking. And I was always into sports too. So I was a springboard diver. I was a pole vaulter. I ran track all through college. So again, like having that background of food and nutrition, and seeing how that affects your performance, right? Both from like an athletic standpoint, but also your mental performance too. I'm like the most Virgo of all Virgos. Of like three moons in the the Virgo point. So having like a ritual and planning and having products that, create that like me time experience are really important to me. So, especially since launching Wonderfuel, I just have access to so many great brands, and I'm always kind of guinea pigging, myself on, the latest sheet masks and exfoliating treatments and, collagen and testing out things and seeing, does it work for me? And then if it does it work with my team? Because that is what's really important for us, is like, not only does a product look good, is it well designed, are they using sustainable materials, but is it effective? Because if it's not effective, like, no one has time for that.
Exactly. And what I really appreciate about the brand is that, yes, we all fly, yes, we all are living life, but it's really about slowing down and, taking, like, the journey doesn't begin just when you land in the country. The journey is the flight. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been on a flight and have met amazing people as my neighbors. And I am that person, unfortunately, that does make friends and like talks to people. I'm excited all the time about stuff. So like, I can only imagine like now making my job easier with your product in my hands when I'm getting on a flight, or, if I'm going anywhere, to create something that's every day into a ritual, right? So yes. We did get a lot of questions. And obviously, once we kind of shared that you were going to be on our conversation, we have a lot of indie brand owners who would be interested in sending you product. What would you say? You obviously said that it has to work. It's not just about being the it ingredient. It has to actually do something for the consumer, for the person that is traveling or is looking for this wellness kick. But I would love to hear from you, what is the process of a brand being seen by you? Because you are growing, and I kind of want to hear more about, your path to scaling as well, because this is just one of the partnerships of many that you are like, flying into. So, yeah.
I think when we're looking at new brands and considering working together, we kind of go through, how does it look? Like, what is the branding? What does the packaging look like? Will customers gravitate towards it? When they see it in our kits or they see it on the shelf, is it a product that can sell itself just, from the way it looks, as like one of the criteria? The second thing we'll look at is the ingredients. And these aren't in a particular order, they're all like equally important. But yeah, what are the ingredients like? Where do they source from? Is there a story behind the brand and the founding team? I think especially now, which, I am proud to say, I think Wonderfuel has been, effective at driving is it a female founded brand? Is it a BIPOC brand? Is it local to the clients? Is there an interesting story that we can highlight too? Because, I'm always looking at things from a marketing perspective, given my background in advertising. And does it solve a traveler's need? I think that's really the mindset we put ourselves in, because, that's what we're all about. Like, what are the pain points when you're traveling? Dry skin, dehydration, digestive issues, trouble falling asleep, not having enough energy when you don't get enough sleep, right? Like, these are all like the crucial components. And that's really the lens that we look through when we're, collaborating with brands and kind of designing our next collection. So, I think the tenets of Wonderfuel sourcing are in the categories of energy, sleep, digestion, warm weather too, you know, sun protection and all the things that your skin kind of goes through when it's going from 30 degrees to 90 degrees, you know, like your body needs to adjust. So that's really what we're here to solve.
That's incredible. And like my eyes are like so big. So I'm like, there's so many questions. And that it's awesome because again, it's such a dream for many of us to have something that is making a difference on someone's travel journey. You know, I can't even tell you how many times I've been like, I need to create a kit for when my girls are traveling so they can open it. And it's just a matter of just doing it, right? And you did just do it. So one of my questions that I want to ask you is, you know, you mentioned that you called British Airways and just asked them about wellness. Like, are you interested in this? But, you know, I always like to say that there's a little bit of magic that goes into being an entrepreneur. Somehow, some way, you just have to have the vision, and then you end up just bumping into or calling the right person because the wrong person was at break. Like, there's just like that magic element to being an entrepreneur. But how did you know who to call? Well, obviously you worked with the line, but as you've grown, what is your process of finding those right contacts to partner with? Is it really the network? Is it just having that undeniable force that, you know, I need to be successful? I will call everyone in this directory until I find out who is in charge of this Norwegian sea, you know, cruise. What's been your process with getting your vision into the right people's hands?
Yeah, good question. I think like the key, I'm going to make a bold statement, but like the key to living your purpose and living your dream is to get really clear on like what fuels you every day. You know, like what do you believe in so much that you can, you know, reconnect to through the difficult times, you know, because if you're not super passionate about what you're doing, I think we've all experienced this, like you don't put 100% into it because you're not like invested, right? So I think, you know, it is essential if you're a founder to have a mission that, you know, will get you through COVID when all of your customers are putting purchasing on hold, you know, like that will get you through the long days and the working through the weekends and the rejection and, you know, the hearing the no's. And that's what you have to do, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it does come down to numbers. Like, how many people are you going to hit up on LinkedIn and, you know, stalk 3 times on email and get an in-person meeting and like go to that trade show and, you know, exhibit and, you know, and the follow-ups and like all of that stuff that it takes to like make yourself be heard. And that's like the most important thing. So it's like being really clear on like, what do you want to do? How are you going to create it? And asking for help, like both out in the universe, you know, like I need to meet this person, you know, and I think once you say that to yourself every day, like you will meet that person, like you will be presented with the people that you need to grow your business. And I think having a community of entrepreneurs has been super helpful for me. That's again one of the reasons why I moved back to New York, because, you know, so many of my friends have businesses, and to be able to, you know, ask them questions and get recommendations for legal counsel and, you know, fulfillment companies and advisors and investors, like all of that is so important. So yeah, again, I think it's just like having something you believe in, and being fully committed to making that belief a reality, and having a community that really supports you. And I think having an executive coach or having a therapist, you know, like having tools to be there for you when you know, things get rough is key. And I think the last thing is like having a wellness practice yourself. You know, I can't tell you, I really don't know what I would do if I didn't, you know, practice Ashtanga every morning, you know, just having that like grounding time every morning where I'm breathing and I'm like in my body and I'm like, you know, feeling strong in my own physical sense, because like, I think that is a reminder too, that you are powerful, you know, and you create your own magic, you know, so that is really like a grounding practice.
Absolutely. I mean, I definitely agree with that. If it wasn't for my morning routine, when I don't do it, I'm just so out of line, because
Right.
It's like, you know, you have to get yourself grounded. You have to want to give gratitude for another day on this earth, because yes, it does matter what it is that we're doing. But at the end of the day, without understanding and being aware that you have breath another day to try again. Like it's like the dopest feeling, and it's definitely become like a nonstop ritual for me and everyone in my life. So I love that. And I love that you shared that there is so much that goes into finding the right person that's going to give you those opportunities. And because it's not just one way, it's literally like a blend of so many people that you have to meet. But with that intention and that purpose alignment, it's kind of like the more clear you are, the more that like the universe or like your action steps just get clear on the journey. I feel like I'm all about like trusting the journey. We do something called the beauty journey, which is like, it's knowing that on your journey, there's so much beautiful moments, and it's somehow you always meet the right people, the more clear that you are in what it is that you're up to. So I loved everything you shared. But I can only imagine that. How long have you had Wander Fuel, by the way?
I always forget now.
Yeah.
It's like when someone asks you how old you are, you're like, we launched at the beginning of 2017.
Wow.
So, yeah, 6 years.
Yeah, 6 years now. That's awesome. Would you say that how, when it comes to figuring it out, there's that famous phrase of like, just do it, you'll figure it out. Mm-hmm. Do you feel that knowing now all the stuff that you have to do to keep Wander Fuel above and with these partnerships, do you feel like you have figured it out and that now you're like, because I'm imagining, like, I'm picturing your life and I want you to kind of tell me what your, like a day in the life of you looks like, but I know what my life looks like with providing shipping and, having a place to store all these products as well. Like, walk me through that experience of building that part of the business, because yes, like now it might feel like you can have these partnerships, but there was a time I know that you're maybe running around like, what the hell am I doing? How is this going to work? And you're like, am I probably spending all my money to make this business work? Like, I have no life. Like, I don't know if that's you, maybe it's just me, but how was that process of your journey to like figure it out?
Yeah. I mean, I think your 20s, your early 30s are all about figuring it out. And I think it's for me at least is reassuring to know that like no one has figured it out. Like, every day we're all presented with new challenges and we ask ourselves like, what are we going to do? What's our strategy here? Yeah. So by no means do I feel as though I've figured everything out. I think that's one of the exciting things about being a founder is, no 2 days are the same. Every day is different. In the beginning, it was a lot harder, I think, especially as a first-time founder. People want to know, do you have a track record? Do you have what it takes to keep going? 6 years into it or 10 years into it, so number one, like so few startups actually make it. And number two, like it takes longer than you think, so to just commit to it and keep going back to it, when things do get tough, and to not be discouraged, I think is really important. In the beginning, we wanted to be fresh food for airlines. And that was something that we did pivot towards, beauty and supplement products because the logistics behind fresh food and temperature controlled storage and, deliveries to the catering team, I'm not the right founder for that. Like it is a very ops intensive role. And that was one of the learnings too, is like, what are my strengths? And I think maybe for other women, can relate to this. You kind of gravitate towards people that you connect with and people that you feel like you have things with in common. But almost when you're a founder, that's not really the best practice. And meaning like you don't want a co-founder that has the exact same skills as you, because then you still have a hole and you still have a problem, to solve. So I think, knowing where you're strong and knowing where you need to hire and knowing where you need to get support, I'll help you figure things out.
Mm-hmm. I love that. It's, and that's one thing too, that we always continue to evolve. We've been in the business for 6 years. My business has been around for 10 years and it didn't start like a travel company. It started as just me wanting to travel, be a spokesperson for different beauty brands. And now looking back, I got all of that, but plus a lot more that I did not expect would happen in 10 years. That includes a travel company and that includes products. And, the evolution is so clear of knowing like, yes, I'm good at that, but I'm not like, I realized really quickly that I cannot take pictures 24/7 to be like, you know, a spokesperson all the time. But I knew that I had a passion for meeting entrepreneurs like yourself that were doing some cool ass stuff in countries. And I'm like, how do we not, like, we're in the beauty industry. Like, how do we not know about these trends and these ingredients and these people that are living their truth through their heritage? And I'm like, we got to bring people here. Like, we got to show like my people in New York that this world is expansive when it comes to beauty, wellness, and fashion. And like, you know, back then it wasn't so accessible with Instagram. Now you can just jump on a page and be inspired. But I believe in like immersive travel and inspiration at the source. So it's interesting that it started off as one thing and then evolved once you knew like, yeah, like this is great, but right now it's, you know, we got to see ourselves. This is our life. Like, this is everyday actions that we're taking. And I keep saying, like, if it's not fun, you know, it's not fun a lot of the time because it's a lot of work. But there are moments where you have to see the beauty and the fun in it and stick to that.
Yeah.
Then we're just on to the next. And that's the other thing I want to talk to you about is you have an incredible partnership, you know, and I would love to hear about the JetBlue partnership with Mint. I would love to hear a little bit more about the partnership with the cruise line and the hotels, because those are incredible. And in a beauty industry, we have partnerships like that, but it's just as hard to keep them going, right? It's not just getting one of them, but it's like, how do we make this partnership last? So I would love to hear about, if you're comfortable sharing about your JetBlue experience and how that came about and what your hopes and dreams are with that, because this is the first time that I've seen this level of wellness on a flight. And I think it's a game-changing opportunity for everyone to take notice. So that's why I wanted to even have you here. So
yeah. I guess part of getting JetBlue was, you know, the core, one of the core principles of Wonderfuel, which is to meet travelers' needs where they need it most, you know. So that's why we didn't go direct to consumer as, you know, for launch. We really went B2B because we knew that's where the scale is. You know, we knew that's where the big order sizes are. And that was the first step at getting our product in customers' hands, you know, where they're experiencing the challenge that we're trying to solve, you know, to when you're in the airplane and you forgot a moisturizer and, you know, your cuticles are all ragged and you don't have anything to eat. So when we approached JetBlue, number one, we had timing on our side. There was a bid out for a new airline partner. And I do think we presented them with an offering unlike anything they had ever seen before. So, you know, we pitched the concept, which a lot of airlines are, you know, looking at now as part of their strategy. But, you know, why is it a one size fits all kit? You know, our body needs different things at different moments, right? Like you want some energizing products in the morning. Like you want to wake up with a coffee, you want to wake up with a matcha. Like maybe your eyes are puffy because you didn't sleep. You know, you need that like under eye patch that will make you look like you slept. And, you know, when you're on a red eye flight, like that is one of the most painful experiences. And we thought, like, how can we make this better for people? Like, let's give them melatonin, you know, let's give them like a magnesium-based supplement that will help them fall asleep. And let's give them like their, you know, wind down ritual, like their toner, their overnight moisturizer, their eye cream. And let's have a product that's going to help them wake up in the morning too. So, you know, really thinking about, like, as JetBlue says, the travel ribbon, you know, when, you know, someone books the flight to when they're on board to when they get to their hotel, like, how can we think about that whole experience and meet them where they are? And so in addition to, you know, presenting a program that involved different design concepts and different products tailored to flight time and destination, we also thought about, you know, what are the new brands that, you know, are exciting to customers, and what does content look like? You know, that was another one of the components that has always really inspired me is, you know, people don't have you know, they don't have access to Wi-Fi a lot of times, or, you know, the Wi-Fi is slow. So you have kind of this time where you're more likely to engage with a product and read about it. So that's why in every Wonder Fuel kit, we include like a short, editorial guide. How to use these products? Why do we select them for you? So bringing all that together for JetBlue, I think really set us apart. And it's why I think we ultimately end up winning the contract.
Wow. I'm like, again, it's like one of those things where we all think about it and then you do it, and it's like, it's incredible. And a question about entrepreneurship. What made you curate products that were already out there instead of making your own? Or did you try that and you're like, because the easiest route in my head is like, okay, you make your own product line, for you. And then Wander Fuel then you don't have to worry about like the other overhead, right? The price points for other brands to come in, where to store all these products. So what kind of made your decision go towards curating versus you just having your own line?
I think it was easier for us to curate instead of producing our own product line because there were less startup costs associated, so it was easier for us to order, to order brand products for a specific order where we knew the purchase order quantities instead of taking a bet and saying, we're going to do a run of 10,000 units and let's see what happens. So that was part of the decision. And also, there needs to be some level of, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for, to some level of, if you're going to be a curator of something, you want to represent an unbiased authority, right? So if we have our own products, we're going to want to push that, right? But it becomes, a little less, maybe less believable that this is the best, digestive supplement, or this is the best sleep supplement, or this is the best, full body moisturizer. It was our own product. And I also think sitting where we sit, we meet with so many different brands that are all making really incredible products. So, we want to keep, having that discovery element and finding new brands and, bringing those to customers. Not to say we would never create, our own line in areas where we still see a white space. We did go down a long product development journey for an energizing eye drop, which is a story we probably don't have time for. But ultimately, our co-manufacturer had made some claims that we later found out weren't true. So we didn't end up producing the product. But yeah, as of now, just having access to the best brands and bringing those to customers. And also seeing, a New York-based hotel wants different items than, an LA-based hotel, right? They want some blend of locally sourced products. So to stay nimble and flexible to our customer needs, we need to, be able to look at the landscape and really select the right programs for that program or product for that program.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just makes so much sense to me. And I think as a brand, like you said, they have an opportunity to get into consumers' hands or that they normally maybe wouldn't in the air, right? And that's why we call this panel Partnerships in the Air, because as a brand, it is your dream to have your brand felt and experienced in different parts of people's lives, And so for you, do you feel that the brand comes to you and obviously you guys are always looking for the hot new thing, what's out there, what's going to really, impact the person that's flying in wellness. But is this a partnership where if my brand wanted to be included in Wander Fuel, is it where I'm paying you to feature my product in your box, or is it now more of a partner? There's so many different ways and models that the world works in right now. So I'm just curious because I see it as such a win-win, right? It's such a win for the brand to know my product by going into this Wander Fuel program is going to be showcased to so many people. But then at the same time, I'm or is it you just buy the product and then just, you're this is perfect for this partnership, let's send it off. What's your model when it comes to creating Wander Fuel? And maybe you tried them all, because I know you probably have, or let me not jump to conclusion, but go ahead. Sorry, Corey.
Yeah. When we look at purchasing products, right, because everyone's I mean, you know, you want your products to be in customers' hands, but you're also a business, right? You need to make money on your products. So unfortunately, not unfortunately, but you know, the airline and hotel budgets are tight, right? There's only so much margin there. So that really is what leads the conversations, from looking at brands that we want to partner with. One, you know, do they have the scale to be able to produce, you know, hundreds of thousands of units? You know, with lead time, we that's also part of our process is to say, you know, with 5 months, could you do a production run of this size? And also, are you set up, you know, do you have the scale to produce that many units at a time? Do you have the capital to do that large of a production run? And can you, you know, work with airline payment terms, which are, you know, at times could be, you know, 6-9 months out from the time that we, you know, place a PO.
I mean, wow, that was a lot of information that I literally had to take a moment to be like, okay, I need to like listen to this again, rewrite this down so I can get on the same page of this badass woman that's doing great, amazing things in the sky. Guys, before we get to our next panel, we have about 10 minutes. I want to give us a little bit of a break to get some water, to get a little bite, because our next two panels are just trailblazing. They're incredible women, more incredible women, but their story is so dope that I'm so excited for you guys to get to know a little bit more about these incredible beings that I'm lucky to call now mentors and friends. So for now, get comfortable. We're going to be back in just 10 minutes. But first, here's our outro video for the summit. Welcome back, everyone, to the Beauty and Travel Summit. I can't believe it's 3:45 and we started this at 9:15 in the morning. That is crazy. But if you are feeling the way that I'm feeling inspired, I'm feeling ready, I'm getting ready to celebrate. And up next, we have an amazing speaker by the name of 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅. She is the author of Earth Medicines. I'm so excited to get her on this Beauty and Travel Summit because when I saw her book on Amazon, I was like, who's this woman? She's stunning. And not only that, she is a true representation of indigenous beauty, which is such a huge movement in the beauty industry. If you guys know me, you know I'm obsessed with Sedona. Sedona is one of my favorite places in the world because there's a vortex, there's an energy there. And it said that the creation of man and woman was found right there. Stories are myths, but at the end of the day, it takes women like 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅 who share their ideas of what beauty is that are traced back for generations. She is here to share with us how she got her book deal and what exactly is Earth Medicines and her journey to beauty. Before we go on to our panel discussion, we'll be showing our intro. Enjoy.
Morning. Quali tonali. That's how we say good morning.
I love that. Well, you heard me share a little bit about how I came across your name. And I can't tell you the energy I felt seeing your face. I can get emotional thinking about it because around the world beauty is focused on not just traveling and learning, but meeting women who are leading the conversation of our indigenous rituals, our beauty traditions from around the world. And I just saw you on the cover, and the name of the book is called Earth Medicines. And I just felt so called to reach out to you because you radiated through the computer. You radiated through every page once I got the book. And I'm so excited to introduce you to our community because we need to know about who you are and how important is the work that you're doing. So I want to first, ask you to introduce yourself to our community. This is the Beauty and Travel Summit. And a lot of people think that the word beauty is on the surface or that the word travel means that you have to travel across the world. But there's so much that we can do right here and right now. And I'm honored and excited to have you part of this amazing summit. So welcome, 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅. I would love for you to share a little bit about who you are because we're going to get deep in the next 45 minutes about your full story. But yeah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So I am here in the Sonoran Desert. My full name is 𝒊𝒏𝒔𝒑𝒊𝒓𝒅. I am a curandera, which is a traditional healer, somewhat medicine, a woman. I've been on this path for so long. It's all kind of flowed together when I look back and see all of the different things that I've done because I've had some interviewers ask, well, how did you go from being a chef to a curandera? And I always say it's actually the other way around. I started out as a curandera, really started diving deep into food as medicine, and somehow those two merged. And when I guess was recognized by my community a few years ago, my elders, they were like, we don't know what to say that you specialize in exactly, because we recognize that you're kind of extracting all of these beautiful parts, that help with wellness. And so they really focused on my culinary medicine, which is what they gave to me until they came up with names. So my focus is it's really helping people decolonize their wellness. It's about helping see how food can really play a pivotal part, especially for people like me, a woman of color, that we didn't grow up with seeing our mothers really partake in a lot of self-care because of them trying to hustle and do what they needed to do. And so I'm seeing all this this wellness movement happen, and I am really excited to be part of it. And just having the space to speak on your platform, it's really important to me as well, because just like that feeling you got with the book, that was a big purpose. That was a big reason why I wanted to write the book, because I never saw anyone, that looked like me writing a wellness book with all of these different traditions that that we could relate to and also reclaim.
Oh, I have chills. I have chills all over my body because I'm so glad to hear this. And speaking about your heritage, I know that your last name is Ruiz. I know that you share with us your second name as well. Tell me about your background a little bit, because that's a conversation I have a lot within the community on where we come from, etc.
Well, I am here in Phoenix, Arizona. This is really what I call home, although my ancestral home is northern New Mexico. All of my family has been in that part of the world for hundreds and thousands of years, actually. So as I talk about in my book, part of my self-healing was really also making peace of that colonizer side that I had in me, which is my Spanish side. And so for many of us in northern New Mexico, we are Spanish. We are also of Mexican lineage, Arizona, New Mexico, California, like this all used to be Mexico, and many of us have ancestors that traveled up during, well, of course, going back and forth, but during the time when New Mexico was being created into a state that it is now. And I also have my indigenous side from the state of New Mexico, which is my Pueblo lineage, Tewa. So I kind of blend everything that I am and put it also into the book.
I definitely took notice. And, in the beauty industry, we're having so many incredible brands coming forward that are honoring their indigenous roots. We're hearing for the first time things like nopal, prickly pear, all these amazing ingredients that we've known in the food industry, or not even so much that we've known within our cultures, but now they're coming at the forefront. And what I love about it is that a lot of these brands are from indigenous women, are from women with roots in these places. Like Prado's Beauty is one of my favorite beauty brands. Nopalera by Sandra is a great brand as well. But I wanted to ask you, when we talk about indigenous beauty, when we talk about your beauty, I've seen some of your videos, so please make sure to go watch her YouTube. When you hear the word beauty, what does that mean to you when it comes to your roots? Because there was a lot of beauty in your book as well. It was a lot of food, but I felt like there was a beauty energy in there. So share with me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so when I was getting my book proposal together, you have to really map out the framework for your book. And so I knew that I was going to have it centered around the 4 elements, but I needed to break it down even more. So the reason why I included beauty was, first of all, I wanted to help redefine what that meant, because to me, it's so expansive. It wasn't just simply about makeup or like your hair, but it really was just about being comfortable in your skin and not even wearing any makeup. That to me is actually quite beautiful as well. So it was just about honoring what it means to walk in beauty. And that really at its core was kind of what the beauty recipes were all rooted in. So maybe it was about getting actual sunlight on your skin. It was about going back to indigenous wisdom. Because I identify as an indigenous person, I wanted the book to reflect what I saw and grew up with, and also acknowledge that there were things that were lost because of assimilation and colonization. And those are topics that you don't really hear connected with beauty. But I wanted people to really see that for us, reclaiming what's so trendy now with self-care was really like a radical act for us, because we were able to start putting into practice I call it abuelita medicine. So like our grandmother's wisdom ways into our beauty rituals. And so that really was so important to me. It was a big part of my own journey in my 20s, especially.
I love that. And I definitely, reading the book, I think that was a a mark that I felt really connected to, because I felt that a lot of the beauty rituals I was learning from, people that I really cared about, because I cared about the process of learning, right? But I knew that there was more. When I did research online and go a little bit deeper, I just could not find it. So when I was going through your book and seeing different recipes and rituals that I knew had come from indigenous cultures, it felt differently. It felt like it's a different kind of connection of authenticity. So I thank you for that. And, when it comes to beauty ingredients and beauty rituals, could you share with us one that you feel, in your process in your 20s, when you're saying when you came to learn more about who you were, what was something that kind of stopped you and you really kind of took a pause and a breath? Because I say that because it took me a long time to appreciate the culture of my descent and my heritage. But when I found out, it was like an unstoppable energy. It was like I could not look back once I knew exactly who I was. So I'm curious for you, on your journey, has there been a moment like that for you in your path?
Where I just paused and there's been a couple come to mind. I really do think that rest, like I don't know, I felt like someone had to give me permission to just rest, because we come from this hustle and grind mentality of work, that just saying like it's okay to stop and just breathe and rest, that it was lowering my cortisol. And I was recognizing that, wow, like I actually feel better. I feel like I looked even better because I wasn't feeling frazzled. So that, to me, it might seem like a little tidbit of information, but it really was a radical thing for me to realize, wow, I can just stop and rest, and nobody can tell me, how to do it. I know what to do. Like I can just stop. And it's like kind of like that little inner voice telling us that it's okay to just pause. And I think our ancestors really knew the value of just a nap, or just sitting down for siesta for a moment and then going back and returning to your day. I think the other thing that really stands out for me is in terms of beauty is the value of moisture on my skin. As a person in the desert, I feel like in my 20s, there was so much, and again, not everyone may agree with me, but this is just the research I have done, is we've been programmed to be scared of the sun. And yet so many people with deeply melanated skin, like our bodies have evolved in the sun. And so it was like I had this moment of, it's okay to go out into the sun. The sun's our life force. However, I am also recognizing I need to protect it in different ways. And so for me, like going back and seeing what were my ancestors really using for skin protection, and what were those formulas and preparations looking like. And that's a huge reason why I love jojoba oil and avocado oil, because those are both ancestral foods for me. So yeah, I would definitely say rest and oiling up.
I definitely agree with that. And I love that you mentioned some ingredients, because what I'm starting to also see in the beauty industry is that there's a lot of products that are coming out now with different kinds of oils, avocado oil, like you said. And I'm like, wow, but we've been using that for so long. So on your research, was there anything that you were surprised by? I know that you obviously, when you write a book, there's a lot of research that goes into it, a lot of conversations as well. I know nopal is literally an ingredient that I'm seeing all over the place now. But what is a nopal? And I know, if there's anyone to know, it's going to be you, because I've seen a few of your videos where you're sharing on how to use it, on how to do different multiple things with it. But can you share with us a little bit about the nopal? Because it seems that might be a staple ingredient in your kitchen, but maybe there's more.
Yeah, so the nopal, it's the prickly pear cactus pad. And so I like, it's kind of become very trendy in the food and wellness space within the last, I would say, 10 years. But it's something that is part my lineage. It's part of the Mexican flag. That's how deep this story goes with our connection to the nopal. And so the reason why I love using it is because, again, so much has changed because of colonization. A lot of people with the food system, they're becoming diabetic. There's a lot of health related issues coming up because of food. And I always just go back maybe what our grandmothers were eating and growing and using for their own medicine and kitchen healing. And the nopal was something that it's like, I'd like to tell people if they've never had it, it's kind of like okra, like the inside has that gooiness. And so it can be used on your skin. It can be used to drink, to help with preventing diabetes. You can eat it just for all of the fiber. And so I love those types of foods when we just go back to the actual root, which is eating the nopal, eating it, the actual cactus pad. And I think what's happened now is a lot of the wellness brands that are creating the products, sometimes they powder or make it like into a powder and things like that. And I think that it does have a lot of benefits, but there's something really, I don't know, that I treasure, that our grandmas knew that this was medicine in all its forms.
And what I think is really special about some of the videos that I've seen with you is that it's, and I learned this, I think, when I went back to Ecuador, which is where my father's from, is that it's not just about creating the recipe or the ritual. It starts at the moment where you spot what it is that you want to come with you, right? It's not just about taking the nopal or flour. It's really honoring it first and giving its gratitude in order to really open to give you that love and that care that we're all searching for. So I love that you cover that in your book, because I think that people want to be part of this, but it's important to know that it really starts at the foundation of the process, from that morning, that alignment to allow your ancestors to come in. And with your book, you talk about the seasons and the importance of how every season is different. Can you share a little bit about earth medicine with us? Because I would love to know the story behind that book. And then I want to also then later jump into the book a lot more, because when I saw you, it was very inspiring to me, because a lot of our women who travel have dreams of writing a book. So anyway, let me not go on my tangent, but tell us about earth medicine, because it is about the seasons, and what should we know about the seasons?
Right. So I won't jump into too much of the book process yet, but I will say, like, I always knew I was going to write a book. And so when the time came, and again, I had to kind of map it all out, I really needed I needed like my framework. And so I was breaking it down into seasons. I was breaking it down into the elements. I was like trying to figure out, how do I bring indigenous wisdom and put it in a book? And because indigenous wisdom is always entangled with the elements, with the seasons, with the moon cycles, with all of these things, it made sense for me to do that. My teachers have always encouraged us to eat seasonally. I mean, that was part of all of our ways, no matter where we were from, was, preparing for the winter. Or in my case, because where I am in the desert, we would prepare for the summer when things aren't necessarily growing here because it's 120 degrees. So it was like perhaps a little bit backwards, but it was about working with the seasons. And in doing so, it also helped me with like saying, okay, the weather's really great. I'm going to be outside more, which means I'm probably going to have more dirt particles on my skin, or I might have, I might realize I need to be more hydrated. I need to keep my skin even more protected, because now I'm in this season of being outside. And so it was a really helpful way for me to bring the seasonality of indigenous wisdom into the book.
I love that. And it's funny when you say that you were sitting with the book and figuring out the seasons, then maybe the elements. I've been in that process for 6 or 7 years now. And I again, when I looked at your book, I was inspired in many different ways, which is so crazy because it's just it's just a cover, right? And then you look for the inside pages and you just realize that this wasn't an overnight story to be told. Because I think a lot of us who especially that are part of Around the World Beauty, we have traveled the world. A lot of us together have traveled, and our story continues to evolve from every trip that you go to, every country you meet, every person that is part of this destiny that we're on. And the story keeps changing. And that's kind of what's happened to me, is like one day I'm writing about this way, and then the next day I'm like, no, the book has to go that way. And then there's trends, right? There's what's popular at the moment. Divine timing all kind of goes into it. But when I saw your cover, I just felt that, like any success that people see, it didn't start yesterday. It started, it had a long journey. So can you tell me about that process? Because I think that's what is going to inspire a lot of us, because also we want to write books. We want to be part of this voice that's in the world about beauty, that's authentic, that's real, it's defining it, but nothing happens overnight. And so yeah, please, if you could share a little bit about your journey with getting this book out there, because if it wasn't until maybe, I think 2020 and everything that happened during that time, I feel like maybe our voices maybe still wouldn't be at the forefront the way they are now. So what has been your experience in that?
Well, I think experience is probably the key word here. Now that I'm in my 50s, this book is a culmination of 30 plus years, right? So this wasn't like, I'm going to write about what happened last year. This was like, I'm going to write about what happened when I started on this whole wellness journey and why. And so it does actually take people around the world. I share all of the different stories because I've been very privileged that I was able to save up money and go travel to different places. I like sharing all of those different wisdom ways that I learned along the way naturally, and implemented them into my own personal wellness routine. And so when I was able to, like I said, put that framework together, I was like, oh, this would be a perfect spot to include that time I was in Morocco, and we, my sister and I got lost and we did this and that, and, when we got the clay or whatever. And so it was kind of like I was able to put my whole life experience in the book. And I always knew I was going to write a book. I honestly didn't know what it was going to be about, but I knew deeply in my bones that I was going to write a book. It just so happened that it unfolded that I got the book deal right before the pandemic hit. And so even the book itself was not created in 6 months. It took over 2.5 years to write, photograph, get done. And so this was all happening during the pandemic. And so as I was even writing all of these entries, I couldn't help but to really think, like, what is this going to be like on the other side? And we're still in it, but the book also, it motivated me to really want to share my process and my journey for wellness, because I saw what was happening around us and people felt so disempowered, and I wanted them to just have some information on how they could go out to the front yard if they had a nopal cactus and cut it, and like, let's get some things that are going to support our immune system or help us with a glow. Or maybe people weren't going out and doing the same things that they were before, but hey, if you're at the store and you can get an avocado, we can make an old school avocado mask together. I wanted to give people what has worked for me.
I love that. And what I noticed too is that you have a background with Ayurveda, and I love India is one of my favorite places in the world. And you combine a lot of the wisdom with Ayurveda, with indigenous practices. How was that for you? Obviously, you're sharing with me that it came natural because you are a woman of the world. And it's interesting because now that I hear the name earth medicines and hearing your story, it kind of hits differently. Because we are the earth. It doesn't just end here in America. The earth is universal, correct? So now, because I was, when I first saw, I was like, oh, it has to do with indigenous, the earth. Okay. But now that I'm hearing your story, I'm like, no, we are one. We are a global.
Right. Right. And so,
world.
yeah, so I'm glad you had that little moment there, because it means that at least what I'm doing is working. Like, I'm helping people see, to expand their vision, because earth medicines, yes, it's medicines, it's earth medicines from around the earth, right? So earth meaning all of these elemental things that we can use, but from indigenous people around the world. And Ayurveda is something that I've studied. When I was in massage school, we got to choose a scope of practice we wanted to specialize in. And so I chose Ayurvedic massage. Well, this was in 1994. And a lot of people didn't even know what Ayurveda was here in Phoenix, Arizona. And yet it was this thousands of year old indigenous practice to India. And so, like I said, this has been a culmination of life experience. And so just even understanding that way of healing the body through Ayurveda, I was like, wow, so many of what they talk about for their own wellness is so similar to what I am seeing in my own indigenous community here. They're just called by different names, or maybe the technique is a little bit different, but they were very similar. And that's what I was wanting people to see, is that, yes, indigenous, I think, has now taken on like it's now how we may think of like a Native American person, but there's indigenous people in Australia, indigenous people in India, indigenous people all over the world. And we all come from incredible wellness ways.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you said that, because that leads me to so many questions, but I'm like, okay, keep it on where I wanted to go. But, my family's Central American, South American. And one of the things that I feel like I've experienced is that the word indigenous, I find that we always want to put things in boxes, and this is the only way that it is, right? And when I went to the Indigenous March during, I think 2019 or 2020, like when I was really learning about my indigenous ancestors, I was scared to be canceled. I was scared to speak up, but I know that when I go to the Amazon in Ecuador, my ancestors are there with me, and we're practicing very similar wellness practices. Ecuador to me actually inspired me launching my business Around the World Beauty, because I said, people need to know that we're amazing. With nothing, we're amazing. And I started exploring that a little bit more and a little bit more. And then when I started doing these marches in DC and learning about other community leaders with amazing voices, I wanted to understand, well, am I part of this? I feel in my heart that I am. I feel that in my culture I am. But now it's becoming a word where it's just you either have to be in the box or you're not in the box. Do you consider Central Americans? I've been to so many museums trying to search for this answer, and I kind of have to probably be guided with my heart. But I know a lot of our girls are born mostly in America, or in cultures where we are a mixed explorative background. And who's to say that someone isn't from somewhere, right? It's their life experience. But would you consider Central Americans and South Americans indigenous as well? Because I know what you just said before, but I just feel like I have this question I should ask you on your thoughts.
Yeah, so it's a very complex question. So this doesn't turn into a 1 hour panel discussion because I speak on this on different platforms. So I think what's important for anyone from the areas that you're talking about is, let's just backtrack and look at the word America. Like, when people, that's not even what we call ourselves, right? That was a name that was given for where we now live. So that's why Central America, South America, North America, like, these aren't what we called ourselves. We didn't have borders and things like that. We were very migratory. And of course, there are some indigenous cultures that have remained intact. And I think that's our own feeling that maybe, yes, we're not trying to pretend we're part of that community, but we are descendants of that community. And it's important that we are uplifting them, because we're also healing our own ancestors, our own lineage. We are also healing a part of ourselves, being that many of us grew up, I can't say this is my experience. I came from a family who was very proud to be Indigenous, and we knew what we were taught, right? But that doesn't mean everyone in my extended family had the same experience, depending which city and where you grew up. I mean, there's a lot of colorism. There's a lot of racism, and within even our own circles of healing, because of colonization, we've been taught that being Indigenous is not a good thing. It's not a positive thing. And this was based on what was happening to a lot of our people. And so the fact that we're out there now advocating for our communities, it's also very healing for us. And so, yes, very much so in the space where your family is from, we have some of the most beautiful cultures in all of those areas you just talked about. And so that's why I also make sure that people, that they don't see it as a nationality. You can still be Mexican and be Lebanese, descent. You can be from Ecuador and be African. You can be all of these nationalities. So it's a matter of like, how do you self-identify? Which ancestors are you uplifting? And when you are looking at yourself, what do you feel?
I really appreciate hearing that, because something that comes forward is, color, language, and all these different elements of being alive are so prominent in cultures, right? And you see the similarities, like you mentioned, like in India with color, in indigenous communities with turquoise, and there is a overall world experience that really allows us to tap into the beauty of what life is. Because like you said, before there were borders, there were none. We were very migrant. We were moving around. So I think that, when I went to Ecuador, I learned Quechua, which I never knew existed. And then once that world opened up to me, I said, there's so much here to learn. And so when it comes to someone wanting to learn about who they are, I always see there's appropriation and then there's, appreciation. And with your book being a vehicle, like a vessel to introduce people to your teachings, what do you hope people do with the information? Because we've seen what they've done before, but moving forward, I think now we're aware of the culture appropriation.
Right. So I want to just backtrack a second, because I want people that are viewing today, that they really also understand that there is cultural appropriation and there's cultural misappropriation. And so now we are in a space where we're understanding that, yeah, perhaps showing up in a headdress, that's not, a very wise thing to do, especially if that's not of your culture. So to me, that's cultural appropriation, right? It's not even appreciation. It's just disrespectful. Misappropriation is when you're taking something and you're like Columbusizing it, you're calling it as your own. And so I think that's where the difference is, that sometimes those get blurry, because even in what I do as a curandera, it's a 500-year-old living tradition. And so we're taking medicine ways of the Spaniards. We're taking medicine ways of the West Africans that were brought and enslaved. We're taking the medicine ways of the indigenous people of central Mexico when they got there. We're taking the medicine ways of the native people in the Southwest where I'm living. And they all absorbed one another, and they culturally appropriated one another's wisdom ways in a positive way. So I don't want people to think cultural appropriation is like this bad thing if it's used in a positive way. And again, this is a 500-year-old absorption. So this didn't happen overnight. the misappropriation is like by me saying, oh, we're going to be doing all of these stretches and all of these sequences, and it's called Southwestern stretching, when really it's the practice of yoga. And now I'm calling it my own and misappropriating what it is. And so I really just want to make that clear, because I feel that in these spaces, there's a lot of confusion on that.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a powerful way of explaining it. Because even within my business, Around the World Beauty, I truly love the world. That's where I learned who I actually was and my place. I always talk about the story of finally like the other when I went to Asia for the first time. But there was a time during my business where I didn't know how to move forward anymore, because I didn't want to feel that I was taking away from any of the cultures that I'd been to. But I love them. Like, I love them so much. Like, I'm Latina, but at the end of the day, I love every culture and what it's done for me, and but I think you hit it right on the mark, is giving the credit where it's due and not trying to just change it for your benefit. We have to always give credit. And I say wisdom is the key to expansion, because we all want to be better. And I feel like a lot of our viewers today, I love going into my tribe's home, right? Where they have decorations and things, and you can see the world is there. They appreciate it. They love it. But it's definitely come to a place where they're fearful, because they don't want to ever look a certain way in someone's eyes. But with the wisdom, if we do the education, if we talk to those experts, read the books like Earth Medicines, we can learn how to better educate the future as well. So I appreciate so much for you sharing that.
Yes. And I just want to acknowledge that your ancestors, when, or your family, when you were saying you go back to the tribe and see the decorations and things, there's this beautiful sense of pride that I think that many of our elder family members, or even the ones that may still be back home somewhere, like, there's this beautiful sense of pride that I feel that once they get to, quote, America, like the United States, that we often see that it's left behind, because they're trying so hard to fit in. And that's why I always say that what happens in us trying to fit in, our beautiful ways are being just repackaged and sold back to us. And so it's so important that we always acknowledge whatever it is that we have learned and seen back to the people that it came from.
Exactly. And I've heard you mention the word healer a few times, and I saw some of your stuff online as well. Tell me about yourself as a healer, because I saw that you do a Mayan Bajo ritual, and you do different things that are associated with being a healer. Tell me some about that, because I'm a little fascinated.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm on the healing. I work providing healing, but I want everyone to know that it's really hard to explain what I'm doing sometimes. If I was to be in an elevator with someone and they're like, so what do you do? I'm like, oh gosh, like we have to go up and down the floors a few times to explain. But it's, I tell people I'm a traditional healer, because I always use that word as often as possible, so they understand that I'm taking, I'm utilizing indigenous ways or traditional earth medicines in my healing practices, because I think the word healer is used too in a way that feels like all the power is on the healer. And I want people to see that they're actually their own healer. And so it's about empowering them. And so with the example of the bajos, which is a vaginal steam, a yoni steam, I don't necessarily only work with women for that. I actually work with men as well, who are perhaps having fertility issues or prostate cancer and things like that, because steam is utilized in many of our cultures as a very healing way to carry the medicine, because we're working with fresh herbs and dried herbs. And when we boil it and it's creating this steam, it's getting into and permeating your body in different ways than if we were just to soak in a bathtub, because our pores are opening differently. And so I do provide that for primarily women, but it's not simply for fertility and things like that. I also work with women who have experienced sexual trauma. It's a very powerful way to help someone heal their emotional self with that area of their body.
Absolutely. And it's interesting because it reminds me when I was in Thailand, and I think even Korea, where I experienced sort of Chinese medicine in that way as well. And then when I go to Mexico, I experience the temazcal in Guatemala as well. And it's really the power of fire, the power of steam, the power of cleansing the mind, body, and soul, which was very apparent throughout the book as well. But Felicia, I wanted to say thank you because I feel like I learned so much about you. I learned so much about your community and your voice. And I'm hoping that people will go out, get your book. But if I could ask you, what are 3 things that you feel is really important for the reader to understand about the earth medicines? Because I know that we're all on this path, on this journey to be aligned, right? And some people don't really even understand what being aligned means. Most of us are running, like you said before, from one thing to another. But with earth medicines, what is your hope or 3 things that you hope the reader is going to get from this book and with who you are? Because there's more to just reading the book, right?
Yeah, it's about putting it into practice. It's really understanding. I mean, if I had to choose 3, I would want people to really see that this is an act of decolonizing wellness, that it's really a lifestyle practice. You know, this isn't something that just happens overnight and things take time. I would really want people to see that it's a book actually of empowerment. You know, it's for many of us, whoever we are, like many of us feel very disempowered. So it's a very, I wouldn't call it a self-help book, but in its own way, it's really an empowering book. And I guess it's like just seeing that you really can be your own kitchen healer. It's really breaking it down to just get back into the kitchen and see that that you have access to so much, but you have to invest a little bit of time and energy and learning. And once you get into it, it actually opens your mind to, wow, what have I been putting on my body, or what have I been eating? Because you start seeing things differently.
Exactly. No, I'm in awe of it all. And to end this amazing, conversation with you, and we love to call these beauty conversations, beauty stories. What does beauty mean to you? Because you are a beautiful woman, no doubt about it. I can't even believe you said that you're over 50. I can't even believe it. So obviously you have some tricks and things that we need to tune into. We got to get the book for that. But what does beauty mean to you? Because you do radiate, not only on the outside, you radiate even through a book. So what does it mean to you?
Thank you for saying that. I've always felt that's one thing that everyone has always said about me. They're like, you have a very youthful energy. And I don't think they mean that in like, I don't know, like I'm partying or anything. I just have, I think, something about me that does radiate from within. And I think that has been, again, it's a lifestyle practice. I've said to people before, I don't wake up and I'm like, well, I'm a curandera from 9 to 5. And then now I'm back to just Felicia. It's a lifestyle. It's about really tapping into what we innately know makes us feel beautiful. What makes me feel beautiful is 8 or 9 hours of sleep. I've always said that. I also feel very beautiful when I'm well hydrated. My skin feels differently. So it's like just redefining what beauty is. And I know that seems like a real cliche thing to say, but we've been programmed to believe what is beautiful. And just the fact that my hair has been like this for over 10 years, and now there's like this incredible movement of people like going gray. I'm like, oh, I've already been that way, but I'm happy to see you all catch up to me, right? So it's like saying, let's really see what makes you feel beautiful. And for me, coloring my hair didn't feel beautiful. I actually felt like it was making me look I don't know, older. And I wasn't even about like trying to not look older. I just was like, I'm going to let my hair go gray. And it made me feel beautiful. And it made me feel beauty. So in one of my, my Dene, which is a Navajo teachers' ways, they do share this beautiful way of looking at things called Hojo. And it's all about, seeing beauty before you, beauty around you, beauty behind you. It's about seeing beauty everywhere and, of course, within you. And so it's not about physical beauty, but it's actually just feeling, seeing, expressing. Your words can be beautiful. It's all of it. And I embrace that.
Absolutely. And I think you being a world traveler as well has led you to this understanding that beauty is always all around us. And yeah, I really think that once you tap into that energy, that perspective of the world, there's no way that you can ever not radiate from like a shining bright star, and that's why I think travel is such an essential part of who we are in our stories, because it is all around us. But sometimes if you don't leave your space, you won't be able to experience it. You have to go out and be willing to fly to see a little more what's possible. So Felicia, thank you so much for this amazing interview. I'm going to go fly into my next, into the next panel right now. But how can we support you? Mike, it is. I loved listening from Felicia, her story, her perspective on her culture and her heritage. As you saw, I asked a lot of personal questions about myself, but what I've come to understand is that if I have a question, I know many people have those questions as well. We want to feel part of something. We want to feel that we can talk about something wholeheartedly. And by listening to the leaders in these communities, it gives us permission to understand the wisdom and the knowledge for us to move forward with confidence. Culture appropriation and culture appreciation have come up during the summit more than once. Especially because I've owned a travel company where we travel to places like India, Morocco, my own country of Costa Rica, Mexico, and now Guatemala in October, Tanzania. There's this thing where no matter where you go, you fall in love. You fall in love with the people, the food, the culture, the energy, the beauty that's all around us when we're traveling. Because for some reason, we're just like, when we travel, we're just so open and we're radiating, but we're also manifesting. And the path is literally opening its arms because there's so much less pressure and there's more trust. And with trust is when magic can enter into the space. So I love asking these questions because it allows us to be confident how to tell our own story. Nothing is wrong with inspiration as long as we give credit where it's due. We're all on this journey to find purpose and truth. And with the right seeking and the right intention, I'm sure that like what we've spoken about, and especially Melissa Hagel's presentation, we can celebrate everything that we are. We've all done Ancestry DNA, most likely. I've done it, and we really are a blend of the world. And so it's about time we start acknowledging that we are all part of something much greater than just what you see here on the outside. And we're truly all on a journey to beauty. I highly recommend to pick up Earth Medicines by Felicia Cruz. The book is absolutely stunning. And what really drew me to her was the fact that she looked like one of us. She looked like someone that was honoring her culture with a modern twist. Her recipes are inspired by the indigenous community, her heritage as well. And I'm really excited to support her. So feel free, make sure you follow her on Instagram. And for right now, we are going to get into our last conversation. I can't even believe it that the time has come to have Miriam Montague. But before that, we're going to go into a short break so we can kind of reset and get really excited for this conversation. This woman is, I have no words. Her destination in Morocco is one of the most beautiful places that is inspired by art and culture. She's a humanitarian that has an NGO where she helps young girls find their voice. Meryl Streep is one of the visitors, as well as Michelle Obama. We were able to get her to come to our Beauty and Travel Summit. It took a little bit of stalking, but when she finally was able to be part of the conversation, I just knew that we had done it right. And I hope that you guys are leaving the summit super inspired and taking notes on your own story and how we're going to be able to make these stories our own. So don't go anywhere. We're going to play a little matcha wellness break for you guys to just relax, get some water, and come back, because our next panel you do not want to miss. Enjoy. And now we're back for our last conversation with Miriam Montague. This is one that you do not want to miss. Okay, let me tell you something about this amazing woman. She owns peacock pavilions in Morocco. Each villa is decorated in a different interior design and inspiration, from Arabic to Moroccan culture. She has an online shop that is literally my dreams to have. She invests in artisans to create custom lines from fashion designs to home decor. I mean, she truly does it all. And I needed to meet this woman to understand what kind of magic it takes to bring something like this to life. So I'm so excited to introduce you to humanitarian Miriam Montague, moderated by my dear friend, 𝒓𝒂𝒅𝒚, who will be interviewing Miriam on her journey to beauty. Enjoy this panel. This is the last one for the day. Congratulations on being part of this movement with me. I hope you are just as inspired as I am in regards to what is next when it comes to making our beauty and travel dreams a reality. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let us know in the comments. And before we start, we want to say thank you for tuning in and being part of our summit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Beauty and Travel Summit. I am 𝒓𝒂𝒂𝒅𝒚. I am a working makeup artist, and I've also had the pleasure to go on 2 around the world beauty trips. I have been to Morocco and India, and I am so excited to have all of you here today to join us with our next guest speaker, Miriam Montague. She is the owner of Peacock Pavilions Boutique Hotel. She is the founder of Project 𝒓𝒅. She has an incredible interior design book and an award-winning blog. So let's go ahead and chat with Miriam.
Great.
Hi, Miriam.
Hi, Sarah.
How's it
How are you
going?
doing? Great.
Good. Thank you for being here today. And we are so excited to chat with you. So let's start off with, talk to us about your upbringing. It sounds like you grew up all over the world and you settled in Morocco. So what took you to Morocco?
So actually, I was born not too far from here in Egypt, to a mom from Iran and a dad from New York. So in a hospital not far from the Nile. And really, my parents were, I grew up in a bicultural family who are very passionate about travel. And I always knew that I wanted to end up living overseas. So after living in Egypt, we moved to Tunisia, and then we moved to the US, where I finished, my school, and then I hit the road. And I've literally, except for vacations, I've never been back. So was so lucky to wind up here in Marrakesh, which is, my chosen home now.
That's very cool. Well, I am half Moroccan, so your story deeply inspires me. And I love that you've been able to, incorporate, the bicultural lifestyle into your interior design and your nonprofit. Let's talk a little bit about Peacock Pavilions. It is an interior designer's dream. You have the shop there. You have all of the incredible design aspects. Can you tell us a little bit more about the space?
Sure, absolutely. Well, I'm very lucky to be married to the architect, Chris Redicke. And so we were able to really build this whole place from scratch. So it's an artisanal property. It's located on about 9 acres with hundreds of olive trees and fruit orchards and many, many roses. So we really were so inspired by the Moroccan architecture. And we just set out to build a place that could be a sanctuary for us and for our guests.
It's beautiful. A sanctuary. I love that word. My home is my sanctuary too. And when I travel, I always find unique treasures to bring back with me. And it makes your space you, and it brings that special element. So do you, in your shop, are your items hand-picked from local souks Tell us about that.
Okay, so I'm actually sitting in my shop right now, and you can just get a little glimpse of
Textiles.
some of my beautiful vintage Moroccan rugs. I mean, Morocco, as you know, Sarah, I mean, you come from such a beautiful culture. It's just filled with tremendous handmade goods, many of them made by women. All of these rugs are vintage. They take months to complete, covered with talismanic, patterns, and just a really lovely kind of fresh coloring. But in the souk here, in the Montague souk, we have things from all over the world. So I'm on the road a lot for my job as a humanitarian aid worker. And everywhere I go, I'm picking up beautiful things. And I really just want to be able to offer people a sense of the handmade. I think we're all so used to the big box store and rows and rows of the same items. And when you come to a place like Morocco, you realize that all of these one of a kind items, they're so special. There's something just for you, and you can really appreciate how unique they are and really add some of that incredible travel flavor to your home.
It's almost like those pieces call to you and you feel drawn to it when you have to have it.
Absolutely. And I've been so lucky also, honestly, to work with tremendous artisans here to design my own goods. So I have so many beautiful textiles and also a clothing line, jewelry. This is the real advantage of living next to so many, master craftspeople.
Excellent. And now on the property, you have several different rooms. Is that correct? Is each room, a different has a different inspirational feel? Is each room, inspired by a different, artisan or a different, piece of Moroccan culture?
Well, so here on the property, we have several pavilions, and they have domes, very lofty spaces, catwalks. It really depends on the individual space. Our newest addition to the property are bungalows that look like nomadic tents.
Beautiful.
We have an outdoor cinema. We have a yoga space. So we've really, just been able to bring in a lot of local flavor. But I think that what's special about the property, I'm personally very inspired by fashion. So I've really looked at the rooms kind of like the same way that I put together an outfit, So like, what are the underpinnings? What are the accessories? What might be the little lipstick in the room? And so I think every room has its own particular personality. We've been so lucky to have been featured in, dozens of magazines, and very lucky to have been a space for different kinds of fashion shoots. And it's just it all come alive. Yeah.
You posted several different editorial shoots for different fashion brands. How did you get started doing that? I mean, did they seek you out? Was there, any steps that you took to have
No, they entirely found me, so for, a party, for Jimmy Choo to things for Tory Burch. It really just depends. I think that the property is very layered, so it's fun for a shoot. You can really take from the property to, to add this kind of inviting environment for the shoot. So we've been so lucky that way. And it's been really fun just to be able to, bring that sense of, fashion and design from, from all over the world to the property.
Was it your dream to always own a sanctuary like this?
No, not at all. My background is in human rights, so that's really my upbringing and my passion until today. But I think I spent a lot of time working, in war zones in Iraq, Afghanistan, and so I wanted to just have a very tranquil space to come home to, and I wanted the quiet. I wanted, the birds building their nests in the trees. I wanted to take walks in my own garden. And so we really set out to build a home. The city of Marrakesh asked us, because the property is so large, to have an investment. And so that's why we built Peacock Pavilions. We are very much the accidental hoteliers, and we've just gone along for the journey.
Very cool. So this start off when you built this space with your husband? Was it initially going to be a family home and then that transitioned into the hotel?
Well, initially we were looking for a property where we could build just our own home. And actually, I did an episode of House Hunters International, if you want to really go back and see the journey, which is called Castles in the Sand.
Ooh.
But I think that, when we found the land, when you buy a piece of land of a certain size, the city of Marrakesh really asks you to have an investment property. So we decided to turn it into a boutique hotel and just use all of the collections that we had to make it, just a little bit individual and special.
Well, you've done such a beautiful job of, combining your creativity and your passions into a purposeful life. So I think that's incredible. And I admire you so much for that.
Oh, well, thank you, Sarah. That's so kind.
Yes, yes. So I mean, how do you do it? How do you manage all of these moving parts? We haven't even got into Project Soar yet, and I'm already like, oh my goodness, this woman is so busy. She's incredible. She's traveling around the world.
Yeah.
How do you find balance in all of those pieces?
I mean, I think one thing is that I have like an incredible team of people that I work with. Just, there's so many amazing people here at the property. We've worked with the same staff for years and years. They're so talented, from our chefs to our gardeners and, our guest managers. And of course, in terms of the other things that I do, I'm really lucky to work with very talented people. So believe me, I could never do this by myself. But I love to collaborate with others. So that's really the secret, I think.
Yeah, definitely having, an incredible team and people that support you is how you can make things happen. That's
Absolutely.
So, I think there's many of us in this beauty and travel space that want to do something similar, to have a boutique hotel, have something like that. What are some steps that we could take to get started if we had a similar dream?
I mean, I think that you really have to have an entrepreneurial mindset. People ask me like, how did you know? How did you know that it would work out? And the reality is you don't know. You've got to be willing to take that leap. No one has a crystal ball. I think just being really purposeful in your actions. I think for me, I wanted to set out to really create a space where I could meet the kind of people I was really interested in. So we have a lot of wellness here, a lot of creative folks who come. So it's everything from art and photography retreats, yoga retreats. And I think that that's really, you build it. You have to decide what is it that you want and how are you going to get there. So I think we took it one day at a time. The reality is that it took a lot longer than we thought. We ran out of money. We had so many struggles, but we kept our eye on the ball. And I think the real thing is when you get that first bit of like tension and you have your first obstacles, to just lean in, to stay there, to persist. I think so many people quit early and they're really not able to fulfill, all of the potential that was just waiting for them. So I think that's what happened to us here. And, I'm so thankful for what we've now been able to build. But if I had known looking backwards, I think I would have said, this is too hard.
That's a good point. It usually is right on the other side of those obstacles. And right when we're ready to quit, something great happens. So thank you for sharing that. That's a great reminder. So, I mean, aside from all of this beauty and creativity, you have Project Soar, which is an incredible nonprofit that is geared towards, empowering young women, local young women. I'd love to talk more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, my background is in human rights and primarily in women's rights, but I realized that there were so many girls who were opting out of the system, right? So they were getting, married as children and really not fulfilling the potential that they had. And I think it's just such a struggle. So I decided to really pivot and to really look at creating a nonprofit where I could support teen girls with empowerment. So we built something that we call the Source Solution, which is 25 workshops for leadership. We have the twin goals of keeping teen girls in school and helping them, stay out of child marriage. And so to date, we've worked with nearly 4,000 girls have graduated from Project SOAR all across Morocco, as well as in Uganda and in Syria. So yeah, and we have our sights set on a lot of other places as well. This issue of teen girl vulnerability is a serious one all across the world, and it's just been made so much worse through COVID. So, I think that it's a tremendous team at Project SOAR of really talented women. We have over 80 trained facilitators just here in Morocco who are supporting teen girls through this process. And just recently, we've started a new campaign to amend all of the Moroccan laws, closing all the legal loopholes to child marriage here in Morocco. So that's what we're setting our sights on now.
That's incredible. And me being half Moroccan, this is very, very special and close to my heart because I did face a lot of judgment and, some of that negativity from my own family for my lifestyle choices. And, I'm, early 30s, I'm not married, I have no children, I love to travel and do all of these things. And that, for many years, that was a friction point. They didn't understand why I wasn't married. They didn't understand why I didn't have children and why I didn't have a man by my side. So it is a real issue that I know so many young women face, and it's incredible that you're working to break these boundaries or these barriers.
You can just imagine what a waste of talent, right? If your parents decide that, you turn 15 or 16 and it's time to get married, you stop school, soon enough you're pregnant. And one of the scary things is that the leading cause of death among teenagers is complications through pregnancy and childbirth. But
I have no idea.
so yeah, because your body, you're still growing. You're not ready yet to be, even though you can become a mother, it doesn't mean that you should become a mother. And when I think of all of these girls who had their educations cut short, when they could have gone on to become scientists or doctors or journalists, the world needs them.
Absolutely. And now can you tell us a little bit about how the programs at Project SOAR are structured, or what the girls do for their activities?
Yeah, absolutely. So Project SOAR is based on neuroscience. So it's a series of neuroscience hacks that really help girls embrace, the challenges that they're going to confront, really have the skills to confront them. So we have 5 modules. The first one is value. So that's where the girl really learns that she's equal in value to a boy, that she really builds her self-confidence, understands that she's unique and special in this world. In the second module, which is voice, she learns how to develop her message, speak up, be able to have the confidence to raise her hand in class, and to be able to negotiate with her own family, right? To stay in school, to avoid child marriage. The third module is all about body, so of course we remember those teenage years where things are changing so rapidly and you're just not quite sure what's going on. And it's not just the physical changes, it's really the emotional changes and the hormonal changes that you're experiencing. You're laughing one minute and crying the next. And it's sort of normalizing that experience for girls. And also, very importantly, in this module, we tackle period poverty. So Project SOAR works with girls who are living on less than $1 a day. So period products are a luxury when they shouldn't be. When all of us as girls and women, it's just so basic, right? But can imagine what it would feel like if you didn't have the products that you needed to just take care of yourself. So we offer a period solution here at Project SOAR that's good for 2 to 3 years, takes care of a girl. In the fourth module is rights. So there we're talking about the right to equality, the right to an education, the right to be free from violence and sexual harassment, the right to be free from early and forced marriage. So really understanding your rights is the first step to being able to demand them and ensure them. And our last module is our executive module, which is path. So that's where you choose your goal and you develop your individual action plan. And girls are set up in SOAR clubs all across the country where every president's a girl, every vice president's a girl. They're doing amazing things. They're campaigning in their communities. They're holding community dialogues. You know, many of them now have been elected to local government because these are powerful girls making a difference. So Project SOAR is set up as a large network and feminist movement.
That is absolutely incredible. How did you start the program?
So I started it in my own home. I started right here at Peacock Pavilion. So I think that's the first step. You know, if you want to do a little good, you know, it doesn't have to be on a big scale. It's like, what skills do you have? What could you offer? Could you maybe, you know, we started off with 20 girls. That was our first squad of Project SOAR girls.
Yeah.
You know, right from the village. And I went to speak to the village elders or the mukadam here.
The question was, did you have to get in contact with?
You do. You have to build allies, right? And you have to get your, you know, support for what you're trying for your solution. So we really took it step by step. And then when we first brought girls here, we went through a whole listening process to understand, like, you know, to get into the world of these teen girls and understand what they need. So not rushing in with a solution right away. So I think that's the first thing, is like figure out what your why is, right? So for me, it was teen girls, but for others, it might be that you're passionate about the climate, or perhaps you're an animal lover, you know, so think about what is that cause that you would really love to contribute to, and then start small. Think about what is it that you could offer. And, you know, one thing that was really important for Project SOAR is I knew soon after listening to girls and starting to build the SOAR solution, which was this, you know, solution of 25 workshops. I wanted to figure out how to scale. So all of Project SOAR is packed into a mobile bag. It's packed into a mobile kit that helps us to be really nimble, to be able to reach far-flung destinations. You know, we've now exported our solution to support internally displaced girls in Syria. We have squads in Syria, and we adapted that, you know, the solution to their specific needs. But I think it's important from the start to think about, okay, I'm doing this thing. What would it look like if it were 5 times bigger? What would it look like if it were 10 times bigger? What could I do now so I could help set that up in case I want to move in that direction? I think the other really key thing is, when we started small with the pilot, is to really collect your data. So we wanted to see, did Project SOAR make a difference? You know, were girls' lives changed as a result of Project SOAR? You know, our twin goals were to keep girls in school and to help them avoid child marriage. Did it actually help them to do that? And we're so lucky to see that, you know, 97% of Project SOAR girls stay in school. 100% of SOAR girls last year passed the baccalaureate, which is a very, very difficult exam. We had just 0.4% of girls got married underage compared to the national rate of 14%. And we're in those communities that are very, very vulnerable to child marriage. We have some villages where virtually every girl is married underage. So once you can kind of collect your impact on what you're doing, then you can seek more investment. So that's what I was able to do, is to expand beyond Peacock Pavilions, really get new investors for the SOAR solution, be able to scale it. So now, you know, we're in 40 locations across the country. And now we're so lucky to have the UN as a strategic partner for Project SOAR. So yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's amazing. And now, how did you gain the trust from these villages, and how were you able to make them feel comfortable enough to let their girls join Project SOAR?
Yeah, I mean, we are an openly feminist organization, based on gender equality. And so, that's definitely bucking the trend in a lot of places. I think you have to build those allies who are going to help you, right? So that meant really looking at who were those people in the community and building that level of trust slowly, inviting them to see what we were doing at Project SOAR, seeing that it was really held in a safe space. It's one of the major things is that it's only girls at Project SOAR. So even families that were really traditional could feel comfortable that, that they were going to be just among girls and women. That made them feel safe. All of the SOAR facilitators across the country are women who come from their communities. So they're able to, we start with holding the public meeting and inviting parents to come and learn about Project SOAR. We don't go door to door. We say to parents, like, look, we're looking for those who really want, parents who really want to invest in the future of their girls. If your plan is to have your girl be married in a couple of years, please don't enroll her at Project SOAR. If you're looking for your girl to potentially have a career, to really, be able to have a productive future, to earn her own money, to be able to support, contribute to her family, then maybe Project SOAR is for her. So I think you're not going to win everyone over, and that's okay.
That's something to keep in mind. Yeah. Yeah. But for, all of one yes is worth, the no's that you come across as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow. Incredible. And let's see. So what have you noticed over your course of doing this? Has there been a general shift in the mindset of people? I'm curious. I know all of the data shows that this is making huge waves of change, but what's the local ripple effect or, the local impact that you noticed?
I mean, I think that there is a cultural shift. I think that as more and more girls are educated, right, they're really able to strike out and create that, that multiplier impact. We believe that every single SOAR girl impacts at least 5 to 10 more people, right? So people in their families, their friends, their schools, their communities. Through the SOAR dialogues, we're having really open conversations with communities about things like sexual harassment, about the issues that girls face with bullying, with, the distance they have to travel to go to school, with the problems around not being able to manage their own periods. So last year we ran a nationwide campaign with the UN on menstrual rights. And this is such a taboo topic, talking about menstruation,
really, Yeah, risky, some would say. Yeah.
Yes. And so, but we think of ourselves as a period positive environment, that we shouldn't be ashamed about this very normal thing that happens to us. And I think normalizing those discussions, that's the first step to change.
Very cool. And now with the period solutions, if somebody watching today feels called to help, how could they do that?
Yeah, so we have a fantastic campaign right now on Global Giving, and you can actually support a girl for just $12. We'll give her a period solution for 2 to 3 years. That makes the whole difference of her staying in school. The reality is, if you don't have period products, you often don't go to school for several days a month. I think that, like we all know as women, right? Like the fear of leaking is real. You need to have what you need. And so it's like a tremendous way to make an impact with a very small investment. I love to think that all of us women, we can all be social investors. So how do we want to spend our time? How do we want to spend our money? And how can we make a difference?
Very cool. Well, when talking about spending our time and spending our money, when you built this vision, the shop, the Peacock Pavilions, Project SOAR, I mean, how long did this journey take you, or how did you know you were even making the right steps along the way? I think many of us think that it's overnight, and I know that you've poured so much soul and your passion into this.
I mean, I think the first step, number one, is really like, so once you figure out your why, like, what is the cause you're really interested in? I
Okay.
think that's where you start to really think about how can I learn more? So it's very important to do your research and then perhaps to look at volunteering somewhere that's in the area. So I think you start with a learning process. You don't need to just rush out and start your own initiative or your own organization. Really test the ground. I remember I tried all kinds of things. I was reading to the blind. I was working with Alzheimer's patients, and then I really felt like, I for a long time I was very interested in the homeless. But I think that when I first really felt the calling in particular to women's rights, there was like a click, right? And
Yes.
so I was able to volunteer in that space and then to really invest in that space. So, I got a master's in development. I joined an organization that would give me, tremendous experience in the area. And after collecting that experience, that's when I could stop and say, okay, I'm ready to start my own association and build my own solution using everything I've learned. So, I think it's great to do your research and to test it through some volunteer work. In every community, there are opportunities and there's so much need. And you will see that when you volunteer, you feel great. You feel great about what you're doing and you feel great about yourself.
Yeah. And I think too, even some of that research can simply be just traveling the world, right? And allowing yourself to be open to the greater realities abroad. And
Absolutely. I think that travel's our greatest teacher, and it's the way that we really develop compassion for others. I think, one of the current concerns I've just had about COVID and something that I think is so great about your own summit today is that it's very easy to get isolated, and we really have to open our eyes to what's happening in the world around us. One other fantastic way to give back is, let's say, okay, say whether you're a makeup artist or perhaps you have a clothing line, or, you can always think about how what you're doing can set aside a little percentage of its profits, to give back to a cause. So just look at what you're actually doing. Are you an entrepreneur already? How can you become a more socially responsible entrepreneur? What could be the tangential area that you invest in? And it can be small. It could be 1%. It could be 2%. It could be one product, that gives back. So I think all of those things are so meaningful and, a really great way to be a social investor and have social impact.
absolutely. And even, for all of us beauty entrepreneurs that are at the summit, I think even just the opportunity that we have on a daily basis to connect with women, to think about what small impacts we could make with, the women that we interact with, as well as setting something up like what you just described.
Absolutely. I mean, I know there's so many women that who I've worked with, like for example, in shelters, who would love to feel pampered for a day. That would mean so much to them. So I think donating your time is a great, great gift.
It's amazing. All right. Well, I want to talk about what's next for you, Miriam. Do you have any new projects in the works? Anything that you can share with us?
Yeah. Well, right now I have upcoming travel to Turkey. I'm really looking at expanding our Syria program. I'm particularly interested in moving the source solution to refugee girls. So we've been working with internally displaced girls, but I'd love to work with Afghan refugees. Of course, everyone now is seeing the crisis with what's happening in Ukraine, these
Yes.
tremendous flows of people. You have to remember that girls are always the most vulnerable when you see those crises. So that's something that I'm very passionate about doing. I will also be going to Jordan in June. I'm lucky enough to be part of the 𝒓𝒂𝒅𝒚 Fellowship. I am very, very dedicated to fighting child marriage. So I think Project SOAR is part of Girls Not Brides, the global coalition fighting child marriage. So we're really looking forward to not only closing loopholes here in Morocco, but elsewhere. I think that that's very, very high on my list of things to do. Of course, I'm also a mom, so spending more time with my kids is a priority. Um, we have a lot of amazing retreats coming up at Peacock Pavilions. Every year we host about 30 different retreats, and I host my own retreats. So I'm about to launch my next retreat, which will be in December, and then I'll host another one in January. So those are all about design, culture, a lot of pampering and spas, fantastic shopping. And I'm very passionate about design, so I always really enjoy those.
Very cool. Well, I would love to join you at one of your retreats one day. It sounds absolutely
yes. Yeah, me too.
Perfect. So if we want to stay connected with you, how can we do that? Can we grab a copy of your book online, follow your blog? What are your socials?
Absolutely. Well, if you're really interested in Moroccan design, and it's so beautiful, so I do have a book out with a U.S. publisher, which is called Marrakesh by Design. It's a really fun way to delve into the whole beautiful world of Moroccan design. Of course, I would love to connect with everyone on Instagram at Miriam Montague. You can follow the Peacock Pavilions feed and see the cool retreats that we're doing here, some of our offerings. And, just reach out by email too. That's always a great way to connect.
Okay, great. And I have one closing question for you, Miriam. What does beauty mean to you?
I think that one thing I really appreciate about Morocco is that girls and women here have such an expansive view of beauty, like especially in terms of their shape. They feel very comfortable in their skin. They are very loving to each other. We have a beautiful hammam tradition here. I often, where I think that people are viewing not only their own bodies, but the bodies of other women in a really compassionate way. And so I think it starts with that. It starts with not being so hard on ourselves and viewing others compassionately too.
That's beautiful. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you soon. And I hope to be on one of your retreats.
I know. I'm looking forward to that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sarah. Take care.
You too.
Wow, today was an 8-hour day of programming of women from all around the world sharing their magic with us, their journey to beauty, and their journey to making their wildest dreams into reality. If you're anything like me and my friends, we sit around in circles, we sit around discussing what our futures look like, we pray deeply into what it is that we want to manifest. We want to believe that everything that we envision and dream of is possible, even when sometimes it feels like no one is watching and your efforts go unseen. But I want to end this summit with a letter that I've written as part of the Beauty Journey course in philosophy. For you guys who maybe weren't able to catch all of the conversations, we have a Beauty Journey All Access Pass that's available to you today. It's available to you to not only have access to all these amazing conversations forever, but also to join an accountability group, a mastermind, because those are my favorite kind of parties anyway. And journey with us for 3 months as we hold you accountable for what is next for you and I. I truly believe masterminding with people who see a similar an outlook in life is so essential to everyone's growth. I've seen my friends since I was about 19 years old dream of what a future could look like, making our dreams come true. Many of us today are still achieving those dreams. Many of us got there, and many of us are wondering what is next. So I wanted to invite you to join our Beauty Journey All Access Pass, be part of this community on a larger scale, and grow with us. Share with us what it is that you envision, because as you can see from today's panels and conversations, there is not one dream that is small enough that I don't think is possible, including my own. So my question to you is, a sacred calling, will you answer? When you touch upon a sacred calling in your life, you'll know because it invites you into more. And that's how you truly spot it. It's becoming more, it's expanding more, it's stretching, it's growing and bringing more. It's equally terrifying because you can't escape from it. It has the route of destiny that is beyond ourselves, but rather a calling that connects you with the greater you, with the collective, and with your passion and mission. It's an engagement with the places that have hurt. It challenges you to transform both your relationship to self and something that is the self in its very own. And if you saw today, I've cried many times while I was talking to some of our speakers, and you can feel my passion for what it is that I do, because that's truly how I found mine. I've always been fascinated by cultures. I've never needed the spotlight, but instead I wanted the spotlight to be on people that were doing extraordinary things, normal people. As a celebrity makeup artist, I always get asked, who's the most famous person you worked with, or who do you want to work with? Who's your dream client? And I find myself always saying that my favorite person that I've ever worked on is my own mother, who has shown so much strength and passion in giving us a future, like many of you, that we didn't even know was possible. It's because of her strength that I'm here today to follow my dreams, and I don't take that lightly. When it comes to clients, my favorite clients are everyday people who are creating extraordinary things in life. It's not necessarily the person you see on TV or the actor or actress that's winning an Academy Award. It's the person that I can relate to, that I can see, that I can hear from, and who invests in me as much as I invest in them. I feel alive only when I'm traveling the world, on a long layover and meeting a stranger that's sitting next to me on a flight, feeling the sand beneath my feet, meeting new friends, eating exotic foods and sights and smells I had only dreamed of. A new perspective, a new journey, and a new story to write. Travel is truly an invitation into the transformation of the old you. It's a mind shift so powerful that you no longer even recognize yourself. And that's truly what I believe the goal is to be so daring that you don't recognize what it is that you're creating, that no one around you can even recognize you, because they want to hold you to your past, but you know that there's so much greaterness that's capable of happening. I've had very fortunate people who have believed in me when I didn't even believe in myself. And that's why I continue to try, continue to fail, continue to grow, and continue to succeed. For some of us, it takes a certain transformation that needs a traumatic experience, a heartbreak, a loss. But for some, it's riding into the Himalayan mountains during sunrise, or burning of sage in Sedona, or catching the wave in the playas of Costa Rica that evokes this childlike energy of simply just being alive. Eyes wide open, heart first, where you feel your inner majesty so great that even the mind bows. It happens to every person at a different time, a dismantling of your ideas and your thoughts, and a wash of the lenses you've been wearing your whole life. A song you had sung, and it's time to sing again, but this time it's your story to rewrite, your own song. This Beauty and Travel Summit was all about listening to these women's songs, the songs that they're telling through their stories, and the things that they're creating that's not only impacting them, but impacting the world. You know, as a makeup artist, I work with brands, and they're always searching for the fountain of youth. They're always selling this dream. But the fountain of youth that we're all searching for is one of wrinkles of laughter, scraped knees of jumping off motorcycles in Bali, and climbing rocks while crossing the Inca Trail from Machu Picchu. Let's get ready for takeoff, and let's go beauty exploring on our own personal journey of life. As a makeup artist, I can't promise you'll cover those tired eyes, but we'll definitely be sharing how to ignite that light within, which is a true way to truly feel deeply, uniquely beautiful. If you're not willing to go, how will you know how far you can get and what you're truly capable of? If beauty is more than skin deep, and that has been my search for my journey, building around the world beauty and connecting women to travel with us and see beauty outside their perspective, outside what they're used to. Each culture has shown me that beauty lives in everything. And it's the mindset of how we see and relate to all things around us that truly connect us to the greater good and the meaning of this life. So when the word beauty is shared, it's not just about the exterior idols and unrealistic expectations to be young forever, but it's the movement of character, the flow of trust, and the divine of living in your art form. Because that's what true beauty is. It's art. It's the art of life, of love, our Shakti, and our spirit. My definition of beautiful isn't just a simple sunrise and sunset. The postcard kind of beauty, but the way people are still holding their rituals and traditions as sacred generation after one another. It's discovering ingredients that are providing for families, that are giving opportunities for families to grow, kids to be educated, and using that awareness to change how we define beauty. I am so grateful that you guys stayed here for 8 hours, in and out, maybe for some of you. Some of you have been here the whole time. But this summit was something that I knew I wanted to do since last year when COVID hit. I wanted to create something where I could unite the women that have inspired me and inspired the world on what true beauty is. As a makeup artist, like many of us beauty people who work in this industry, we know that beauty is not something that can be sold, but it's only an experience that can be felt. We're all writing this beautiful story of what life is, but it's up to us to choose which direction it will go in. It's about who we surround ourselves with, our community of people who think and feel the way that we do. If you saw, many of our panelists today have similar values and who we want to be and what we want to represent. And many of you listening are also along that path with us. So I do invite you to join our community. Don't think twice about it. Just do it. Because you never know what's on the other side if you just decide to fly. The Beauty and Travel and Summit was made for women just like you, who are on this journey of existence, who believe in color, who are colorful, who are bold and wild, who, even though we're young women trying to find our truth and our way through this crazy thing called life, we somehow learn to see every lesson as an opportunity to take, grow, and to evolve. So I leave you today saying, thank you for being part of our Beauty and Travel Summit. I hope you guys will sign up to go to Guatemala with us and Costa Rica with us in January of next year. Guatemala is happening in October. I invite you guys to join our community. If you guys have been here since day one, it has been 10 years, I'm sure, for many of you who are on our mailing list, where it started with letters of being a makeup artist and then evolved into wanting to be a documentarist. And then it started as a blogger and then a beauty writer and then a travel company, then owning a beauty brand. I think we can all relate that we're all doing the best that we can, trying anything and seeing if it sticks because it makes us feel alive. Travel makes us feel alive. Going for it makes us feel alive. And so I thank you all for keeping the mindset going, for supporting in the best way that you know how to, and being part of something so much bigger than what's been told is possible for us as women of color, as humans. If you want to keep in contact for any of our speakers, leave us a message, send us any information that we can share. We are looking for more speakers for our next summit. We're looking to add more voices within our community, and we truly can't do it alone. If you heard our panelists, they said that in order to grow, we have to include those voices that we are inspired by. This is my attempt to share those voices with you. When we talk about giving back, you know, if you saw that panel with Nikeo and Laura and 𝒓𝒆𝒂𝒅𝒚, you know, they say choose one thing and move forward with that one. This is my way of choosing one thing and moving forward with that one. Nothing, brings me more joy than hearing from women who are beautiful, beautiful from the way that they move, the way that they speak, the way that they stand for something so big that it's intimidating, but not intimidating in a way where you're scared, but you just want to live up to, be an equal of that energy that can exist. You want some of their mojo. You want some of that space energy that we believe and wonder how it exists. If you were inspired by what you saw today, follow our speakers, show them some love, and continue to follow Around the World Beauty as we unfold into what is next. And I've gotten lots of questions on what exactly that is. And as we turn 10 years old, I'm so excited to say that we will continue to focus on believing that global beauty and representation, inclusivity is the way to truly find that fountain of youth. Feeling alive, again, is not something that is on the outside. It's something that's through experiences and meeting other people by serendipitous moments that somehow take our lives from one direction to the next. It's being spontaneous enough to trust that all will work out, because at the end of the other side is just another experience. Everything is impermanent. If we look at Japanese culture, it's an idea that we are like the cherry blossom, beautiful in its moments, but like every season we change, but we always come back. If we look at India and the famous river of the waters of Mama Ganga, and I have to make sure I'm saying that right because I get confused between Mama Ganga, which is now a marijuana term, and Mama Ganga. I think it's Mama Ganga, to be honest, and I don't know how I could ever forget. I spent many times doing artis, which is a blessing to the waters. It shows us that it flows all according to its own design. And with faith, you can literally shape-shift water, bodies of water. And that's what religion, belief, faith is. It's believing in something so wholeheartedly that you dare every moment to wake up to make it happen. So again, I thank you for showing me that there is an audience for global beauty, that there is an audience for traveling the world and being part of something that is adventurous, wild, and absolutely beautiful. I thank you for sharing this space with me. I thank you for joining us. Follow our speakers, follow Around the World Beauty, join our Beauty Journey All Access Pass, and I leave you with a list of so many people who are part of bringing this thing together. If I've learned one thing as a business owner, is that you cannot do it alone. And if we heard from Diana and Miriam and all these founders, is that somehow it always works out into the best ability that it can, but we can never do it alone. And somehow it just shows up and works out exactly as it's supposed to. Have an amazing rest of your Saturday. I want to send gratitude to the universe, to God, to all things that surround us and surround the businesses and the dreams that we have. I want to say thank you again to my family, to all those that have helped me bring this Around the World Beauty to life, from our moderators who believe in our mission so much that they decide to travel with us all across the world for the last 6 years when it was just an idea. I thank them. And with that, I leave you with Lakshmi Alikan. You are the other me. What I do unto you, I do to myself. And that is a Mayan meeting. Until next time, thank you for watching the Beauty and Travel Summit.